I'll count you down.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene City Council Success Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:22 p.m. Wednesday, December 8, 2021. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Ta,
Here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho,
Here.
Councilmember Doe.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Next, we have salute to the flag will be Mayor Ta and invocation will be Vice Mayor Nguyen. So please stand and put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your head for the invocation. Heavenly Father, provider of strength, we pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens of Westminster with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affect our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interest of our city and all its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen. Next, we have City Attorney close section report.
Yes, Council, there are 4 items that were listed on the agenda. It's a total of 5, actually. And then we walked on one item related to existing litigation, Westminster versus Purdue Pharma. There was a discussion had on that concerning the settlement of some of the defendants, 1 manufacturer and 3 of the distributors of opioids. And there's a settlement that's been offered as a deadline of January 2nd. The council did make a motion by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Monzo, who was approved 5-0 to go ahead and join that settlement based on that settlement offer. There's still details to be worked out, but just want to publicly report that. With respect to the first item on the agenda, which involves 2 cases of potential litigation, there was a discussion on that and direction was given. Concerning items 2 and 3, there was very brief discussion and the council decided to not discuss it further at this point. They'll probably revisit, but that's the direction on that. And concerning item 4, I would defer to the city manager for any report on that since it concerns the city attorney's office.
Yes, thank you, City Attorney. So on item number 4, council did have discussion. Direction was provided, but there was no action. So there was nothing to report.
And there's nothing further to report.
Thank you, City Attorney and City Manager. So next we have ex parte communication, none. And then City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple brief announcements. Agenda item 3.1 was listed as withdrawn. Item 3.6, there was updated and additional attachments that were provided and listed on the website. So that concludes any amendments made or added to the agenda. And next up is a COVID-19 update that will be provided by Mr. Adolfo Azeda.
I interject. I neglected to raise one issue. There was one item that was requested to be added to the agenda concerning the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to add a resolution that all the cities that constitute Little Saigon should be kept together as far as representation, both at the state and the federal level, as they do that analysis. So it's a resolution that concerns that issue. The concern about the timing is that the commission is supposed to reach its conclusions by the end of this year, and that this would be added to the agenda so that the council could discuss whether to adopt a resolution in favor of the concept that Little Saigon and the communities that constitute Little Saigon should be kept together for purposes of representation at state and federal districting decisions. So if the council's in agreement to add that item, I would need a motion in a second.
Can I have a motion?
Like to make a
Yeah.
motion to add?
Yeah, motion to add.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall make a motion and Vice Mayor. Want to second that? All right, we have
Yeah.
we have the
Second.
motion and second to work on an item. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And that is to add an item to the agenda regarding a resolution requesting the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to keep all of the cities constituting Little Saigon, including Westminster, together with the city of Huntington Beach in Assembly, State Senate, and Congressional District. The motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. And with that, Mayor Tao, your vote.
Yes,
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Do,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and where would this be added on the agenda? Would it be 5.5 or
Item 6.3 under legislative item.
6.3? Okay.
all right. Is there any item that need to be added on our agenda or no?
That is it.
Thank you so much. So go back to the city clerk, please.
We're actually with the COVID update right now, so interim city manager.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm here before you. My name is Adolfo Zaida, Interim Assistant City Manager. Typically, Robert Acosta, our Emergency Services Coordinator, is present at this time to provide a COVID update. In his absence, I will be providing the update to the Mayor, City Council, to the members of the public. Robert Acosta is actually representing the city in an EOC function tonight, and he sends his best wishes to everyone. I wanted to start off with the first item, which is that on October 26th of this year, the World Health Organization designated Omicron as the new variant. This decision was based on scientific proof showing that the variant has actually led to severe illness. Additional information will be provided as it becomes available. The California Department of Public Health has stated that at this point, we do not know if the new variants will result in more severe COVID-19 illnesses. We do know, though, that the variants are definitely impacting emergency response within hospital settings, and also are creating a bit of a concern as it pertains to a response to treatment. So the California Department of Public Health, as well as the Orange County Healthcare Agency, are monitoring the variants very closely, and we will be bringing updates to you in the coming weeks. And actually, we provide an update to the council on a weekly basis, and we'll continue providing COVID updates at council meetings as we have for the past couple of years. Important to note that the Delta strain, which has been in the news for quite some time, is still the dominant variant. it is responsible for 99% of all new infections related to COVID-19. So I know we've heard about Delta strain for quite some time. It is still the main reason. 99% of the new infections are based on the Delta variant. With that said, though, COVID-19 in Orange County continues to appear to restabilize. The numbers are moving back to where we were when things were in the moderate area, which is the least spread. So we are moving towards those numbers. You see these numbers weekly as I provide an update on a weekly basis on these key metrics. So I'll talk about them briefly for the benefit of the public. We follow 3 key metrics. We follow case rate, we follow positivity rate, and we follow hospitalizations. As it pertains to the case rate, we're currently at 6.1 per 100,000. We want to get under 6. So we're getting really close to where we want to be as far as an acceptable or less aggressive range. Last week, as an example, we were at 7.3. So we are making progress. We're at 6.1 this week. We were at 7.3 last week. As it pertains to positivity rate, we're actually in the area, in the range that we want to be in at 2.4%. Last week it was at 2.8. Hospitalizations is something we monitor very, very closely as well. That is also decreasing. Currently, there is 176 patients in the hospital ICUs. Last week, there was 194. So again, some of these numbers, they're scientific numbers. They've been around for a few years now. We monitor them closely. When we present this information to the public, we really want to focus on the trend. The trend is downward. So we are looking forward to those numbers to continue to stabilize. As it pertains to the city workforce, currently there is no COVID cases within the city workforce, which is always a good news for us. And then just as a general statement regarding vaccinations, the city's total population, about 77% have received at least one dose of a COVID vaccine. Approximately 71% have been fully vaccinated. So we're making a progress to get to the 77% pretty closely. As I stated, 77% have received at least one COVID vaccine. And this is in line and consistent with the vaccine rate in California. So we are definitely where we need to be and keeping up with the vaccination trends. And that concludes my presentation for this evening. Thank you.
I really want to thank the Assistant City Manager for your update regarding COVID-19. And I have a question that if you compare to last year regarding like the COVID cases, is there any improvement? Because we all know that there is a new variant, and we don't really know that maybe the next few months there is another new variants coming out, especially that we are in the winter time. So I can't really have concerns. We just want to make sure that our city, we have all the update along with the state and the federal level, so we could be able to protect our community, especially we have a lot of seniors. Yes.
Absolutely, Mayor Tom. We continue to be at the forefront of the COVID response. We still offer testing here in the Civic Center. So we brought testing to the Civic Center. It's still here. There's no plans for it to go away. And it's very, very well utilized by folks who need COVID tests to access public venues or to travel and things of that nature. In addition to that, we have had several clinics. I'll reach out to Robert Acosta and see where we are on possibly bringing another vaccine clinic to the city. We've had several. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we have had several vaccine clinics in the Civic Center and throughout the community. So that's also important. In reference to where we are today, when I look at the numbers, and again, we've been monitoring these numbers for the last 2 years, we're very close to where we need to be. We were looking to be in that yellow color a few years ago. We were striving to move our way across from the more aggressive to the least contagious area, which would have been the yellow tier. We are really close to being into that yellow tier based on the numbers that exist today. However, as the variants have, as the COVID models in Europe, we're following the trends in Europe. And Europe did have spikes. I'm sure we all saw that in the news not too long ago. We are trending about 3 months later to see those effects in the United States about 3 months after. So unfortunately, the models, they're predictions. There are some models that say that we're okay. A few months ago, there was a model that said that we're not. At the end of the day, what we keep hearing from the Orange County Healthcare Agency is that we need to stay the course. We need to continue to follow all of the precautions that that have been implemented here within the city. And of course, everybody's adopted similar precautions at home. So we're hoping for the best. And if there were an upward trend, it is projected to happen in the new year. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much for your update. Really appreciate that. So any question or concerns from any member? If not, so we have city manager report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. In the next couple of days on the website and in social media and press releases, we'll be announcing, making a couple of announcements just in the interest of time tonight regarding activities that are going to be taking place this month over at the FRC as well as throughout the community. So stay tuned for that. And just wishing everyone a happy holiday season and excited to see you all next year.
Thank you so much, City Manager. And we don't have any special presentation. So next we have oral communication, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda and not on the agenda, items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. At this time, I will be reading e-comments that were received, as well as allowing members of the public to speak for a total of 5 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and make a quick announcement of those items that were received. One was from Ms. Kim Lee, and it reads, a Westminster resident who called and opposed the location change of the mayor's office moving out of City Hall. She said her family and other Westminster residents are confused and don't know why the mayor's office has to move out of City Hall like that. The next e-comment that was received was from Craig Durfee, and his item had to do with reclaiming childhood in a digital age, a practical guide to building your child's bond with family and fostering school success amid the allure of digital screens. He provided his email comment, and both of those have been included on the city's website, along with others that were received as well. If the interpreter could please interpret that.
Vào lúc này nếu mà có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu thì xin cho chúng tôi biết. Quý vị có thể phát biểu bằng cách là chạm vào màn hình đó, thấy cái biểu tượng của bàn tay thì quý vị chạm vào đó. Đó là cái biểu tượng của cái sự giơ tay. Và nếu quý vị làm như vậy thì chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you. I also did receive requests to speak in advance. And at this time, I'd like to call on Kim Lee. I'm sorry, Lena Tran. And you may begin speaking.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Westminster City Council. My name is Lena Tran, and I'm the community organizer at VietRise. VietRise advances social justice and builds power with working class Vietnamese and immigrant communities in Orange County. We build leadership and create systemic change through organizing, narrative change, cultural empowerment, and civic engagement. Tonight, I want to read out a letter we sent this week to the council to ensure that the redistricting process remains open and transparent to the community. It states, we, the Westminster Redistricting Committee, ask the Westminster City Council to commit to have the redistricting process be open and transparent to the community.
I'm sorry, if you're speaking about redistricting, we have a time for that for public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, so wait till 8 o'clock and then the mayor will announce when you can speak regarding the redistricting. That's the appropriate time.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
No worries. No worries. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dao Tran. You may begin.
Hello,
Yes.
You hear
may
me?
begin. Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Time really flies when we have too many things to do. This meeting is the last council meeting of the year. Westminster Council has a year with a lot of challenges. The challenges came since Council Member Ho changed her mind from supporting the Quang Tri Victory Monument to opposing it by siding with Council Members Do and Menzo to pause it indefinitely. How sarcastic. The term cause, pause, and the term indefinitely don't really go together now, does it? To make the matter worse, since then, Ho keeps spreading lies in Vietnamese media about Mayor Chita and Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen. Too many things to say, but I just want to talk about some things that just happened recently. Number one, the three members, Ho, Do, and Menzo, voted to remove the mayor's office out of the city hall without planning another office for him. This immature decision caused Mayor Chita to become an office-less mayor. I know the word office-less is not in the English dictionary, but it is the truth that a mayor does not have an office to serve his people. How can he contact his residents and sign documents? All four of you have an office, but not the mayor. It is so ridiculous. The Westminster people will judge you three for your very bad decision. Number two, I learned that no one is above the law in a free country. But in Westminster Council, there are three people who are above the law. Let me prove it. Westminster has a tradition of 64 years that all citizens vote for their mayor. Now you three want the council members to take turn to be the mayor. It's okay to make a change, but you have to follow the protocol, the law, that you have to ask Westminster citizens first, and that vote won't happen until June 2022. That means you have to wait until June 2022 to see if Westminster citizens agree to have a rotating mayor. The problem is you three can't beat Mayor Chita when he reruns for mayor. That is why you have to think of another way to be in that mayor's seat. You three decided to redraw the city map into 5 districts right now, at the same time with the 4 district map mandated by census 2020. I'm asking you three, if the Westminster citizens don't agree with the rotating mayor, then who's gonna repay hundreds of thousands of dollars for the remapping? So am I right that you three are above the law? Number 3, you three, Ho, Do, and Menzo, have double standards. You discussed and voted against nepotism and don't want council members to appoint relatives in any committees because it could lead to conflict of interest. Yet you fight against removing council member Ho's son from planning commissioner, and you are hypocrites. Also, the barbaric language of the low class, of the gangsters that Ms. Ho used against Vice Mayor Nguyen in October 27 meeting is okay with you, Council Member Taido? If not, why don't you three censor Council Member Ho, but only censor Vice Mayor Nguyen while he was her victim? To conclude my speech tonight, as holiday season is around the corner, I wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I also hope your New Year resolution would be stopping the lies, respecting the truth, and obeying the law. For the mayor and vice mayor, I hope your resolutions would keep fighting for justice, because at the end, justice will prevail. Thank you for listening and good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Terry Raines. You may begin.
Good evening. Why no CityNet homeless services reports for 3 months now? It's bad enough our HLOs are on mandated patrol due to lack of officers, but is CityNet not doing their job either? Is the city trying to push the homeless issue back under the rug? The 15-year list of city property sales, item 3.6, looks light versus my research. There is a typo, the 2018 14.5 million transaction. It should be Gold West circled, not street. Please adopt the resolution censuring Vice Mayor Nguyen for his unacceptable conduct, item 5.4. His behavior is abhorrent and embarrassing. When he attacked the Saturday Night Munchies Hispanic applicant at a council meeting, residents were horrified to see a council member go off the rails in what appeared to be a vicious, racially motivated attack, similar to what Councilman Manzo is experiencing in the Vietnamese media. Vice Mayor Nguyen, the community will not tolerate hate and lack of professionalism from you. I know you weren't always like this, and I really do hope you seek treatment for those anger issues. Before Councilwoman Ho's event on Sunday, I listened to Mayor Ta's Vietnamese interview in front of First Bank and his mobile van office. Mayor Ta, your heavily edited narrative in that interview is almost a complete 180 from other interviews. Did you read the censure resolution and realize that you too had better tone down the lying? I had questions for you and Vice Mayor Nguyen, so when I was invited to go up to the office event, I accepted but stood outside of the door. Vice Mayor Nguyen saw me, announced me, and invited me to come in and take a seat. 2 minutes later, Bui Kong approached me, and when I tried to greet him with a handshake, he grabbed my forearm and aggressively told me I had to leave immediately. I tried to explain Vice Mayor Nguyen had invited me in, but he continued to forcibly escort me right out the door. Mayor Ta and Vice Mayor Nguyen, I already knew I wouldn't be allowed to ask my questions because Myla Tung Han. There are still errors in the public official and employee interaction ordinance, item 6.1. The date is in the second whereas must be October 27th, not 13th, and council chambers must be in section 2C to match rule 2.3 of resolution 5076. The clarity and comprehensiveness of the code of ethics and conduct for elected and appointed officials, item 6.2, is perfect. Again, this policy should be added to our municipal code. And again, please edit the signed statement to not only affirm reading and understanding the policy, but also agreeing to abide by it. And then it must be signed within 2 weeks of council adoption, hopefully as an ordinance, not just a resolution. Vice Mayor Nguyen, you must have listened to my comments because you added removing Weston Seed from the oversight board in addition to the planning commission, item 7.1. But the nepotism ordinance clearly states that it only applies to appointments after October 27, 2021. So Weston being on these two boards does not conflict with the ordinance as you claim. Neither he nor your daughter should have ever been appointed, but Weston should be allowed to complete his term on the planning commission, barring any serious issues with his performance, and on the oversight board until it disbands or he resigns. Council, please drop forming the Monuments and Memorials Committee, item 7.2, due to the lack of community interest and the fact we already have a Community Services and Recreation Commission, a Planning Commission, and a City Council. Memorial projects are usually created by community nonprofits. I have spoken at every Quan Chi Monument Committee meeting, and it is just not working as a city committee. A foundation already constructed a Quan Chi monument up in San Jose. Do we really need 2 Quan Chi monuments in California for this short-lived battle victory? No. Should the city be involved in this project? Absolutely not. The council has expressed a desire for a moratorium on new monuments, plaques, and statues in city parks. The Quan Chi Monument Committee's purpose explicitly states recommendations shall not include the location, but the committee ignored that and voted to recommend placement in Westminster Park. Westminster provides the 3rd lowest per capita park space in Orange County. We simply cannot afford to lose any more precious open park space to foreign military monuments. I oppose placing this monument on any city-owned property, period. My recommendation, along with many in the community, is for the committee, or better yet, a private foundation, to explore placing this monument on private property along Little Saigon's Bolsa Avenue in conjunction with the city's Little Saigon Blueprint for Investment to help create a true Vietnamese cultural district and worldwide tourist destination that we can all be proud of. A Vietnamese visitor center and/or museum would also be perfect down there, just not in Freedom Park. Council, please order at least a 10-year moratorium on any new monuments, plaques, or statues in our parks. Going by seniority, Councilman Doe should be appointed vice mayor. If not him, it should be Councilman Manzo, who is the least involved in all of this ongoing conflict. No to Councilwoman Ho because she already served twice as vice mayor, and a big fat no to Councilman Nguyen. That ship has sailed. Happy holidays, but before I conclude, I respectfully request additional time to comment on the emergency walked on item 6.3 briefly. I would like to request I grant that time. Council?
City Attorney, does she have additional time?
It's not entitled to it if you want to grant additional time for that, but
No, I mean, like, I go with the law. If not, you know,
Wow.
so be it.
Okay.
Yes, so next speaker.
The next speaker may begin.
Hi, everybody. This is Jody Boyd. Greetings from my winter holiday near Branson, Missouri, where everybody gets along. And I'm calling in because I want to say a special rest in peace and memorialize Mr. Justin Smith, who many people were familiar with. He had been homeless on our streets for under a year, him and his dog Skipper, and he unfortunately did pass away. This is truly tragic. How many more homeless people have to pass away on the streets of Westminster before the city wakes up? The truth is, we do not have a homeless shelter. The truth is, shelters in other cities do not give priority to Westminster homeless. The truth is, many of our homeless have beloved pets. So they're faced with, if they can even get into a shelter, they'd have to give up their beloved pet. This is cruel and unusual, according to the US Supreme Court. And you are failing our people and our residents, and I think everybody needs to be ashamed. But you, Mayor Trita, I'm looking right at you, because while we have people sleeping on the streets and in vehicles and in vans, you are spreading the false rumor that you don't have an office. Well, in truth, you do. And the office seemed to be good enough for you in all of the times that you've rotated through the city council. So what's wrong with you having that office over there instead of misinforming the Vietnamese people that you've had to move a desk into a van because you lost your office? Well, you know what? November 2020, you're going to permanently lose your office. So I think this city needs to get its act together. And I think that the mayor and the vice mayor need to stop all this propaganda and spreading the lies and the untruths to the Vietnamese residents, your own countrymen of this city. It is criminal. That's it. Thank you. Oh, and I love you, Kimberly. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicky Nguyen. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Mayor and City Council members, let the clown show begin with item 5.4 on the council agenda tonight. We have a 3-ring circus with Kimberly Hall, Tidal, and Carlo Manzo in charge of each ring. But seriously, Westminster has a lot of serious issues to deal with. But Hall, Doe, and Manzo just want to turn the city council hearing every 2 weeks into a game of petty bickering and retribution against people who they disagree with. Why are you three not focused on the real problem and concern of Westminster residents? You abuse your power, take advantage of staff time, and waste city resources so that your oversized ego are satisfied. This has got to stop. The resolution 5.4 which I'm sure has been cooked up by the three, Hodo and Menzo, is nothing that the very mayor has done was worth of censure. There's no substance of facts in this resolution that show why the vice mayor was being censored. The resolution, I'm sorry, we live in America and not in a communist country. You want to censor your own council colleague, but you have no specific substance or detail at why he's being censored. And whatever you are saying as condemnation seem more like opinion and not very objective and fair. If you want to be fair, censor council member Ho for speaking Vietnamese language in a low life language as that to a colleague during council meeting. Regarding Liberty Park, council member Ho, in this free country, unless you think you are still in a communist country, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. You accuse the mayor of wrongdoing and waste taxpayer money for an investigation regarding Liberty Park. I don't see how the mayor alone can act and be guilty of the charge. The power of 3 vote in the council, like the one you gang of 3 are abusing right now, ensure that the mayor alone with his 1 vote cannot sell any part of public land. So stop accusing him of wrongdoing until he is proven guilty. Keep spreading lie in the Vietnamese community will not make him guilty like you charge him without any proof. Besides, isn't there a law that tells you to keep quiet while the investigation is going on? You should know better, Councilmember Ho. Regarding item 7.1, Councilmember Ho, vote to remove your son from the planning commissioner. It's nepotism and it looked really bad on you. No excuses. The double standard has got to stop. We voters know who you truly are, a traitor and a liar. People elect you 3 to the city council to solve problems, not to create more problems that you are doing now. Instead of focusing on the real important work for the city, Ho, Do, and Menzo are knee deep in the swamp, throwing mud at people they don't like. This too has got to stop. If you don't stop, Ho, Do, and Menzo, the voter will stop you, and very soon. Thank you for the time.
I think right now, I think we need to have a public hearing item, and then we probably come back for the oral communication. So right now, it's about time, right?
Yes, Mayor, if I could clarify. So
Please.
we've noticed a public hearing that has to start at 8 p.m. So what we'll do is we suspend the public comments to start that public hearing. This is not a violation of the Brown Act because there will be opportunity for people to talk about the public hearing item. So that one item you'll have an opportunity to talk on, and then we'll continue the public comments before we deal with any other items on the agenda.
All right, so next we have public hearing item. I'd like to open it. Item 4.1, public hearing to receive input from the community regarding the districting process. So may I have a staff report, please?
Oh,
Staff report, please.
you're muted.
I'm sorry. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council members. This will be your second public hearing this evening on the issue of redistricting the city of Westminster following the 2020 decennial census. So in our first public hearing, we went through the process of what the redistricting is about, what the requirements are under the law, and we also provided input or information to the public about how they could provide input to the council on this matter. This evening, we will be doing a similar thing, and Dr. Justin Levitt will be giving you some more information. But one of the key things that we will be doing this evening is to be explaining to folks that we will be doing two separate maps or mapping processes, given the council's ballot measure to move from 4 districts with a directly elected mayor to 5 districts with a rotating mayor. So because of the timing of that ballot measure and the registrar of voters deadlines for providing maps for selecting districts so that they can send out voter materials, we will be doing both maps depending on the outcome of the election, and whichever map or whichever choice is made by the voters, that map will be the one that will be implemented for the November 2022 election. And with that, I'd like to ask Dr. Levitt to weigh in and explain the process and the tools that he has developed to allow for public input.
Thank you. I am just going to try to share the presentation I have here, if that's okay. And turn off. Sure. Okay, there we go. Good evening. My name is Dr. Justin Levitt with National Demographics. It's good to be here again tonight. I am just going to be going through the rules and criteria again. This is our second pre-draft hearing. There are no draft maps at this point, and we're still working with the city on scheduling workshops and other events before we get into the presentation of maps in the new year. So if we look at the redistricting rules and goals, these are slightly different from those adopted in the map in 2019. And the reason for that is the California Fair Maps Act, which has changed the criteria slightly for California cities. In the first column, federal laws, these have not changed. These are things required by the Supreme Court and other federal courts. For example, equal population. The district maps must be equal in terms of the total number of residents. In addition, we do have to concern ourselves with Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. Although race cannot be the only factor or the predominant factor in the creation of districts, we are concerned about protected class populations and protecting the right of protected class communities to cast a ballot for the candidate of their choice. We have to balance that with the criteria we see in the middle column, the California criteria for cities. This middle column is the heart of the new Fair Maps Act, and it requires that we rank order a certain set of criteria. First, districts have to be geographically contiguous. That means that all parts of the district must touch each other. And if we have any city islands or portions that are not directly connected, we need to look for roads and other connections that link that section to the remainder of the city. Second, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. Socioeconomic and geographic areas should be kept together for the purposes of their fair and effective representation. Now we're going to talk a little bit more about communities of interest later on in the presentation, but the summary is that we can think of them as areas that have shared needs, shared concerns. Third, easily identifiable boundaries. To the extent possible, we need to follow boundaries that are easy for residents to understand, such as major roads, geographic features, or for example, using other jurisdictional boundaries like school districts as a way of defining our communities, or districts, say, not communities, that's separate. And finally, compactness, which they define as not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And just to understand how these are rank ordered, if, for example, we're trying to go around Midway City and there's only one way to do it, and that results in a less than compact district, we have to do it that way in order to avoid breaking contiguity first. These are rank ordered in this priority list. In addition, favoring or discriminating against a political party is prohibited. And so just as local elections are nonpartisan, partisanship is not something we can consider in this process. In the right-hand column, other traditional districting principles are various factors that courts over the years have recognized as being valid to consider. They're optional. I won't say you have to do anything in this third column, but we can have a discussion about whether or not we want to do some or all of these throughout the process. And I will also say these also occur last. So we have to rank order the federal and state criteria first. And then we can, in a final look, we can look at these other traditional districting principles, such as minimizing voters shifted between election years. So that if voters last cast a ballot in 2018 and are expecting to cast one in 2022, we try to minimize the number of people shifted to 2024. Or respecting the voters' choices, the principle that the voters of the city have elected a city council, and that should be taken into consideration so as not to favor or intentionally remove someone from office with the stroke of a pen. Leave that up to the voters. To talk a little bit more about communities of interest and neighborhoods, the new law distinguishes communities of interest and neighborhoods, and specifically talks about neighborhoods in terms of areas that are geographically defined, either in terms of their physical features, like the canyons, highways, major roads, and so forth, or using planning records or other sorts of documentation of where the boundary is, a homeowners association, a condominium complex, and so forth. I like to really think of neighborhoods here as the Lego building blocks that will make up the larger districts. So these are the tiny, not tiny, but like the small communities and areas that have a very clear identity, not just on the map, but also in terms of their political organization, including homeowners associations, neighborhood associations, specific plan areas, and so forth. Communities of interest are certainly broader than just neighborhoods, because they include not just this sort of geographic area, but also a sense of shared identity, shared issues or characteristics, economic or social interests, or the ways that they're impacted by city or state policy. This is really what the Fair Maps Act defines a community of interest as, an area that needs to stay together in a single district for the purpose of their effective and fair representation. And so would the community benefit from being included in a district? And some of these communities we're looking at in the city are going to be too large to contain in one district. For example, this came up in 2019, that the Little Saigon community is actually too large to be contained in a single district. And so if so, how do we break it up in such a way that maximizes its effective and fair representation in terms of this new law? So that's going to be some of the basics of communities of interest in terms of defining them. And we really care about this because those communities, again, are the building blocks of your city council districts. Looking at the current city council districts, Westminster falls just above the 10% legal threshold. Now, districts don't have to be perfectly equal. You are allowed some deviation, is what we call it, difference between the largest and smallest districts. Westminster is just above that 10% threshold set by the Supreme Court as the maximum allowable deviation. This means that some redrawing needs to occur. And if we look at the demographics, it's driven by District 1, which is over by 6.25%. And districts 2 and 4 are both under by 2.5% and about 3.75% under. And so our goal will be to not just change those districts, but of course it's going to impact 3, which is right in the middle of those districts. So all of the districts will probably need to be rejiggered a little in order to fall under that 10% threshold. The city has grown a bit. It added about 2,000 residents from the 2010 census. And this means that if on a 4-district map, each of the 4 districts will need to contain about 22,771 residents. And in a 5-district map, each will need to contain 18,217 residents. And that's just the total population divided by 4 or 5, respectively. Looking at the Voting Rights Act analysis, the city currently has 2 districts, 3 and 4, that are majority Asian American, and a 3rd district, area 2, that has a substantial Latino and a substantial Asian American community. And so this will be something we look at in both the 4 and 5 district maps moving forward. Specifically looking at Latino citizen voting age population, we see the largest concentration around Sigler Park. And looking at Asian American concentrations, of course, we know that in the eastern end of the city, east of Beach Boulevard, north of the 405, we see large Asian communities throughout. As part of the process, we're working with the city on getting a suite of tools to help the community draw. Some of the delay has been making sure that we have both the 4 and 5 district options available in each of these tools. And so we hope to get these out soon so that we can go to the community and really educate people in a community workshops or neighborhood groups, neighborhood sessions on drawing the tools or drawing maps using the tools. We welcome feedback, whoever we get it, whether it's in writing, whether it's oral in a conversation like this, or through the submission of your own draft map. Like we had the first go around, we will have a simple paper tool, a 1-page map of the city that has all the total population counts for each of the smaller population areas, unit areas. For those people who don't have access to the internet, this is great. It can be translated very easily into many languages and distributed in paper to various locations throughout the city. We also have a version that has an Excel supplement. So we can literally have Excel do all the hard work of making sure the numbers add up appropriately. Many of our maps the first time around were submitted using this Excel kit. We also will be having a couple of new tools for this particular process. Dave's Redistricting is a browser-based tool that lets you start either with a blank map or with the current city council districts. And for blank, we have both the 4 and 5 district options. And it lets you really dive into the details in a very simple to use web tool. The one drawback of Dave's Redistricting, or I guess I'd say the two, is that first of all, you need to submit the link to us. So it doesn't automatically submit your final map. You have to share it or save it with the city in order for us to get it. The second one is that this one is only natively available in English. However, it is fully compatible with the automatic translation that Google has in Chrome, that Microsoft has in Edge, and most web browsers have. The Caliper online redistricting tool is your more detailed tool if you really want to dive into the data. This one is natively available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, among other languages. And although it probably has the steepest learning curve, the payoffs of being able to use the Maptitude tool are really your ability to dive into all of our data that's available. And when you submit your map this way, it goes directly to us, so we have it and can process it on the back end. And so with that, I look forward to continue to working with the city. I'm happy to answer any questions. A quick note on process. Under the new Fair Maps Act, we have a minimum required number of hearings of 4 public hearings. That 2 of those hearings have to have draft maps available. And so we can have more than 4 public hearings on this matter. But if we wanted to have additional pre-map hearings, we would still need to have the 2 post-map hearings after we get to that stage in the process. And so with that, I'm happy to address any questions, and thank you for your time.
So I really appreciate for your presentation. It's really clear. I have a question. So if members from the public, if they want to engage in the process, what would be the first day that we open that to the public? And is that on the website, or is that on a workshop, or how? How
We
can
certainly,
the public?
So we certainly do intend to put these tools available on the website. We hope to have an entire web page that's kind of a draw on your own map web page with links to all of these tools. We've been working with Christine and other staff in the city on
getting community workshops to help people learn the tools planned. But in addition, we want to make them available online to anyone. I would say that normally what we've been doing is we've been recording at least one of those workshops and putting that online so that we have a video at least of demoing each of the different tool options in addition to the help guides we have.
Is that what you mean, that a member from the public, they could able to draw a map online and then after that they could able to submit online? Is that what you mean?
That's correct. And actually in 2019, we got about 10 maps submitted from members of the community that way.
Just to add to that, we do have on the city's webpage, you're able to access that mapping tool, that Dave's mapping tool that you mentioned. So any member of the public can take a look at that. We plan on having at least one workshop in each district, after the new year, obviously with the holidays. So when we finalize dates and locations, we will have that available. Just like last time we went through the districting process, we did provide both Vietnamese and Spanish translators at the workshops as well. And we did, like last time, provide for translated Vietnamese and Spanish translated materials. So the intent is to have that as well for this year.
And is there a guideline that the public they need to follow before they want to start drawing a map?
Well, any member of the community can access any of the tools whenever they would like. Our hope is that they would, once we have the video and once we have the workshop, they'd be able to use that. We do have help guides for each of the online tools. And I know that we have the Maptitude for Redistricting just went live a couple of days ago, and we need to work with the city on getting that updated on the website as well.
Thank you so much for your answer. Is there any other comment or question from council member before we have the public comments? All right, I don't see any question from board member now. Public comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive 2 e-comments that I'd like to read into the record. One was provided by Min Pham, and it reads, "Dear City Clerk, my name is Min Pham. I'm writing as a resident of Westminster 2nd District. I've lived at the corner of Golden West Street and Maple Street. I'm currently a part of the Westminster Redistricting Committee with Viet Rise, where I worked with over the past 6 months with 6 residents from the city of Westminster. We would like to ask the Westminster City Council to have a redistricting process to be open to the general public because everyone should have a voice and opinion toward the maps. The map is the representation of our community. Therefore, everyone should have the contribution to make sure it is the right map. Plus, the community should deserve to know about the process as the citizens and residents of this country. Additionally, Westminster City Council should have more workshops so they can educate our community about the process so they can learn and voice their opinion. I can see that Westminster City Council should allow to have a more public hearing and release the maps for Westminster residents to see beforehand so we can ensure it is a fair process and the map should reflect our community as a whole. Lastly, I think the mobile home parks, new immigrants, younger and older generation of Vietnamese Americans, along with our Latinx and Asian Pacific Islanders should be kept with one another. Our country is built by immigrants, and it is a collective group of individuals who want to pursue the American dream. Hence, I think it is important that we should include these communities in the redistricting process. Best regards." We also received another email comment from Vincent Tron, and this one reads, "Hello, below I have a public comment written by Westminster Redistricting Committee. I've also attached the letter in PDF for easy viewing. We, the Westminster Redistricting Committee, ask that Westminster City Council commit to have the redistricting process to be open and transparent to the community. The Westminster Redistricting Committee is a collaboration with Viet Rise and 10 Westminster residents that have been working and redrawing the maps of Westminster for the past 6 months. As a committee, we ask the Westminster City Council to first take their time to create a meaningful timeline that allows for multiple redistricting workshops that allow for morning hours and evening hours to accommodate regular work hours. Second, allow for at least 3 to 5 public hearings which is required by the Fair Maps Act. Third, post the final draft maps at least 2 weeks before the next public hearing to allow for residents time to review the maps. Fourth, we ask for 2 public hearings for the final map adoption in case there isn't a unanimous decision for the first public hearing for the final map adoption meeting. The second public hearing for the final map adoption meeting will allow residents a chance to voice their opinion again. In addition, our communities of interest encompass members from different backgrounds, such as low-income Vietnamese, low-income Latinx, elderly, working class, and mobile home residents. It's crucial to keep together mobile home parks and neighborhoods of similar income levels. Furthermore, we urge that the redistricting process actively include the voices and thoughts of people of all age groups, especially young people that are often overlooked. We want Westminster to keep intact the Latinx community and Asian American Pacific Islander communities in these maps. We hope to work with the City of Westminster to create a new district map that truly represents the diversity and uniqueness of each community that make up the city. Thank you. These have also been included and uploaded on those cities' website on the agenda packet. And we had 2 requests to speak in advance. And the first speaker is Lisa Nguyen. Lisa, you may begin.
Hello, thank you so much. Hi, City Council. My name is Lisa Nguyen. I am writing as a resident of Westminster's 1st District. I live at the cross streets of Westminster and Edwards. I've lived and worked in Westminster for almost all my life. Growing up in a vibrant and diverse community, I am always engaging with many community members from different backgrounds. The lived experiences and stories of community members are valuable and representative of the day-to-day life in Westminster. Today, I come to you as a longtime resident of the city and as a member of the Westminster Redistricting Committee. We have been meeting since June and have identified different communities of interest, especially in regard to the Vietnamese community here. The Vietnamese community encompasses members from different backgrounds such as low income, elderly, working class, and mobile home residents. There is no single narrative when redrawing maps, as each community member's voice is valuable to the political process. When redrawing maps, it is crucial to keep communities together, especially mobile home parks and neighborhoods of similar income level. Communities are deeply connected to each other, thus it is crucial that we maintain and build positive relationships with communities across the city. The redistricting process should empower and uplift all of our community members, and as our city lines will impact the day-to-day life of folks for years to come. We urge you to keep our communities together and to strongly consider the stories of our residents as you redraw district lines. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Nikki Nguyen. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, all, the mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Nikki Nguyen, and I am a resident of Westminster's 1st District, as well as a member of the Westminster Redistricting Committee, as mentioned previously, which is a group of community members who have been collaborating with VRISE to identify key communities throughout Westminster and advocate for an equitable redistricting process. As previous members of the committee have also said, I urge the City Council to 1, create a redistricting timeline that accommodates residents' various working hours and clearly communicate the process dates to residents. 2, allow for at least 4 public hearings to be held as put forth by the Fair Maps Act. 3, post the final draft of maps at least 2 weeks before the next public hearing so that residents may have an adequate amount of time to review the maps. 4, host 2 public hearings for the final map adoption. And lastly, 5, approve of a map that keeps critical Little Saigon communities together. Westminster is home to countless working class and immigrant community members, and it is essential that the upcoming map is respectful and honoring those communities' needs and power. In particular, we must have a district that keeps mobile home park residents together, many of which include Vietnamese refugee elders, because these communities have been and continue to be vulnerable to ongoing displacement from rising cost of living, lack of tenant protections, and threats from mobile park landlords. Additionally, in the past iteration of the city districts, there failed to be a district with a Latinx majority despite there being an incredibly sizable Latinx population in the city of Westminster. We should and must have at least one district that gives strong representation to this community that is vital to the vibrancy of Westminster. I strongly urge you to adopt a redistricting timeline and process that accommodates residents, and additionally adopt maps that keep various communities of Westminster intact. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Monique Nguyen. You may begin. You will need to unmute on your end.
Người kế tiếp phát biểu sẽ là Monique Nguyễn. Có thể là cô cần phải bật cái nút của cái micro của cô lên ạ.
So she may be having audio difficulties. So the next speaker is Terry Rains.
Do you hear me?
Yes, you may
Hello?
begin.
Vâng,
Hả?
chúng tôi nghe cô rồi. Cô phát biểu,
Vâng,
cô
vâng,
có cần
ok,
không dịch
cảm
không ạ?
ơn. I am sorry. Dear Mayor Chi and Vice Mayors Charlie Nguyen, I applaud both of you for putting up with the 3 other members of council every 2 weeks. You have tolerated
Excuse me,
a lot of
Miss Monique, when they see the time for public comment of public item, it's not the general item public. So please come back. Yes.
Okay, so I will, yes, no problem. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Next speaker, please.
Terry, you may begin.
Good evening, Terry Rains from Westminster. I had to send yet another email last night because once again, the specific start time for this redistricting public hearing was not noted on tonight's agenda pursuant to Section 24 of AB 849's Fair Maps Act, Section 21607.12D, which states if a public hearing is consolidated with a regular or special meeting of the council that includes other substantive agenda items, a public hearing shall begin at a fixed time regardless of its order on the agenda, except that the council may first conclude any item being discussed or acted upon, including any associated public comment when that time occurs. The time of the public hearing must be noticed to the public. The agendas I checked for all other cities in Orange County all very clearly stated specific start times for redistricting public hearings, including Costa Mesa, where Kimberly Hall Barlow is city attorney, and Placentia, where Christian Bettenhausen is city attorney. It doesn't matter even if the time was noted on the public hearing notice published in a newspaper, because most residents will never see those notices. There is no justifiable reason to not clearly note the fixed start time on the agenda, and it shouldn't take 2 emails from a member of the public to make it happen. And we had 2 amended agendas posted, and it still wasn't added. In reviewing the redistricting process in other Orange County cities, I couldn't help but notice how far behind we are in the process compared to virtually everyone else. That is even more concerning given the fact we are undertaking a much more complicated redistricting process, having to draft and review maps for 2 scenarios, 4 council districts and 5 council districts. It's already been a month since our first redistricting public hearing, and yet the redistricting page on the city's website has no additional information or map drawing tools. All that's there is the Dave's Redistricting app that was posted back before the first hearing, and it's only formatted that I can see to create 4 districts, not 5. There are no paper map tools, there are no Excel tools, and there's no caliper maptitude tools. And apparently we are not even holding our first workshops until sometime next month. I am really having trouble understanding why our city and our NDA partner have not made any visible progress for the last month. Because of the complexity of our unique situation and the looming deadline, this process must be top priority. While waiting for more comprehensive tools to become available to draft my own maps, I decided to go ahead and draw the same map I created in 2019 using the Dave's redistricting tool. I then compared the quality scores of my draft map to those of the current map, formerly known as the NDC yellow map. I was not surprised to see my map scored higher in all of the quality checks versus the current map, significantly so in population deviation and compactness. I drew another map just for fun, and it too scored higher than the existing map. The districts in what was then labeled the Jolly Range map in 2019 were the most compact, easiest to understand, contiguous, and had the lowest deviation in geographic size and population. The districts ran north-south consistently and provided clear identifiable boundaries. Income, language spoken at home, and shopping districts were all kept together. The city's adopted east-west boundary of Beach Boulevard was preserved. The 405 freeway corridor was evenly distributed, as were the Westminster School District schools. I expect to see the same results of my map once I am able to plug it in to one of the more sophisticated and comprehensive tools, if we ever get them up on the site, and have the opportunity to analyze the demographics in more detail, both for 4 districts and 5 districts. Once again, council, staff, and members of the community, let's get it right this time. Thank you. Sure would like to speak on item 6.3.
Next speaker, Roger Mindrum. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All righty. Good evening. This is Roger Mindrum from Westminster. I want to speak tonight to remind everyone how previously so many good, concerned, civically minded residents worked very hard, countless hours to design the best possible non-biased 4 council district maps in the last time. And it was the first time that was done. Although I believe Dr. Levitt designed and recommended his own map, it was an obvious vast majority of residents who spent the time, met at several occasions, who studied the several maps that were presented, who chose and recommended the council that was labeled as the Jolly Range map. It was by far the most popular, most balanced. I also had studied and chose that map as the best choice for the city. It was very well thought out and for the best balance of many factors that needed to be considered. All those items that Terry just stated. And thank her for all the hard work that she put into that, probably the most of anybody. And in the end, what did the Gang of 3 do? They chose an entirely different map. Who knows who drew that up? Probably a group of their cronies. It was completely off the radar to everyone but them. The current district map is what I'm talking about. They chose that map that was completely, nobody recommended that. What was the reason these 3 chose that map? Well, they didn't have the guts to explain one word of their reasons at the council meeting that they selected that map. So what were the residents who actually have the brains able to determine the now obvious why? Because these 3, the usual suspects, chose a map that benefited themselves personally and for their own political profits. As usual, their MO is screw everyone else. Yes, you 3 spat in the faces of hardworking, caring residents to take care of yourselves. As usual, you 3, you know who you are, complete corruption, and give little hope for you to do the right thing in this instance also. But then again, hopefully with the shift of balance, Kimberly Ho leaving the gang, hopefully you'll do better this time. I'll look forward to the new mapping of district borderlines. And that's all I have on this one. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lena Tran. You may begin.
You like that?
Lena, you may begin.
Hi, sorry. I didn't get an unmute option just now. So hello, good evening again. My name is Lena Tran, and I'm the community organizer at Viet Rise. Viet Rise advances social justice and builds power with working class Vietnamese and immigrant communities in Orange County. We build leadership and create systemic change through organizing, narrative change, cultural empowerment, and civic engagement. And to reiterate and add a couple more points, as the Westminster Redistricting Committee, which is a collaboration with Viet Rise and 10 Westminster residents that have been working on redrawing the maps of Westminster for the past 6 months, we asked that the Westminster City Council to have the redistricting process to be open and transparent. Please take your time to create a meaningful timeline, knowing that the redistricting City Council maps are due on April 17, 2021. Our communities of interest are mobile home residents who are often marginalized and forgotten in the redistricting process and whose continued existence in Little Saigon is under threat due to ongoing land developers wanting increased rent, displace work-class residents, and build luxury housing and gay communities in its place. Also, I want to remind you that in 2018, Vietnamese mobile home residents came to Westminster City Council to demand rent stabilization. It was the first massive organized gathering of Vietnamese, Latinx, and white seniors demanding rent stabilization. Yet, when they asked the City Council to pass rent stabilization, the city did not even consider it and was worried about the threats from the landlords rather than prioritizing the needs of the working class residents. We need to create districts that will prioritize the voice and concerns of mobile home residents, particularly because these people are seniors, low-income refugees and immigrants, and are the backbone of Westminster. Again, we asked the city to have in-language redistricting workshops to include our communities such as the mobile home residents, and then accommodate regular working hours, 3 to 5 public hearings to discuss the draft maps, and have the maps be posted 2 weeks ahead, and additional public hearings to discuss the final draft maps. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Nếu có quý vị nào còn muốn phát biểu đó thì xin giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết. Và quý vị có thể giơ tay lên bằng cách là chạm vào cái biểu tượng của cái bàn tay ở trên màn hình của quý vị. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more speakers at this time.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to close public comment for this item 4.1, and then Mayor City Council discussion and have action.
I have a question for, I don't know if it's our city
Please.
manager or who's it for? What is the time frame of getting all that info on our website, the tools and the mapping and everything that needs to go on to get the public up and running to get involved?
When I have them, I can put it up. The website is up right now. Because of this, yeah, as long as I have them, I can put it up. But the district map process, like the day's redistricting, is on there. The blank map, info to the current council districts, that's already on there. So just as long as I get them, we can put it up.
And what else do we need to put on there? Is that it? Is that all we need? Dr. Levitt?
We have paper tools. We have the Maptitude for redistricting and the 5-district Dave's redistricting tool. Yeah.
If I could, thank you. Mr. Councilmember Manzo, thank you, Mayor Ta. We will also be including information about the community meetings that will be scheduled in January in terms of the times, dates, locations, etc., to make sure that the public has an opportunity to come out, hear a presentation, be able to engage in map drawing and have any questions answered at those meetings. So we'll be getting that up on the website as soon as those locations and dates are set.
Okay, and then that's for both the 5 and 4 map district, right?
Yes, the community meetings will cover both of those issues.
And on the web, for able to be able to draw the 5 districts as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's no other council member discussion, I'd like to move to receive and staff report just as recommended by staff.
Yeah, I will second that. Well, can I make a quick comments real quick?
Please.
It's the last time we have a districting map drawing competition, and we have a lot of participants from the residents, and unfortunately, like one of the public comments mentioned earlier, it's the map that was highly recommended by the resident was not chosen by the majority of the city council at the time. So it's this kind of experience still fresh in the memory of many of our residents. So I don't think we're going to have a problem with public participation in redrawing the districts. I can assure the residents of the city of Westminster that I would support the resident their wish. So I encourage everyone to once again participate in the map drawing. Make your voice heard, so that we can have a democratic districts map that representing everybody fairly and impartial. So thank you very much.
All right, so we have the motion and second to approve as recommended. Roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a motion by Vice Mayor Nguyen and a second by Councilmember Doe to receive the staff report on the redistricting process and permissible criteria to be considered to evaluate district boundaries. And we begin the vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Tong.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so now we go back to the oral communication. Anyone from the public would like to speak? You see the time.
Quý vị nào muốn phát biểu thì đây là lúc quý vị có thể phát biểu.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're going back to the public comment for other items on the agenda, not the public hearing item. So we had paused that for a while we did the public hearing. We're now done, and we have an opportunity for you to speak on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda.
Correct. Thank you.
Mayor, we have a couple speakers. Monique Nguyen, you may begin speaking. You may begin. Oh, you'll have to mute on your end, Monique. There, you may begin.
Okay. Dear Mayor Chita and Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen, I applaud the both of you for putting up with the 3 other members of council every 2 weeks. You have tolerated lots of abuse since Kimberly Ho defected to the dark side a few months ago and are now found in the same political bed with her former enemy, Taido and Carlos Menzo. It is okay though. because no matter how well she hides her ugly intention and nasty personality, they will all come out at the end of the day. Nobody can cheat, lie, and fool people forever. And you can never fool Vietnamese Westminster resident. Guess what? So many people are now coming out to publicly expose Kimberly Ho for who she really is. A very nasty woman who is selfish, mean-spirited, and is just an all-around unpleasant person who will step up on others just to get ahead. Her political days are numbered. This week's council agenda is no different than previous and the previous. Again, this gang of three are putting on item to exactly revenge against Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen. If you read the resolution drafted in item 5.4 of the City Council agenda, you will be very surprised to learn that the free speech is being threatened by just three people on the council, and they are Kimberly Ho, Taido, and Carlos Manso. The resolution is worthless since it failed to spell out any valid reason for Nguyen to be censured. There's a lot of opinion and assumptions on the resolution, but no credible facts and even understanding of those words. How can someone responsible or in their right mind support a resolution like this? It is not even worth the paper that it was printed on. Council member Hodo and Menzel, you have wasted so much city resources over the past several months with all kind of game that you put out, moving the city backward and not forward. There are so many things that you can do to help the city instead of engaging in childish games like this resolution and moving the mayor's office out of the city hall. You need to stop all of this now. Vietnamese Westminster residents are sick and tired of your game. For the good of Westminster, either resign if you don't have anything good to contribute, or get serious real quick and start serving the people who elected you to serve the city and its people, not spending time playing political revenge game and putting your dignity down. Thank you.
Next speaker, Amy Walsh, you may begin.
Hi, I just wanted to take a couple minutes, right before the meeting started, I had found out the news about the homeless man that Jody was talking about, Justin, who happened to be friends of my son, and my son would always help him out with meals because my son worked at Albertsons and would come out and bring him meals and bring his dog food and stuff like that. And Cake helped him multiple times. I feel like Cake did more for him than the city or CityNet did it all. I'm devastated. Devastated is putting it mildly. He was a wonderful young man, and he could have gone so many places. And I'm listening. I'm sitting here. I'm listening to the public comments, and all I can think is, are we really talking about someone's office? Like, is that more important than someone's life?
are we really talking about going back and forth between he said, she said, someone said this, someone said that, you know, you called my mom fat, whatever. I can't listen to city council behaving like this any longer. I mean, we all at one point or another have voted you all in. Look, this is what meetings have become. I mean, come on. Take your jobs and your responsibilities to heart. These are people's literal lives that you guys are. I mean, you guys are trying to do all of, you know, we want you to do all these wonderful things for our city, and all we're getting is hours full of Kimberly Ho this, Trita this, Carlos Manzo this. Hi, like it's stupid at this point. Please, please, just focus on what is best for Westminster and its residents, okay? Can we do that just for, I don't know, once or twice? That'd be great. I just can't. I know I can't be the only resident that wants the city to get back on track and for people to be proud to say, yeah, this is where I live. Let's really try to get back to that, and less about the name calling and, you know, whose office is where and any of that BS. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. Please, let's put on our city council caps and our mayor cap and do the work. Do the work, be there for the people, and take things seriously. And if someone towards the end of the meeting could have a moment of silence for this young man who literally just wanted to get off the streets but couldn't, that would be great. That's all.
Next speaker is Thuy Vo. You may begin.
Yeah, I agree that councilmen need to get together, get their act together, and make the city better. There are a lot of things to do to make the city of Westminster in a better position comparing to other cities. But the selling part of the land of the liberty without going to public hearing and without going to fair auction is unacceptable. And this is evidence, not lie. So Ms. Nguyen, whoever my previous speaker, previous me, saying that this is no evidence, so what? But there's evidence, and it's under investigation. Number one, that's number one. Number two, I mean, city council shouldn't go out there and encourage like Ngô Kỷ, other like Bùi Mạnh Cường to talk nonsense, trying to urge public, saying that unrealistic thing, untruthful thing, like, being dramatized that the mayor doesn't have an office. Well, it's a part-time job. So if you can save at this point, at this time, pandemic, there are a lot of things going on. There are a lot of costs for the police to watching looting. So, I mean, collecting money from the people and buying the van and run around and dramatize. I don't think it's a good idea. I think now is all councilmen need to get their act together, work together to help people. I mean, there are a lot of homeless. Like, I help a lot of people submitting for ADUs. And I found out that Los Angeles, for the plan check, only 300. Santa Ana, 2,400. City of Westminster, 1,700. Garden Grove, 1,700. City of Huntington Beach, 650. Fountain Valley, 850. What's wrong with Orange County? Why the fee is so high? I mean, like 2,400. You gotta be kidding. In Santa Ana, that's like 8 times comparing to LA. So these are the things that councilmen can sit down and help the people. I mean, they need a place like son or daughter, need a guest house or ADU in the back to live. That's a better thing to do for the people instead of fighting nonsense, spread lies out there, talk bad about other people, slander each other. This is embarrassing for Vietnamese American to slander, to lie about each other. And I feel very sad seeing what's happening. So that's all I want to say.
The next speaker, Kai Mindao. You may begin.
Yes, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm late, so I'm not sure. Am I supposed to address a resolution, or is this the general oral communication? Can I say
This
anything?
This is the general or communications.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
but the resolution, if it's not at a public hearing item, then you should address it now during this time.
So do I have another chance to speak later or no?
No,
No.
This is the regular one that normally is at the beginning. The only subject you can't talk about right now is weed abatement. You could talk about anything else.
All right, great. All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. Happy holidays. Well, I was just gonna say I didn't have anything written down, so I'll try to improvise now. Anyway, regarding the resolution to censure Charlie Chi Nguyen, I think you guys are doing the right thing. I mean, even though we know that he doesn't have any real power, he's not actually a vice mayor. It's only for ceremonial purpose. But still, he's being voted as our quote-unquote vice mayor. So his behavior will reflect upon us badly or positively. So I think for a long time now, the city council meeting of Westminster has been a joke around Orange County. And contributing to that is the behavior of our mayors and vice mayor, the lack ability to conduct, to preside a meeting, or to behave like a child, display childish behavior, languages, vulgar languages, disrespectful languages. So, not only I support the resolution to censure, but if anybody I heard is going to start another recall of Charlie, I would wholeheartedly support it again. And I hope he will be recalled this time around. Anyway, going back to, I think, a couple of weeks ago, you guys talked about censoring Mayor Gita too for spreading lies, using the Vietnamese media to spread lies, to defame, to malign other council members, such as Mr. Carlos Manzo. I think not only that, I think they have gone a step further by using the henchmen on social media to spread lies, to galvanize, to rally people from out of town to come to Westminster to try to, well, to protect their seat, instead of supporting them using fact, using reason. They're bringing people from all over America to, they're rallying what you call a march, just like a couple of years ago they did, to rally people from out of town to come to Westminster to try to terrorize, to intimidate our residents. I think Westminster residents should have the right to elect our own official, to recall whoever we think is unworthy representing us, or to censure whoever we think is behaving badly, unbecoming a representative of us. So I think their tactics of using uninformed people, playing the anti-communist card to try to get people to get the extremist anti-communist who doesn't know anything about Westminster politics, who doesn't know the actual fact, doesn't know what's going on, only relying on the issue of anti-communist, to bring those people here to Westminster to try to protect Cheetah and Charlie Whitman-Gee is actually disturbing the peace. I think being a mayor, being a vice mayor, one of your role is to protect, keep the peace and protect our residents. You guys are not doing that. You guys actually doing the opposite. You try to bring the people from outside, hired guns, hired thugs, people that doesn't have education, uninformed. All they do is spread lies, using vulgar language, mafia tactics, violence to try to intimidate our voters, to try to intimidate our residents. And I think that's totally unacceptable. I think in the future, the Westminster City Council has to come up with a plan. Either you guys have to passing a resolution condemning such behavior, such
Sorry, your
tactics,
time is up.
or actually passing an ordinance outlawing those kind of tactics. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tony Nguyen. You may begin speaking.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Mr. Mayor and Council member. My name is Tony Nguyen, and I almost fell out of my chair when I look at the Council item 5.4 regarding to the draft resolution to reprimand Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen for his conduct. Those who brought this resolution should be the one who get the condemnation. Why I commend the Vice Mayor for speaking the truth and not being afraid to call out Council Member Kimberly Hall, Ty Do, and Carlos Manzo for their hypocrisy and pettiness. The public should know that this gang of three are doing nothing more than just guerrilla politics. I have three questions for Ms. Hall and Mr. Ty Do and Mr. Manzo. Why are you three behaving like a bunch of communist thugs in trying to silence and intimidate Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen? Number two, how much of taxpayer money have you used for wasting staff, and city resources, which are all taxpayer hard-earned money, so that you three can satisfy your personal ego and pettiness. Question number 3, who is pulling your string and giving you such bad advice to continue down this path of political destruction? You three should look in the mirror and be ashamed of yourself. The voter in this city of Westminster can see right through you, your cheap stunt, and there will be hell to pay. As for Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen, I commend you for speaking the truth, not fearing anyone, and calling out the concluding council member, Hall, Doe, and Manzo. Keep on your good work for exposing the lie and deceit that these three are spreading. I know that you are intimidated by the childish antics from these three political clowns. They will not get away with it come election time. I say more power to Mayor Ta and Vice Mayor Nguyen. Keep on speaking the truth and let the people know that you have 3 jokers sitting in the same city council. And their names are Kimberly Hall, Dido, and Carlos Manzo. That's the end. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Camila Overby. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Camilla Overbeek, resident of Westminster. I just would like to start with saying that much like the Liberty Park issue that a council just a few years ago voted on consent calendar without ever looking at the issue, it wasn't until late July of this year that this council ever began to look at the CityNet reports and actually analyze them. And that only happened because I brought forth the information. I sat in my house and analyzed data for hours. And then I met with Councilmember Manzo and the police department, at the time, the police chief, Campos, and our homeless liaison crew, and all of that. And I expressed to all of you just how important it was that we help individuals. And I told you that we had people on our streets that were dying and in need of help. Justin Smith was an individual who I had personally encountered, and I helped, and I spoke with, and I developed a relationship with. And it is a direct result of this council's inaction and the failure of our police department that he is now dead. I won't use euphemisms and say he passed away. He died. He is dead, and it is a direct result of your inaction. And for any of you to sit here and pretend that it isn't, you're just lying to yourselves. You all owe him an apology. This all could have been handled months ago, if not a couple of years ago, but instead you insist on fighting amongst yourselves. Mayor Ta, you insist on perpetuating this lie of being evicted from your damn office and allowing for people to parade around in a van or an SUV with your makeshift office. And you allow this lie to continue, creating further division amongst the community. When all the community is really asking is for all of you to step up and do your goddamn job. That's what you're elected for. You owe it to all of us to do your part, and you're not. You're spending so much time infighting. And honestly, every single one of you has been a disgrace to the office because none of you are bringing forth any items that actually will solve this city's problems. And Charlie, let me just say this to you. Don't ever interrupt a resident when they are speaking at any point ever again, because I did hear you and you know I heard you during closed session. And second to that, you are certainly lucky that it wasn't me that you had your henchmen put their hands on. Because if it was, I would have filed an absolute police report against you and them. And for Mayor Ta, you were there present as well. And if your new tactic is to go against residents and taxpayers and constituents and have force exuded upon them, you are absolutely out of your mind and you're unfit for office. And quite seriously, you all need to take a moment and really think about why it is that you hold the office that you do. What is the purpose? Because if the purpose isn't to serve the community and it's just to serve yourself, then get the hell out. Because we need true leadership. And our taxpayers, our residents deserve better leadership than any of you have shown. Justin Smith didn't deserve to die. Terry Raines didn't deserve to be manhandled by some henchmen, by Trita and Charlie Nguyen. You all.
Your time is up.
I think I've said enough anyways.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ella Nguyen. You may begin. You will have to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Ella Nguyen. I'm a resident here in Westminster, and I just feel like it's just a total craziness just to censor and target Vice Mayor Nguyen. It's just completely ridiculous, irrational, and just harassment. I can't even believe the last comment that I heard. You know, there's 3 councilmen members ganging up and targeting the vice mayor. And I don't understand why, instead of using all this time and effort, why don't you help the community out? There's a lot of issues that need to be done. And all we're doing is targeting our councilmen. This is ridiculous. I mean, you know, let's focus on what's important here. So, I mean, that's all I have to say. I mean, ganging up on your fellow councilman is just ridiculous. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
If there's anyone else wishing to speak, if you could raise your hand now, that has any speaker who has not yet spoken on items on and not on the agenda, please raise your hand now.
Nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu về bất cứ một cái đề tài nào ở trên nghị trình hay không có ở trên nghị trình thì xin giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết. Cảm ơn.
Seeing no additional new hands raised, Mayor, that concludes this portion of the agenda.
Thank you so much. So now we have consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless member of City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for a separate action or discussion.
I would like to pull item 3.6.
All right.
And make a motion to approve the remainder of the items except 3.6.
All right. So may I have a second?
Second.
All right. So we have the motion and second to approve the consent calendar, but item 3.6. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
And that is to approve the consent calendar item with the removal of item 3.6. The motion was made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So item 3.6, review of city property land sale transaction from 2006 to current.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for staff as far as I don't see the address. I know we used to own a property on Golden West Circle, and I don't see that address in this list.
That was the typo that was noted, that it says Golden West Street. That's the number 27 or the second to the last, depending on which list you're looking at.
Is that the correct number address?
The number is correct, 15172, but it says Golden West Street instead of Golden West Circle.
Okay, mine. Golden West Street.
It's the second to the last item at the bottom.
Okay, I see it. On that one there, so this we can request, I want to request either for our next meeting, the information as far on that particular property. Like what was the parties involved in that sale? How many applications did we have? Who were the applicants? And any other details of that case?
Sure, we can actually, the staff report in which that was approved for has the details, but we can provide that as an item of interest in advance of being on the agenda if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And that should be an open session, please.
It'll be an open session. There's no
you.
direction for anything otherwise.
If you're done, I'd like to make some requests.
And the other questions I have is all the other addresses that, well, there's some addresses that are single family residences. I would like to also have the details on those. As I looked them up, there are some single family residences.
So we can actually have Public Works Director Jake actually explain those right now. They're easy that don't have documentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we go from the top? Starting with 9031 Oasis Avenue, please, if you could pop that up. Could you pop the list up on all the transactions up on the screen? That would be helpful.
Sure. I can't share my screen, so one of either Adolfo or Jake, probably Adolfo.
Just a second.
Yeah, if you can pull up the one that was sent as late communication in color.
Jake, if it's available on your screen, can you pull it up? 'Cause I'm on a laptop right now.
Just bear with me real quick.
Let me forward you the email in case you don't have it.
Yeah, the one that was sent out as late community, I don't know if it was in color or not in the attachment?
It is.
Okay.
We'll get it right over.
As Oasis, just bear with me real quick.
Councilmember Ho, you just want just these single family residences right now?
Well,
Start with
I
Oasis?
think we want to start with the Oasis. I know
Okay.
there's 2 addresses
Sure.
on Oasis app, and that's 9031 and
Okay.
9021.
Okay.
And I know the sales price is quite low, and I'd like an explanation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to give some explanations. These 2 properties, it was a abandoned water wells that was no longer in use, and it lies in between 4 adjacent properties. So when you see the address, the cost doesn't mean it's for a regular residential lot. It is just a small easement that we have span across 4 properties. So when we're no longer using for the water wells, we quit claim those easement back to the adjacent property owners. The reason there's a price there for those 2 addresses because we actually, the city own an area of 5 feet by 89 feet, which was used for the driveway to the water well in fee. So by law, we have to sell it instead of just quit claim for no fee. So that's the reason why you see it, the amount of dollars for that area is very small. And we also, when we did that, we also have the appraisal done. So it will let us know how much it costs. So it's only for the 5 foot by 89 feet.
And that is part of the process to have the appraisal done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I asked for it to be popped up on the screen if I may have that.
We'll bring that up in just a second,
All right.
please.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see that? Is it now?
Yes.
Okay. So technically
I don't mean the pictures. I mean the transactions that we receive in our hands.
So the first page, Jake, is the table.
Yeah, just the table. I don't think we're going to see the easement if you're showing us that. You're
Correct.
talking about an easement. We're not going to be able to see an easement from pictures. So I don't want to mislead people to think that it's a house.
Correct.
So I just want to be able to go line by line and, you know.
In the late communication, there was what Jake is pulling up. The spreadsheet that is in the original agenda item was numbered for your ease. And there's also here, it's coming up right now. So now you'll see numbers. The next page shows a citywide map so that you could get an idea of where these are located throughout the city. And then the previous image you saw was a street view screenshot of each of these locations, if you're interested in viewing those.
How come this wasn't in our original packet?
Quick question.
So the list was in the original packet. The list was updated to include the ID number, which is that left column, but then we also included maps so that you could have a visual of what that area was. So that was sent as a supplemental. You did get the list in the original.
Yes, we did, but this could have helped earlier.
But could someone explain to the public what easements mean, please?
Sure. So with an easement that, and Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, that we have the right to use it, but the underlying ownership is belong to the property owners. So if we're no longer using that for a particular reason, for example, in this case, a water well, we have to quit claim back to the underlying property owner at no cost. If we own a property in fees, by law, we have to sell it to the adjacent property owners.
Yeah,
Okay,
let me just
so
add that.
So we are at line item number 3 and 4, correct? Or we're at 3?
No, we are at number 4 and number 5.
Number 4, okay, I'm sorry, number 4 and number 5, okay. May I ask if you have appraisal done on these? May I ask for the appraisal to be submitted?
Yes,
Thank you.
we can submit the appraisal.
While you're doing that, let me just add real quickly that easements are very common. Rather than having to sell the underlying property, somebody can own a piece of property, but for instance, there's a reason why someone else may need to go across that property from time to time, such as the electric company for electric lines or other utilities. So rather than actually having to buy your part of your backyard, they just get an easement where they have a right to come in there when they need to. But you get to continue using that land because it's your land, but there's an easement given that allows them the right, the legal right, to actually go back there and use it for electrical purposes or other utility purposes. So in this case, there's wells that were put there, but the underlying land was still owned by the landowner. So when we no longer need it for that purpose, we abandon our easement, which essentially reverts back to the underlying landowner.
Thank you. Okay, may we go to Cedar Street, which is number 6? Could you explain that, please? And what is that being used for, actually?
I don't have that information on that
Okay,
address.
I'd like information on that, please. I know it's, it looks like the city's using it. I don't know, but it's, the sale price is $1. So I'm curious what it is being used for. And do we own that currently? I thought we aren't supposed, by state law, we aren't supposed to own any properties unless we're using the properties, correct? So if I could have more information on line item number 6, Cedar Street, that would be great.
Actually, Aaron, can you help with that one?
Yeah, so that one actually is a little bit different. Let me find my camera, sorry. That wasn't part of the sale or the dissolution. I'm looking at that one. It's not on my list of the dissolution properties. That one was a property conveyance agreement that was entered into July of 2008 between the city and the redevelopment agency. But I was trying to see what the land was used for because it's not part of the dissolution.
Okay, you don't
We'll-
have to.
we'll add that.
You can always.
Yeah, we'll have to add that one.
Yeah.
We'll
We'll
do the research on that one too.
Mhm. So it's not part of the dissolution, okay?
No, it was done in 2008.
Okay. So
I believe.
all right. So dissolution was what, in 2012?
It started in 2011
11 and 12.
and then in 2012 was additional.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so the dissolution was in 11. As we were trying to figure out what they wanted us to do, eventually there were some situations where we had to transfer property in 2012, say to housing. And these were redevelopment properties that were properly allocated to housing. So there was a number of transactions you'll see during that time frame where we were just transferring things, say, to housing.
Okay. So let's just so everybody's on the same page. So we've got abbreviations, descriptions, we've got city, it's for City of Westminster. And then we've got WRA for Westminster Redevelopment Agency. And then we have the SAWRA, which is a successor agency. Please explain. So we could all be on the same page. I know these abbreviations, by the way, but I think we need to clarify for.
Well,
the
we had a Westminster Redevelopment Agency dating back to in 1990s at least. That redevelopment agency expanded over time, and that's what's referenced here as WRA, Westminster Redevelopment Agency. In around 2011, there was a movement to basically disband that redevelopment agency. There was a disfavor of them at the time, and so legislation was passed, but you can't just disband it. There's properties that were in existence and there was debts that were owed by the redevelopment agencies. So it became an unwinding process of how to gradually wind down these obligations and allocate the properties to different ownership, whether it be to sell the property, whether it be to put it over into the housing department. And so what they did was they changed the redevelopment agencies into the successor agencies. Successor agencies which have an obligation to gradually unwind. And that's what is referenced on this chart by SAWRA. the successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency. So all of those are, that's the entity that is seeking to unwind the redevelopment agency.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we got, okay, so I see the Golden West Street 13, which is line item 9. That would be USPS, post office, correct? And that's being used as a post office. And then number 10 would be the Row Center, correct? All American Way. What is on Hazard? I know these are sale price 0, so I'm just curious, like what? Number 12 is Abrazar. I get that. That's a nonprofit. So do they own that?
Hazard?
Hazard, is that the
Shooting range.
The range.
Is that still available? I thought we did away with the shooting range.
Oh, no, it's absolutely in full force and we contract out to a lot of surrounding agencies.
All right.
Completely booked.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so Abrazar, does Abrazar own that, or we just gave it to them, or at $0? Number 12.
My recollection of this one, I don't know, I'd have to verify it, but my guess is that this is for a low-income housing and that they were wanting to purchase it to construct. That's just my quick guess on that one. I believe I recall that.
The one on Texas Street? Is that the one you're talking about? Number 2?
I'm guessing item 12 is
Number 12.
12.
I noticed
yeah,
that.
it could be the one on Texas Street as well. Because there's,
I remember there's a couple of projects that were the city refurbished the property and did some other work on there in the past.
Okay, so while you're at it, we've got 3 line items sold to Abrazar, number 1, number 2, and number 12. So I see sale price of $100, $0 on number 2, 0 on number 12. Not to say that there's anything wrong with them, but first of all, I know Abrazar is a nonprofit and they do great work. It's just that there are lots of nonprofits, and I like to just to know, like, you know, what are and why are these nonprofits, or when would a nonprofit be
we'll add them.
qualified for something like that? But that's something that you don't have to explain to me tonight. You can just include in your, you know, the next meeting. Would you like to do that? That way we have a more thorough explanation, and then you can tell me like what are each one being used for. Okay.
Do you have info right now on the I can't see it on my, it's 6699 Westminster Boulevard.
Oh yeah, we definitely have info on that one. We just talked about it today.
That's number 26.
Yeah, so it turned out that and I think either Jake or Adolfo can explain this better, but we actually didn't own it. Weingarten owned it. And so it was a fix in 2018 to fix the deed. We didn't own it.
Would you mind, Director Carlos, I'm sorry, Councilmember Carlos, would you mind if we go in order? Just so we cover all the line items. And so I guess we're at number 12, and then, jump in. I don't want to be hogging up the time here, but number 13, which is Nice Street.
Yes.
Could you explain that at $0?
Yes.
Going to Hung Tren.
So this is another small water wells that's been abandoned basically, and it's completely like in the back of the property. So this is not entire property. It's just, I think it's just about 15 feet wide by 20 or 30 feet long, and it completely reside inside that 15001 Nice Street. And so when we no longer using it for the water wells, of course we have to quitclaim the easement back to the property.
Okay, and you have an appraisal for that one?
Technically, we have an easement, so we're not owning by fee. So we have an easement, then we have a quitclaim and return the easement completely back to them.
Okay, you have an easement.
Yeah, so
How come
once you
there's
own by
eas-
fee, when you own by fee, then you can sell it back. But when you have an easement and you're no longer using for that purpose, you have to return the easement back to the property.
So
Yeah, I
it's
think
a
what
different
he's saying.
easement than the one up here, correct? Number, that would be Oasis.
Yes,
They pay for it here, and what kind of easement is that?
they have an easement for Oasis. They have an easement. We return it for no fee, but also we have a driveway that we actually own in fee. So that's why we sell it back to them.
So that is for the driveway.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the proper way to dissolve the easement would be to record a quitclaim deed. So that could be part of the reason why it's showing up. It is a deed, but the deed is basically saying we're disclaiming our interest in the easement.
Okay. Okay. And then you've got could you explain number 14?
Absolutely. So at this particular area, this is a very sliver of land. It's just behind the sidewalk along the east side of Bosa Chica Road, just south of Bosa Chica, just south of the 405 freeway. So back in 1975, the city council approved that if any residents along that piece of land, it's just a small area, was interested to extend their backyard, they are willing, they can go through the process and acquire that. This particular property owner that he didn't select to purchase the land from the city back then. But I think early 2000, he came into the city and approached the city and say, hey, he would like to purchase this because the council approved. So we went through the process with him, get the land appraised, and then we sell it based on the appraisal price. So, and then this is, I think we conditioned him to build a wall to make sure that, that property has been completely enclosed. So there's no confusion between the remaining of the piece of land and his newly purchased parcel.
Okay. And you have an appraisal for that, right?
Yes.
May we see that as well?
Absolutely.
And number 15, and that is our beloved little Liberty Park, Monroe Street. So we're okay with that because we're under investigation, so we won't go there. Anything else? Then let's go all the way down to number 25. And my question regarding that would be Hoover. So I know I was on the council when Hoover was sold. So so I know there should be appraisals, and if anybody wants to look at that, they could. But I don't have a question there. But number 26, could you roll that up? Just scroll it up, please.
Sorry.
Thanks. Number 26 would be Wine Garden. I think that was Councilmember Monzo's question earlier. I have a hard time finding anything on Wine Garden Realty and that property. Could you explain?
So this one is number 26 you're referring to?
Yes.
So some research recently uncovered that there is a portion of land, not including the whole parking lot, but just rather some parking stalls near the car wash that is the subject of this transaction. We could locate additional information, but just to be clear, it's not everything that's shown on the exhibit, but rather a small number of a smaller area. If you want to go to page 19, Jake, on the packet. So as part of this development project, it was later discovered that there's a portion close to the car wash, close to Westminster Boulevard, consisting of some parking stalls that was still shown as City of Westminster. So it was more of a cleanup effort, but we can come back and provide you with more details if you need that.
So I have a question for as far as how was, I mean, was all this information readily available for staff, or, I mean, how's the record keeping going on this?
I have information on this one, Adolfo. I can expand on it.
Please.
It was part of it was recorded as redevelopment property, and it was part of the dissolution process and included in the long-range property management plan, which we had to adopt, the council adopted, and it was part of how we were to get rid of the properties or sell them or transfer them to the city for government use. But this particular property during that process was found that it was actually sold in 1991 and it was never transferred. So it was not our property to sell. So originally it was thought to be transferred because it was part of the parking lot, but it turned out it wasn't even the city's property, because it had taken the transaction was actually from 91, and this was approved by the city council on March 14th of 18 as part, and the resolution said it was part of the long-range property management plan, and then part of the redevelopment dissolution, but then further research realized that it wasn't even our property. And it was just those parking spaces.
To answer your,
So it was a cleanup item, and it wasn't the city's property.
All right.
Councilmember Monzo, to answer.
Could you submit the paperwork on that?
Sure.
Whatever it is you've got to show proof of that.
So to answer the broad question though that Councilmember Monzo just had, and when we were doing this research and if the stuff is actually readily available, the short answer to that is no. In working on this request, we did discover that there is no comprehensive list of our city sales. And so acquiring this information did take extensive research through files, looking at, contacting our consultants over at HDL to see what transactions were done, looking at, old deeds, et cetera. So, again, there isn't a comprehensive place for it. So, we'll go back and listen to these meeting, this meeting dialogue to determine, which ones you have questions about. But, what we can provide, we can provide copies of deeds easily. We can, we may have to do some digging for the appraisals, because I'm not sure where some of those would be at the moment, if some of these are, much older. But certainly we'll work on getting those for you. But no, there's not a comprehensive place for all this. But because of this, we're going to be working on consolidating this information somewhere.
Yeah. So going forward, there's this item here is bringing up some work to be done going forward.
Absolutely. This is uncovering, again, 10, 20 years of record keeping and, things that are, again, a haphazard process. And so, we're definitely, because of this project moving forward, we'll put something, we'll make sure that something, is kept, is kept in order and organized for, for the future. I do have to say though, our management analyst, Ryan Salz, was an amazing help in this. The reason that these maps these are not readily available maps. He actually had to pull up, some of our data to put this together in addition to the research. So, I do have to give him, props for being able to put this together for you to have now, albeit how late it is. So, we'll work on getting these requests for you. Like I said, definitely before the next meeting.
Thank you. I have a question. The Marion Warren Center on Hazard and Beach Boulevard. I don't see that on here. That's one of our real estate assets. I don't see that on here.
I think we are still the owner of that building.
I understand, but we're asking for a list of, or so.
I think we owned it for quite a while. There was an old building on there that was dilapidated, and I think we tore that down and then built a new structure on there.
Okay. So you're listing just all the ones that are sold, correct?
This was for 15-year record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what about the 6.4, the very last one, number 28, City of Westminster owns it, and it's Orange Coast Infinity, correct? Do we still own it, or we sold it to them? Or we sold it to,
We still own it.
we sold it to ourselves for 6.4?
It was, from my understanding, it was purchased by redevelopment funds, and then with the whole successor agency, it wasn't for government use, so it went through successor agency so that the city had the opportunity to buy it.
Okay, and currently we're renting it out, leasing it out.
Yes,
to
that's correct.
Infinity.
Who's the leasee on that one?
Orange Coast Infinity.
And they have is that the part where the Airstream
Yes. Yes, so Infinity was leased, or so that property rather is leased by Infinity, and there's a portion in the back that was leased by Airstream. Currently, it is not leased by Airstream.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so if you, I'm good. If
Yeah, so you have our list of requests.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Well, with that, all that info, you have a motion to
I'd like to make a
approve
motion.
this 3.6.
We just file and receive.
File and receive.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second to receive and file this item. Roll call vote, please.
And the motion was made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Ho, to receive and file the review of city properties and land sale transactions from 2006 to current. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so next item, we have public hearing. 4.2, public hearing and resolution to determine and declare a public nuisance and conduct with abatement for fall 2021. So may I have a staff report?
Absolutely.
Mayor, if I may,
Please.
I'd like to, if I may read into the record that due to COVID-19 restrictions, changes have been made to the public hearing process in order to ensure members of the public to participate remotely. Members of the public who wish to address the city council may have submitted comments in writing up to 24 hours prior to the meeting. I'd like to state for the record that no e-comments were received by the clerk's office and no requests to speak in advance were received as well.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. So this is the weed abatement program for fall 2021. Late September, staff sent out early reminder letters or notices to all the vacant properties and inspect them on November 5th. Out of the 18 vacant properties currently on the weed abatement list, only 2 properties weren't clean at the time of the inspections, and they are being listed on with the resolution tonight. As of today, I'm happy to report that last week we did an inspection again, and those 2 properties have been cleaned and they are in compliance. So each year, staff bring the weed abatement program to the city council in spring and fall. For the other 2 quarters, which is summer and winter, staff send out reminder notices to those vacant properties. Public Works staff also work very closely with CPU on those issues related to neglected vacant properties. So that concludes the staff report, and I'm available to answer any question.
Hey, Jake, you know, I drive, you know, a lot of those vacant properties that seem to be an issue. I mean, this is like an ongoing issue with some of those vacant properties. It's just, I mean, a lot of times the abatement is done so in a way that it's just going to be continued to be an issue. It's just a never-ending cycle. I mean, you can't. How longer can you keep doing that? Just checking the same properties over and over again. What can we do to prevent this work? I mean, it's not like we have extra staff to keep monitoring those vacant properties.
So by law, I think we have to have this program once a year. And that's, we have to inspect any vacant properties about the, the weed abatement and trash and whatnot. I'm not sure we can do anything with the property that they decided to keep it vacant and not developed. We do update our list regularly. When we drive around, we see any vacant lot that being, taken down the building, we add on a list, so make sure we keep monitoring those lots. And also we work with building divisions. If when they have a permit that to demo the building, they will notify Public Works, so we can keep updating those lists. Yes, it does take time from staff away from our daily duties, but that's by law, we have to do that. So instead of do once a year, we do twice a year, just trying to keep up with the program. And then the other 2 quarters, we send out notices to remind them.
Okay, so that, I mean, twice a year, is that the most that you can? I mean, you're saying you keep an eye on it throughout the year, but only twice a year you do an actual inspection, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, twice a year we go through this program to do the actual inspections. The other 2 quarters, we send out notices to remind the people that they have to clean their lot. And a lot of them have called me and responding to our reminder letters that they will cleaning theirs.
All right, so now you said the other properties that are on this resolution have complied. So then what do we do now? You still need this resolution approved. Even you said the 2 properties on Bouchard and Moran, they have complied already?
Yes, sir. So I think we still approve, but it's just on the record that they have complied already. So there's no other actions taken.
Okay.
I would, I want to bring up to the other day when I spoke about the maintenance costs. And if the council remember the Liberty Park maintenance costs, 5 years worth of maintenance. I believe you were going to charge them what? I mean, this we already said in public. Was it 3,000 or something? It ended up being like $500 a year. I seem to remember, and that would be like $1,500 for a piece of land size 10,000 square feet, size bigger than your house, time and a half. So, and then you add interest and everything on top of that, then you have your total would be like around 3,000, something like that. So this is what my point is. You know how harsh you are on these folks regarding weed abatement. You're harsh, and I don't have a problem with that. I support that. The only thing is, I want to know why we aren't being fair. I would like to add Liberty Park, that little private piece of parkland, onto this list. It isn't fair to allow the owner of that land to take advantage of our contracts and contractors, while the weed abatement folks don't receive the same treatment. Like I said, if you're going to go and mow someone's lawn, why don't you go mow all the other people's lawn on that? Because they're also owners of their residents and of their businesses. Across the street, you've got some business buildings that I'm sure they would appreciate paying the same amount as these very privileged folks that maybe have some connections on the inside. I don't know, but I'm saying that this is the particular weed abatement contract that I was talking about a couple of weeks ago. And I disagree how we treat them differently than we treat our Liberty Park private piece of land owner. So why do you do that?
The reason it was on the list, because I think it was discovered that it was so, without our knowledge. So that's why we've been working with the property owners, a resolution to install a fence or a wall so it can be separated. As of going forward, we have added that particular parcel onto our weed abatement list. So, like I said, going forward.
Have you? I would like that. I
Yeah.
would like to request that you add the Liberty Park private piece.
It has been
Um,
added. It has been added already.
Okay, so they would be under our weed abatement program, correct?
Yes, from now on.
Okay, so you know, I've not griped to be on, I mean, I'm also on, under this weed abatement program, one of my buildings, and I have no, I don't want any special treatment, so keep me on there, you know, I'll pay whatever if I don't abide. But I believe that these folks have to also pay, and I cannot believe what you are threatening to charge these folks, you know, the amount you charge them. What is it that you said? I believe you wrote the
We,
property, what is it, $1,500 or something like that?
For the weed abatement program, we get the price. We got the price from our contractors. So they charge $7.50 per 100 square feet. So it depends on the size of your lot. That will be multiplying. So in this case, if we apply for particular Liberty Park for 10,200 square feet, if you apply $7.50, so I think the number run about $765 for each time to come in and
You see that?
Mayor,
That's for each time,
Mayor
not
and
for
City
a
Attorney,
whole year,
can
not
I-
for a
can-
whole
can-
year. So I just want to say that, so we want to make sure we put that, and you already told me that it's now on the weed abatement.
It is.
So now that we're on the subject of weed abatement, I want to make sure we do that. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have questions for Mr. Jake Mill? So let's say that the owner of that piece of property at the Liberty Park, they're gonna put up a fence. Do they need to obtain a permit from the city of Westminster?
It depends on what type of fencing.
Can I interfere?
Wait.
Mr.
That's not nice.
City
I'm asking-
Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, we are not having this on, you know, we can talk about with abatement, but
Wait a minute,
we can't talk anymore about
Councilman
the
Nguyen,
Liberty Park because it's not on the agenda. Am I correct? Or, you know, I'm just asking, I'm
That
just
is true.
asking.
We're talking about weed abatement right now.
Right.
we abatement. So you're talking about in order to prevent the piece of property overgrow. So in turn, we're talking about weed abatement. They're
Yeah,
gonna-
to the degree that what your comments relate to weed abatement, that would be appropriate.
So you mentioned that you talked to the property owner and try to work with them to make sure they're taking care of the piece of parkland. Is that correct?
We've been contacting them and trying to find a solution that they need to install a barrier, some kind of barrier, a fence or a block wall, so it can be separated from the parcel from the parks and their parcel. So we don't have any crossover liability between the cities and the property owners.
Okay, so and the reason your department still continue to taking care of that piece of land because there was no knowledge that piece of land was sold. Is that correct?
That was up until last year that what we found out. And then that's where we start conversation with the property owners.
Okay, so I just want to respond to Councilwoman Kimberly Ho comments that basically we cannot blame staff, the city employees for continue to maintain that piece of land because they did not have any knowledge for whatever reason. When the piece of property was sold, they was not informed. So that's why they continue doing that. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Jake?
Yes, sir. Yes,
right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Public Director Jake, another question. Is installing a fence around that perimeter, that 110,000 square feet? Is that a good idea? I mean, aesthetically and safety wise? I mean, what kind of fence are they gonna, if staff is recommending a fence? I mean, this property is a public, I mean, technically it's part of the park and it's in the public view. I mean, what kind of fence are we talking about here? I mean,
staff have approached the property owner, advised him to continue as far as some kind of block wall or a same treatment that he has around his property. I think they prefer to, the previous owner preferred to have some kind of a Home Depot mesh just kind of, separated the park and their parcel. Staff strongly recommended not to do that because we have a lot of, this time that when we put the stand within the skate park, we set up temporary fencing and it was ripped down in half an hour later. So I strongly advise him that if you need to put out a fence, you need to have a strong post embedded in concrete, have a mesh, also have a windscreen. That's like almost the cheapest way to do things, but it also provides security and structure to the fence.
Okay. And considering that what's going on with that property there, is that a wise thing to do now? Shouldn't that wait until see how things play out?
I think we're all kind of going off track on
Yeah,
having
okay.
too much
I just don't want to
conversation about Liberty Park right now.
yeah, exactly. I just don't want to try to undo something you can undo. So thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay.
Excuse me, a motion to approve as recommended.
A second?
No, I think we have to open a public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have to open a public comment, I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah, and let me just add on that last point that I don't think city staff is encouraging a fence at this juncture for abatement reasons or any other, given the circumstances.
Good answer. Thank you. There.
Speakers?
Names?
Crickets?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So anyone wishing to speak, please raise your hand now. We do currently have a speaker, Terry Raines. You may begin.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I was thinking maybe you guys really didn't want me to speak again. Some of my comments for this hearing you've heard me speak about before. I am still wondering just how the city determines which properties to target for weed abatement under this twice-a-year program. Does city staff drive all around the city looking for problem properties, or does the city rely on complaints submitted by the public, or does the city just revisit previously targeted properties? In reviewing the weed abatement hearings for the last couple of years, it really appears to be the latter because it is the same handful of properties on the list over and over again. Why are only vacant properties targeted under this program? I ask these questions again because there are numerous properties in the city, both vacant and occupied, with serious weed and rubbish issues as defined under Chapter 13, Article 2 of the Government Code of the State of California, commencing with Section 39560, that never seemed to be cited. I would like to again call your attention to the fact that Article 3 was renumbered to Article 2 back in 1955 legislative session under Chapter 624. So maybe we can get the city's resolutions to be amended accordingly. Former Councilman Contreras asked back in 2019 for this process to be done 4 times a year, not twice a year. Staff's response was basically it would be too much work to undergo the formal process more than twice a year, but said they would continue to use code enforcement and the community preservation unit to address these issues on a more regular basis. Bottom line, that plan's not working. Some areas of the city seem to be targeted more frequently for citations, while other areas are completely ignored. The number of unkempt properties in the city continues to grow, creating extreme blight and potential safety hazards, which leads to lower property values and reduced pride of ownership for all in our city. Since we do not know if or when another local tax measure will be approved by the voters or put on the ballot for that matter, I think the city should do as much as possible now while we have the Measure SS money. Let's all put in a concentrated effort to clean up our city. Many cities hold pride and beautification events at least once a year where volunteers, along with support from the city, come together to clean up their city. Some are part of OC United's Unite for Cities initiative, which brings together businesses, residents, schools, service groups, and the faith community to improve the cities. I realize my comments tonight are broad in nature, not specific to any of the two properties mentioned in tonight's agenda report, but I'm just trying to be a part of the solution by offering, again, input and ideas on ways we can improve our city related to this item. Thank you for the time to speak. I really like to speak on item 6.3 briefly. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roger Mindrum. You may begin. You may need to unmute yourself. There you
All
go.
right, am I unmuted now? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All
may be-
righty. I just wanted to add some points regarding the 405 improvement project. I realize that the answer to what I'm going to say is probably it's not our area, or the 405 improvement project is handling their own stuff, but you got to admit, driving around, if you drive around up and around every exit and freeway entrance that is in the city, it looks like hell. And I think that our city management should go to the 405 improvement management and get them to clean up the areas. There's obvious areas of all of the whatever you call them, cloverleaf areas, where they're just letting their weeds go. Councilman Doe, you live around Magnolia, I believe. Have you driven over the Magnolia Bridge? It's like unfinished in the island. Get them to clean up their areas. Hopefully, I know this is probably what I'm saying isn't specific to what you already had in mind, but if somebody could address the 405 improvement project management and have them clean up their areas, I'd sure appreciate it. All right, thank you. Have a good night.
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand now.
Nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu đó thì xin quý vị giơ tay lên, và quý vị có thể cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị giơ tay đó bằng cách là chạm vào trên màn hình của quý vị ở cái biểu tượng mà của cái bàn tay. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, there has not been any additional hands raised. This
Thank you
concludes
so
the
much.
public-
And now it's time for council action.
Again, I'd like to motion to approve. But first, I want to echo some of the comments made by a couple of the callers. Yeah, that's Jake, a question of what constitutes, what size or how tall does something have to be in order to activate a violation? 2 feet, 3 feet, weeds, how high?
Actually, when you see the weed, it's not constituted how high. You can see if it's been neglected for months. We can take a look at it. So, some of the weed that you can see, people when they spray it and then they have to let it dry so they can remove it easily. So we can look at it, inspect it, and see if it's been abandoned. But if it looks like it's been maintained monthly, then we just have to contact them and make sure they clean it properly.
So there's no size that you look for, because I've seen myself, there's some properties that I've over the years I've reported on, and they're 5 feet tall, 4 feet tall. And they've been like that they would be like that for months.
Yes.
And nothing happens.
So if you look at that, typically that's a railroad right away that they typically send the contractor out every 6 months, and they're not doing it in our cities. They pretty much started from, I believe, north of Stanton, go all the way down to Huntington Beach. But we were able to establish a communication with them that regularly that when we have the weed abatement program, we call them and coordinate the cleanup with them.
And as far as other properties, you said CPU and code enforcement are involved in helping patrol some of the other properties.
Yes,
in
sir.
the city, and that I think that needs a little bit of work as well.
Correct. So any vacant properties, during the off quarter that we're not doing the weed abatement programs, CBUs do have the list, and we're working closely with them. So we continue giving them the update list, and like I said, the list will be updated regularly based on when people are taking down the building, do developments. If they build something on that lot, we remove them from the list. But if they demo the building, then we add them onto the list. So we've been working with CBUs closely about those issues.
All right, thank you.
Could I make could you amend that motion to include just properties in general and not just vacant lots?
That we would have to make, would that,
Be a different hearing? Or we
yeah, I
wanna
think, so,
amend this?
right, we have to change the weed abatement program, or is that something city attorney or Jake, I mean, how do we?
Are we only talking about the 2 vacant lots that on Bouchard and Moran listed here? Or
Yeah,
I'd like to, maybe I can agendize it. For next
So the programs, I think the program not targeting, I wouldn't say targeting, the program focus on the vacant lots so we can be continuously working with them. Any property that have a structure already, but if neglecting the yard or the front lawn, CPU or code enforcement can work directly with them. It doesn't have to wait until a weed abatement. They can work with them directly.
Okay, I'm good.
can we, so what I think Councilmember Ho is asking, and I'm asking the same question as well, can we change the frequency of the weed abatement to from 2 to 4 times a year?
We could. It's still going to take more time, but we definitely can accommodate it 4 times a year.
I would say that because it's not problematic right now, it seems like everybody's kind of, well, we used to have a pretty long list of, problematic vacant lots. And so now we're down to 2. So, I mean, I would probably stick with 2. Unless
We can revisit it.
Yeah, the discussion for to increase to 4 what did take place maybe a year, 2 years ago. And it was still the discussion determined that, you know, for the most part, the properties are compliant, or they do comply, you know, when they're called out on it. And, you know, we do have code enforcement, we do have CPU. So as long as, you know, that they're still actively and they're proactive with going out to the properties, that that 4 might be a bit cumbersome and you know, too labor intensive for, you know, for the you know, for the number of properties throughout the year.
Agreed. Okay, so if there's a motion, I'll second.
Okay.
All right, we have the motion and second this item as recommended. Am I right?
If we can get clarification on the motion, I believe the motion was incomplete. There was a question. during the motion.
So what was the motion?
Approve as recommended.
Okay, approve as recommended.
Thank you. And who
Can
made
you
the
read it for the
second on
record
that?
also? City
I'm
Clerk?
sorry, I didn't catch the second.
Yeah, who's the second?
Me.
Councilmember Ho.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read the recommendation from staff, please, for the record?
Thank you. So the recommendation by staff is to include overruling any objections received at the subject public hearing for abatement of the weeds and adopt resolution entitled a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster determining and declaring that certain weeds are growing upon certain streets, sidewalks, parkways, and private property in the city of Westminster, and rubbish and refuse have been deposited upon sidewalks, parkways, and private properties in the city, and that same are a public nuisance, ordering and directing the interim city manager to have said weeds destroyed and to have rubbish and refuse removed as required by law. The motion was made by Councilmember Monzo and seconded by Councilmember O. Councilmember Doe, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item, regular business, 5.1, approve resolution to update the part-time salary schedule from January 1st, 2022. So
Move to approve.
Approve. Second.
all right, we have motion and second to approve this item.
Thank you. And that is to approve a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster providing for a compensation plan for part-time employees of the city of Westminster. That motion was made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Doe. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next item, item 5.2, enforcement of tort agreement with Midway City Sanitary District and proposed amendment to municipal code. Title A, Comprehensive Waste Management, Chapter 16, 2, referring Midway City Sanitary District. Ordinance 71 regarding implementation of SB 1383. I believe that the City Council, we need a report about this item. This is really important too.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. So this item is related to the State Bill 1383. So it is known as a short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act of 2016. The goal is to reduce the organic waste, which make up of half of the landfill in California. So the law, the State Bill 1383 required the local agency to adopt and enforce an ordinance to implement the regulations from the State Bill, starting on January 1st, 2022. Items such as food waste, yard waste, paper, cardboards are considered as organic waste at the landfill, and they are producing methane gas. Midway City Sanitary District is a special district which handle all the solid waste and recycling activities in Westminster. The subject agreement between the Midway and the cities will require the district to continue providing education related to the organic waste to the public and inspecting or investigating for compliance. The district will refer to the city code enforcement for any repeating non-compliant cases. SB 1383 also required the city to meet the annual procurement of the recovered organic waste products. So the agreement will allow the city to use the renewable gas used by the district and the district contractor for trash trucks, and those will be counted toward the city's procurement target. Other approved procurement products such as mulch and compost used for the city parks and medians, and also the renewable gas used by the city street sweeping contractors will be considered as well. At the meeting last night, the district board approved the agreement with the cities and also adopted the Ordinance 71 to update its solid waste regulations. I would say staff from the cities and the district and the attorneys been working very closely on these items for a while now. And since this is the first reading of the ordinance, and staff will bring back the second reading of the public with the public hearing at the city council meeting in January 2022. I would like to add additional things that any revenues that generated by the code enforcement effort on this program that the city will keep. So that concludes my staff report.
I appreciate that. Any question or concerns from board member?
Do we know how much of the what is it, the compressed natural gas Midway City uses?
The Midway City is using for the renewable gas, which is the natural compressed gas. I think they're using, just above 100,000 of gallons per year. So our target is about 160,000. So that's why we're counting some of this contractor like CR&R toward the credit as well.
Okay.
My question to our city attorney.
Yes.
I believe one of us is on the Midway Sand District. So how does this affect? Would he need to recuse himself? I just want to know.
Legally speaking, there's no incompatibility of office because there's a state law that allows you to serve on both. So there's a specific state statute that allows it in this situation. So by virtue of that, voting on the same matter, I think, is permissible. If there are, I don't think there's any individual conflict. This is a weird situation where the state law, which is Government Code 1099, which talks about incompatibilities of office, it creates an exception for situations where state law creates that exception. And in this case, there is an exception, which is why we've frequently had council members also serve on the Midway Sanitary District Board. So in that sense, the state law has determined that it's okay for a council member to voice its opinion on both boards. I don't know, Scott, do you want to add anything to that in terms of any particular conflict? I've got Scott Porter, who worked on the agreement itself.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, I move to recommend staff. To recommend that the mayor and city council to authorize the interim city manager to execute the agreement with Midway Sand District, and to authorize the interim city manager to approve the modifications to such agreement. And also the third one would be to introduce an ordinance for first reading.
Second.
And actually, let me add one aspect, a D, to the recommendation, which is that this involves a unique situation where we hold the public hearing on the second reading. And that's because we're adopting Midway's code by reference. And so there's a special rule under state law there. So just to add to the motion to set a public hearing for the second reading of the ordinance at the next council meeting, which is going to occur on January 12th.
Okay. I would do that to set a public hearing at the second reading.
I second it again.
All right, we have the motion and second to approve this item as recommended.
Thank you. And that is to approve the staff's recommendation as read into the record by Councilmember Ho, and also the ordinance title to read: an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster amending Title 8, Chapter 16 of the Municipal Code relating to comprehensive waste management program, and adopt by reference Midway City Sanitary District solid waste regulations. And that will include to set a public hearing date on the next regular meeting to be held on January 12, 2020. The motion was made by Councilmember Ho and seconded by Councilmember Monzo. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Tong.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item 5.3, approval of revisions to the Public Cable Television Authority, PCTA, joint power agreement. So may I have a staff report? And I believe that our city attorney is going to explain this agreement.
This item, and actually I wasn't prepared on this one, but I'm familiar with it generally, in that we have the PCTA, which is created for the member cities that participated in it. They help govern the operation of our video system and collect our PEG fees. The city of Huntington Beach was involved, along with Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Stanton, and recently in 2019 left. And that precipitated the need to redo the PCTA agreement. And so what's before you is an agreement which has been approved by the PCTA board and now is being presented to the member agencies for their approval individually. So this is being presented to you based on the terms which my office helped look at and analyze for purposes of protecting the city's interests.
Yeah, if I may add to that, this year I have the opportunity to serve as the chair of this JPA. And as the outgoing chair, now we elect Chair-elect Mayor Dave Shaver, or Director Dave Shaver of City of Stanton. And basically, I'm really glad that this year I was able to work on the new joint powers agreement. And putting this in place is a work in progress this year, and we finally have a new and very thorough agreement in place. And I believe in 1990, when the JPA was formed, it was formed so long ago, even before that, but in 1990, with the original 4 cities, even though the agreement was restated and amended by each member. Basically, the one topic that was really important that was left out was basically the exit of each city, because I mean the original 4 were on all the way up until 2019, as Christian has stated. Mayor Ta and I were there for that, and we as a JPA quickly realized that there was never an exit clause or a separation agreement in place when Huntington Beach wanted to exit the JPA. This new agreement presented to the council today is really a collaborative effort of all the members of the JPA, and as well as our new JPA attorney from BB&K. And by the way, BB&K represented us very well at our in court. Basically, they litigated against Huntington Beach, with the termination of the agreement with Huntington Beach, and they were very good. So I have a lot of confidence in BB&K, and since then we brought BB&K on, so they're now our JPA PCTA attorney. And so if you don't have any questions regarding that, I would like to make a motion to approve the revisions of this JPA joint powers agreement.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second to approve this item as recommended.
Thank you. And that motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Doe, to approve the revisions to the Public Cable Television Authority Joint Powers Agreement and authorize the interim city manager to execute the agreement. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next item, 5.4, council consideration of censure of Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Wayne for unacceptable conduct.
I'll take this item. At the November 10th council meeting, council considered statements that were alleged to have been made by Councilmember Nguyen, and there was a very lengthy discussion. At the conclusion of that discussion, the council directed my office to prepare a resolution of censure. I did proceed to prepare a form reso, which was prepared based on one in San Clemente, which I thought suited the situation. The reso needs to specify particular facts, and I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to get into that, but I did take based what was discussed at the November 10th meeting, put it in there, but then gave it to Councilmember Doe because I felt that since it was recommended by him, that he should be the one to make sure that the facts were stated how he wanted to have them. So that is what we have before you tonight, which is a resolution of censure and for your consideration and discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to read it for the records. Okay, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster censuring Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Wynn for unacceptable conduct. Whereas the city council of the city of Westminster had a duty to the resident of Westminster to ensure that state and federal laws and the rules, regulation, policies of the city of Westminster are followed by all members of the city council. And that member of the city council demonstrate the highest level of professionalism and respect while acting in the course and scope of their office. And whereas the Westminster's ethics policy adopted by the City Council on May 22nd, 2019 requires that each council member to affirm that they, quote, understand that the citizens of Westminster expect me to serve with dignity and respect and to be an agent of the democratic process, and will treat other public officials and members of the city staff and the public with respect, patience, courtesy, and civility, even when I disagree with the opinion they have expressed, and will be honest with other public officials, city staff, and the public, and will take responsibility for their action, even when it may be uncomfortable to do so. Will not use my office, my position, or any city resources for personal or political gain, and will promote consistency, equity, and non-discrimination in all of my decisions. Whereas complaints were made by another member of the city council asserting that Vice Mayor Chi-Charlie Nguyen had repeatedly violated the ethics policy by making false, inappropriate, and disrespectful comments in public concerning other members of the city council. And whereas at the November 10, 2021 city council meeting, the council agendized an item and discussed and considered at length the statements alleged to have been made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, and to decide whether a resolution of censure should be prepared. And whereas during that discussions, the city council duly considered the evidence and comments presented by other members of the city council, as well as at the comments and responses made by Vice Mayor Nguyen and public comments. And whereas at the conclusion of that discussions, the city council voted to proceed with the preparation of a resolution of censure. And whereas the city council has determined that Vice Mayor Chi-Charlie Nguyen violation of the city's ethics policy, as more particularly set forth below, has brought disrepute to the city of Westminster. And whereas the city council does not condone or approve this type of conduct and behavior, and finds it's necessary and prudent to declare its strong disapproval of such conduct. And whereas the city council further determines that adoption of this resolution is necessary to confirm that such conduct will not be tolerated and prevent from such conduct from being repeated. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster does hereby resolve as follows. Section 1, the city council finds that the recital set above are true and correct. Section 2, the city council finds that Vice Mayor Chi-Charlie Nguyen engaged in the following conduct in violation of the city of Westminster ethics policy, which require council members to treat all public officials with respect, patience, courtesy, civility, and be honest with other public officials, city staff, and the public. Section 3, Vice Mayor Chi-Charlie Nguyen insulted Council Member Carlos Manzo in an email chain in Vietnamese dated October 22nd, 2021, by purposely misspelling his last name and refer to him as Carlos Mangra, which means barbarian in Vietnamese. I included an original quote but for some reason it's not in here. Okay, Section 4. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen appeared on a Vietnamese television channel as vice mayor and falsely asserted that a majority of the city council has conspired, attacked, and kicked Mayor Trita out of his office in City Hall. During the same interview, he called upon the residents of Westminster to cite the recall of Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Councilmember Carlo Manzo, because they both had introduced this agenda item regarding the mayor's office. These statements were false and defamatory because no discussion of action has ever been taken to actually remove the mayor from his current office at City Hall. The mayor still occupies the same office to this day, and the item in question only talk about council member offices, generally not the mayor. Section 5. In a video interview with Huy Đức and Mayor Trita, which was posted on Nam Quan Facebook on November 29, 2021, Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen makes statements attacking the city council for kicking the mayor out of City Hall. He stated that Mayor Trita currently does not have an office. He further stated that if any resident wanted to meet with Mayor Trita, they should contact him by phone so that they could set up an appointment to meet Mayor Trita at various intersections, parking lots, coffee shops in the city, because Mayor Trita has no office in City Hall. He said that voters cannot meet him at City Hall. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen doubled down on the false statement when he stated in Vietnamese, điều đó là cái điều thật ra đã và đang xảy ra. Roughly translated, this issue involving the mayor's office, in fact, happened and has been happening. Let me play that actual.
Coincide with our committee.
Giờ phút này ông thị trưởng không có văn phòng làm việc, cái điều đó rất đúng. Và ngay cả những người mà cư dân ở đây họ có gọi cho chúng tôi, họ hỏi là bây giờ chúng tôi muốn tiếp xúc với ông thị trưởng, chúng tôi phải tiếp xúc làm sao? Thì thưa với anh Huy Đức cũng như là quý thính giả, cái câu trả lời của chúng tôi là đây là số điện thoại của ông thị trưởng, quý vị cứ gọi cho ông đi. Hiện tại bây giờ đó, văn phòng của ông không còn ở trong tòa thị chính mà cũng vẫn chưa có văn phòng ở một nơi nào hết. Thì quý vị gọi cho cái số điện thoại này, ông có thể hẹn quý vị ở góc đường nào đó, hay là ở ngoài parking lot, hay ở một cái quán cà phê để mà ông giải quyết cho quý vị. Và điều đó là cái điều nó đã và đang xảy ra, thưa với anh Huy Đức, là tôi biết được rằng là thị trường đã.
The Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen also stating in Vietnamese, although Mayor Trita currently has no office, the mayor has continued to serve the public selflessly when they need his help. Mayor Trita and Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen went on to reaffirm his call for people to sign the recall petition of Council Member Kimberly Ho and Council Member Carlo Manzo. Section 6. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen verbally and unnecessarily harassed and relentlessly questioned a non-resident Hispanic applicant at the City Council meeting on October 13, 2021 for item 3.5, Saturday Night Munchie Special, a special event permit. The applicant has completed an application to rent a City Hall parking lot for a community event he wanted to host. The Park and Recreation Department Director has evaluated and recommended approval of the application, which were completed as required by the city policy. But the council approval was required. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen spoke very harshly to the applicant, challenging him, and coldly voted no to deny his application because he was not a Westminster resident. There is nothing in the city policy or city ordinance that states special event permit shall not be issued to non-residents. This action demonstrated a discriminatory intent in an official decision, which was a violation of the city non-discrimination policy. Section 7, on October 24, 2021, Mayor Trita and Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen were interviewed by blogger King O. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen made statements knowing these statements were completely false, that Council Member Tai Do, Council Member Kimberly Ho, Council Member Carlo Menzo intentionally and maliciously took away the ability of Mayor Trita and Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen to contact city department heads. The council had recently discussed when it was appropriate for all council members to contact city staff and determined that councils should only contact them in limited circumstances when it was necessary to obtain information and should not order city staff to do anything. All directions should come through the city manager as set forth in state law. There was nothing in the city council discussion that targeted these rules only to the mayor or vice mayor. These false statements once again appear to be a calling for support to the recall effort of Council Member Carlo Menzo and Council Member Kimberly Ho. Section 8. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen has been repeatedly argumentative and descriptive during council meetings by interrupting other council members when they speak, and on more than one occasion has responded by saying craps when other council members make a comment or before voting on agenda item that he disagreed with. Section 9. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen also responded to council member Kimberly Ho's verbal assault, Thang Hang, Mayla Thang Hang. Roughly translated, coward, you are a coward. With you hang, several times doing that means you coward. Several times during city council meeting, which translates to her calling her a cow in Vietnamese. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen had demonstrated conduct unbecoming. Section 10, the city council finds that this conduct was discriminatory, improper, unprofessional, and unacceptable, and constitutes a violation of the city ethics policies. Furthermore, the Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen was acting as vice mayor when he engaged in this conduct and was acting without any authorization or ratification by the city council and contrary to the legitimate interests of the city. The City Council, Section 11, City Council hereby censures Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen for the conduct described herein and expresses the strongest possible disapproval and disavowal thereof. Section 12, going forward, the City Council respectfully but earnestly requests and respects Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen to cease and desist from any further false statements and improper and unprofessional conduct toward the other city council members. Section 13, mayors are signed as to the passage, approval, and adoption of this resolution. Section 4 must be 14. The interim city clerk shall certify to the passage and adoption of this resolution and shall affix a signature and city seal, and the same shall be entered into the book of resolution. Thank you.
All right. I really disappointed and do not agree everything in this proposed resolution. And like the last meeting that we had, council member being verbally attack each other. The only difference between the vice mayor and a majority of the city council, because he didn't have any majority. There is no violation whatsoever from the vice mayor. I kind of really surprised how come what happened in this city council. The vice mayor, he was a victim. In the last meeting by verbally assault by Councilmember Hall, how could he be condemned by a resolution? That doesn't make any sense. How many times council member in this body call me by name? How many times majority of city council from this body use different inappropriate language in many different circumstances to call me in the meeting? So the resolution doesn't make any sense. And I really appreciate a few residents who spoke earlier. I believe the residents in this city really want all of us to work together, to show respect, and move the city forward. Look at on agenda. How many items for majority of the city council you really care for the community? All I see in the item that council member, you try to create more issue, more tension among council members. We are a city council meeting. We not act like a judge. This is not a trial. Everything in this resolution doesn't make any sense. How many times council member spoke with inappropriate language against each other? How come only the vice mayor be condemned by this meaningless resolution? The vice mayor didn't do anything wrong. That's his freedom of speech, like all of you. How many times that you call me by name? We may disagree with each other, but you propose a resolution to censoring another council member. That's not acceptable. How many times that you call him by name? We may disagree with each other. But we need to move on. That's why members from the public, they can't really disappoint all of us. Because every meeting, you all bring up the item, two against me, two against the vice mayor, for your political revenge. It's not helping the city. We're more than welcome to, to speak like hours, to disagree every single issue. But proposing a resolution to against another council member, not helping the community. The community, they want to see that all of us really work together. And even the code of conduct that we passed in the past, if you disagree with the vice mayor or anything he said, you need to sit down with him. Talk to him. honestly. So I do not agree with this proposed resolution. It's not helping the city. It's not helping the community.
If no one want to say anything, I would like to respond to Mayor Trita's comments. You know, you're talking about, you don't understand the all the detail that listed in the resolution. Those are actual fact. Okay, you're talking about me try to political revenge, but look at what you and Council Member Chi Charlie Nguyen doing. I mean, you go into the Vietnamese media and drum up these false information, and you create so much turmoil in the community, especially the elderly Vietnamese who do not speak any English. You call them to become so angry at the city council, and you keep doing that with your political machine. And it comes to the point that we need to address this issue because, you know, it's a shame for us, Vietnamese American, to see you and Vice Mayor Nguyen to go out there and use the Vietnamese language to lie to the community and creating so much hatred and division to the point that we cannot do anything with the city council. Okay, we need to calm. We need the support of the resident of Westminster. Okay, we need to tell them the truth. We have enough of your lies, false information. You relentlessly keep going and you're telling people that you got kicked out of your office. Okay, you hear that? You hear, and I just played that. Okay, everybody heard that. You were sitting right next to Council Member Nguyen. When he stated a statement, they say that the mayor has no office. The mayor cannot do anything. I mean, you cause so much anguish in the community because they believe the truth. They believe the majority of this council try to bully the mayor, their beloved mayor. Okay, and they have to react, and you enjoy that because they believe you, and that's not right. Okay. You point out, you prove to me any of that thing that I say in the resolution is wrong. Show me. Okay, I can, you know, we have time. I can play those video clips. Okay, the posted by your political machine all over the internet. Okay, so it has to be stopped. You're talking about like, hey, let's work together. You know, don't call each other name. Okay. You know, we're not talking about Council Member Kimberly Ho, not yet, okay? And we're not talking about you, not yet. We'll address that issue, okay? But one at a time. We haven't discussed it. Doesn't mean that we're gonna let it go, no. Okay, we're gonna address the issue one at a time. Thank you.
I'd like to respond.
Can I have an opportunity since both
Okay, please.
already had it? Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I wish that at least one of you would sit in my shoes and see where I'm sitting from, where if the tables were turned, if this was a majority Hispanic community, spoke only majority Spanish, and you don't know what was being said about you, I would like to see how you would react to that, when you have no ability to even to defend yourself, and you have somebody in the community like Mayor Ta that's a lot of the older Vietnamese community members really respect and look up to, and they're hearing what he's saying and they believe every single word he's saying. And like I said before, that to me it's Mayor. I always refer to you as Mayor, so don't say that I don't refer to you as Mayor. And when I'm asked for an opportunity to speak, I always say thank you, Mayor. So don't say that I never show you respect in public and during the meetings. you know, how would you feel was the tables were turned? You know, where's this, you're discuss, I mean, let me make this other point. I find it very, very, very sad that, and I know you were involved because I seen a few pictures of you standing next to that Suburban with the desk in there and your picture on there. Is like, if I was Vietnamese, I'd be very, very offended to think that something so you and your your friend, I don't know what he is, Kino, would think that I would believe something so foolish. But people do believe it. I hear some comments from Vietnamese members of the community, and they believe that. How does that make you feel, Mayor? Are you proud of that? Do you really believe? Do you really, how much respect do you have for your fellow members of the Vietnamese community that they're gonna believe something so foolish? Does that make you, are you proud of yourself when you look in the mirror? That's very bad. But right now we're speaking about the vice mayor. You know, the vice mayor, I have to rely on translation because I don't speak and I don't read Vietnamese. So, I mean, I'm limited there and you know, it's hard for me I rely on other people. If you want to, if mayor wants, excuse me, if the vice mayor wants to call me names, so be it. But the thing that still bothers me the most is how the vice mayor treated that applicant, Daniel Figueroa, during that meeting. That was very, very disrespectful. And you know, I agree with everything in this resolution, but to me, that's the worst, that you treat somebody like that, vice mayor. I mean, a lot of the community that I spoke to said that was very discriminatory, the way you treated that applicant, and borderline on racism. Racism comes from all shapes and forms, from all kinds of different people. And that was very disrespectful. And yeah, you're right. This is not a good, Mayor, I agree with you. This is not a good way for us to spend our time here at the council. We have a lot of issues to work on in their city, homeless being one of the most important ones that we need to deal with. And I've been trying to do my best to try to bring that to light. But when somebody does wrong and somebody's treating somebody wrong and disrespectful, you can't blame the person who is speaking out against it. You need to look at the person who's doing the wrong and speak out against that person. You know, we look to people like you, Mayor, to be, you know, the leader, one of the leaders of the community. And if any member of this council is doing something that's not right, you know, you should speak up against that as well. You know, if the vice mayor was out of line, then I would hope that you would say, hey, you know, take control of that meeting and say that is not correct, stop. And I agree with you. That one of the probably two opportunities that I had to do an interview in Vietnamese media, I spoke out against a council member Ho as far as what she had said in Vietnamese was wrong. And it was wrong, but two wrongs don't make a right. If Councilmember Ho did something wrong and insulted the vice mayor should just been the bigger person and don't engage in that kind of behavior. But unfortunately, this is not good. I hate it that this has come to this, but it's got to be done. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable behavior for any elected official to act this way. Thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay, so regarding 5.4, you know, part of our responsibility of this council is to inform its citizens, constituents. If Chief Charlie does not find it to be his responsibility to do so, then he should at least not tell lies to incite chaos for the purpose of benefiting from it or for his own gain. This past weekend, I was asked by a group of citizens why the mayor and Chief Charlie are saying that the mayor is now homeless. To prove so, you guys were not the only ones that got asked the same question. To prove that the mayor's office is still there, I was doing a meet and greet at Liberty Park. I asked them to walk across the street with me. And I went to the back where I could access the mayor's office. And I notified interim city manager, Christine Corden, that I'd be taking a couple of people inside. She was fine with that. She was notified. Not a hair out of place at his office. He wasn't packing. There's like no indication that he was moving out anytime soon. I took the liberty of taking a few people just to see them, to show them on the spot. I didn't plan on doing this. So it wasn't a setup. It wasn't, it wasn't staged. So to prove that what they said were lies, what you said were lies. So you made sure I have no equal time on Vietnamese radio or TV. I end up with only 30 minutes a week. And you, hundreds of hours, hundreds. Okay, the reason you're doing this is so that no one knows any other narratives but yours, your propaganda. So it really doesn't help to speak Vietnamese if you can't go on Vietnamese media because
Councilwoman
been blocked.
Kimberly Hall, could you elaborate that a little bit so that we can understand what you mean by 30 minutes and then 100 hours? Could you elaborate that a little bit?
Well, I know you're not campaigning or you're not fighting a recall. So myself and Councilmember Collins Monzo, we have to fight our recall. So I'm sure he's, for me, I can only speak for myself. I try to get airtime, on there. I know that a lot of people are listening, a lot of these lies from Vietnamese radio, namely 106.3 FM, namely specifically Radio Bolsa and VNCR, and I could name more. But basically, I have to get my attorney involved, and so I'm going through that process because I want to be fair. I wrote letters, wanted to ask for equal time just so that I could, just so there's balance and so that people could hear both sides. But of course, you don't want people to hear both sides. You want them to hear only your narratives. So that turning to what you're saying is what you're doing is turning everything into a propaganda, and you're trying to drown us out, trying to block us from, from our constituents. So we're not able to speak to them. That's what you want. You bombard them with literature you send home. And I'm not going to go beyond that, and what money are you using to do all that? I'm not going to go there. But I'm just saying that, if you, part of our job, I want to repeat that part of the city council job is to inform our citizens. And if you don't do that, please don't go spread lies. It really, the word I wanted to underline here is incite. You are inciting chaos. People are upset. I get hate mail. I get hate texts. And, and so I really feel that I need to present to people my story or my side, or it's our council point of view, for instance, regarding your office. And that was the reason I took them over there. I said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'm going to take you over there and see for yourself. So they did. So now they know those were lies. It's not just sad, but it's upsetting that you blatantly mislead people with the purpose of inciting for your political and personal gain. It is your tactic to get them so upset that they will be so ready to sign the recall papers when your staff come to their house. It is unprofessional. Your people that you hired go on air and they put our names, you know, Kimberly Ho, Carlos Monzo, recall Kimberly Ho, Carlos Monzo, here's the phone number, call us. And the whole show is about these lies that they make up. And it is it's unprofessional to say the least, unethical, uncharacteristic of how elected officials should act. So with that, I'd like to approve.
My turn to speak, Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor.
All right. First of all, I was surprised with the number of people from the public calling in tonight and oppose the censoring. I want to thank you, those who calling in and voice your opinions.
Those are your people.
I think that only one person speaking, please. Councilmember Ho.
Yeah.
To talk about the conduct, but you interrupt Vice Mayor. Please let him speak. I'm not appreciating when someone speak and then you
only need to say one
you
sentence.
all want to jump in.
Right?
Let him speak.
Go ahead.
You're not respectful.
So thank you, those who calling in and voice your opinions. And I want to thank the mayor for your fairness with your judgment there. Mr. City Attorney, you said that you have helped prepare this resolution. My question to you, did you have a chance to verify what you put there?
No, again, the facts, I just prepared the form and then I gave it to Councilmember Doe and he added the facts, and because I wanted to make sure that that wasn't coming from me because it didn't seem appropriate to me.
So these facts are not coming from you, and you have not. You did not prepare it.
No, these are based on what was discussed at the last council meeting, and then what Councilmember Doe added.
No, I mean it's a lot more than what it is. What we would discuss at council meeting last time. And I warn you before that, before you put the, down, you make sure that you verify the fact. But, whatever it is right now, I rest my case. But this is what I have for you, Councilmember Doe. Lie, 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 and pan on fires. I want to tell you, the 3 council members, Hodo, Menzo, that I don't take these craps for real. And I did not lie. What I said on the media, I said it here at the meeting. This resolution that you just read, Councilmember Doe, should apply to you. In fact, it should apply to all 3 of you, Hodo and Menzo, for your actions, for your behavior. Devoted by the gang of 3 council members, yes, what I said was true, and I'm more than happy to provide the witness to you. Whatever that you just playing from the recording, I have people personally call me and ask me about that. I'm not afraid. If you want, I can bring you the witness. So it's not a lie. Go ahead and play it more and more, again and again. Now, I cannot believe that the 3 of you still pursue the censure motion, despite the public uproar in taking this course of actions. The residents are trying to recall some of you because of where you are taking this beloved city. Censure is not a way to resolve disagreement or differences in opinions. The city council body cannot function if the majority keeps throwing censure at other members for anything they disagree with. Just a couple months ago, Council Member Ho was trying to censor both the mayor and I without any substantial evidence. We challenged back. And I wonder about that censure motion. Was it dead or alive? I haven't heard it back. All right. I am not finished yet. Let me finish it. You never stop bringing shame to the city for engaging in action which are truly barbaric and full of crimes. Barbaric means uncivilized, undemocratic, and lack of rules and law. Crap is an American slang term for something that is silly, vulgar, nonsense, or of no value to anyone. And you know what? You accuse me of saying something that is false, inappropriate, or disrespectful without presenting any evidence of any such statement being made anywhere. Your conclusion, assuming with appropriate translation, is not evidence. I challenge you, the three of you, to present any of such statement in its true form. Then we will discuss whether is it false, inappropriate, or disrespectful. You know what? Without presenting such statement in correct form, I have no way of knowing how to respond to the charge. For that reason, it is very barbaric. For the same reason, it is full of crap. Councilmember Doe, you accuse me for responding to Councilmember Ho as you coward, while you ignore her repeated statement with worse and more vulgar terms, all in Vietnamese and in the same conversation. Councilmember Ho, I have to say that you are shameful for voting along with your gang member to censure me for an uneducated statement that you started. You three may have the power of 3 votes, but you still need the basic common sense and fairness. Now, what is the point of code of ethics that you are talking about, Councilmember Doe? Last election, you see thousands of flyers came out from your gang of 3, which is Councilmember Ho, talking about ethics.
This is off the subject. Could we
Talking
stop
about
that?
you.
Councilmember Ho,
Right?
I
off
patiently
the
listen
subject,
to
City
you and to
Attorney.
other council member. Let him speak.
This is not.
Let me finish.
This is not the
I
subject.
let you my term. So everyone calls everyone liar in the chamber. But that's not different from calling someone as coward. What different is that Councilmember Ho actually made a series of statements which were so vulgar, uneducated, low class, and uncalled for, which triggered a widespread outcry from the Vietnamese American community. Not only here in Westminster, but also from the Vietnamese around the globe. What she said or did really brought shame to all generations of Vietnamese worldwide. And now you have the audacity to charge me for saying 2 words while ignoring her series of shameful statements in the same exchange, Councilmember Doe, it is both barbaric and full of crap in every sense of the words. You accuse me for saying that you have voted to remove the mayor's office out of the city hall, when the resolution clearly says so, and it's now become the policy of the city and the direction for the staff to carry out. Do you have a problem accepting the fact? You and I may have a disagreement over how to explain that vote and resolution. But a censure motion is not a way to resolve that disagreement. I am very proud to say that everything I say here in this chamber and out in the community is only the truth, and I stand by everything I have said. If you have any problem with anything I say in this chamber or in the community, please bring me the quote along the date, the time, the location where such statement was made. Then we can have a debate over whether such statements are true or not. To do otherwise is very barbaric and full of crap. Your censure motion will not silence me. I said it before. I am saying it again. Simply because it is barbaric and full of crap. Let me share with one of such incident where people may understand what that barbaric and crappy silencing means. And I have a picture for it. And unfortunately, I can't put it up. I can share the screen. And I sent this picture to the city interim manager or city clerk. Would you please showing that picture, please?
Vice Mayor, can I say something real quick?
Right, no,
we teach our children not to use foul language. I don't know if you understand.
I
think you understand what that means.
You already have your
You need
chance,
to
and
stop
now
saying-
it's
you
my
need to
turn.
stop
I
using that
patiently
language.
listen to you all, so let him
I
speak.
know, I'm saying you need to stop using that language. We
Please,
teach
let's
our children-
maintain order.
Let him speak.
We teach our children not to use that
So
kind
the
of
pictures
language.
that I'm trying to
Maybe you don't
refer,
understand the English language yourself very well.
I will.
You might need to take a lesson in English language.
Vice Mayor, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, you're
I
muted.
wrote that for him, so he just knows how to read it. So, sorry.
Vice Mayor, can you unmute yourself? Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry. I respect you by listening you. When you speak,
Yeah, I
it's
did.
now my turn. Please let me go ahead and finish my portion, and then you can comment.
Okay, we'll just stop using foul language.
Don't interrupt your vice mayor when he's speaking.
My
All
vice
right?
mayor?
Yes.
You're so full of
That
it.
was okay. The
You
picture,
have
that
such
I'm,
a big
the
head.
picture that I'm showing you, okay, that was when the Vietnamese police was muffling the father Nguyen Van Ly at his own trial when he was about to speak to answer to the criminal charge of saying bad things about the Vietnamese communist government. The muffling of Father Lee's mouth at his trial was a very barbaric and full of crap, like what you do here in this with this sense of motion. Father Lee was sentenced to some 20 years at the trial where he was not allowed to speak, but it did not silence him at all. People still respect every word he's been saying since then. The picture is up for you guys to see it. That was Father Nguyen Van Ly. People still respect everything that he's saying. The image of Father Nguyen Van Ly was being muffled by the police officer at his own trial has become the iconic symbol of freedom of speech and human rights violation in Vietnam, even until today. You do not want to come on the billboard like that, right? And please, do not bring the city of Westminster with you for the action on the censure motion today. Well, it's up to you
To call
do
the question. You've had enough.
No, you can't stop me.
Motion to call the question.
It's up to you to do whatever you want because you have 3 votes.
I think we need to let
But
him.
I urge you to consider the best interest and the image of the city of Westminster, where you have taken an oath to protect and to defend rules of laws.
Propaganda is.
I will not take this part in this censure motion because it is very barbaric and full of crap.
Is borderline
Like
communism.
to call the
Last but
question,
not least.
please. Could
Last but
He
not
have
City
a
Attorney,
few
please
sentences to
call the
finish.
question.
Let him
I'm
finish.
not putting
I think we need to
People do not want to hear this. This is going on and on, and also
Okay.
Councilmember Ho, I am
the
not
difference is
finished.
that you tell the lie.
No.
It's okay, but when you tell the lie,
I think we need to
You
let
have
him.
your turn to
know the
speak.
difference between the lie and
You
the
have
truth.
your turn to
No,
speak. It's
let's
my
go for
turn.
the question, please.
If you want to, I will entertain your when you are speak after
Call the
mine.
question, please.
Okay, so right now you can't. City Attorney,
Man,
I
could
have
you,
not finished my.
finish, please? Stop attacking people to finish what you have to say. Go ahead.
Okay, then please let me finish. So, last but not
get out
least,
here.
Councilmember Doe, you remember that you did the robocall trying to record the 3 of us last time? I still have that. Tell me whether you did the robocall or not. You did. And now you're telling me about, talking about recall. Come on. Think of yourself. All right. And you know that Councilmember Menzo, Councilmember Menzo,
I think
you've
he's
been,
attacking me. You know what? This is not right.
I am
He's attacking each person. This is not right. He's attacking each person. I call the question. I call the question, please.
Mayor, if I may.
He's attacking each person. That's not acceptable. Please stop.
Okay, Mayor, let me just say, before we make a motion on anything, you need, by law, you need to allow each council member an opportunity to speak to the item in question. So
But that's the item.
at this point, the council members, I would say that Councilmember Nguyen should be allowed to finish what he's saying at this point. When he's done with that, that would be the appropriate time to bring a motion to call the question.
Thank you.
Everybody has had
to respond to what was saying in the resolution. Don't go off the tangent and say something that is so crazy.
I am addressing
address
with
all
what
the
is
stuff
there.
that we say in the
Because you guys
do that.
You guys are trying to censor me, and you are not letting me to speak.
Okay, address what
kind of court is it?
So you cannot say anything.
So
in the resolution.
Councilmember Menzo, you've been accusing me for talking behind your back in the media. This is the 4th time I ask you in the council meeting that please tell me, please bring the evidence that when it happened and where and what I say. Until now, you have not even proven that what you are accusing me. Okay. Now you don't have any concrete evidence at all to tell me that. Councilmember Ho, you did not get airtime from media. It's not my fault. Simply put, they don't like you. They cannot take your lies. They don't blame me for that. Go talk to them. You lie about my fundraising. Okay, it happened in the same day, and you at first
Why is
trying
he
to
going off
organize.
tangent like
Okay?
that? And that should be
Well,
allowed.
that's the lie
You
that you are
cannot
talking
have
about.
someone go off
Okay?
tangent like that, city attorney.
Yeah,
Well,
let's just stick to the agenda item, which is the issuance of the resolution and the claims in the resolution,
In the
anything related to
resolution.
that.
yeah, okay, so the lie is after lie after lie, you know, why he said about, you know, the part that the media don't give her time. Is it part of the censure? Is part of the resolution? I don't think so. And why can't I respond to that, city attorney? I can. When she brought it up, I can respond to that. So again, okay, that's enough. And I will not take this part in this censure motion because it is very barbaric and full of crap. Thank you.
Again, Vice Mayor, we teach our children not to use that language. Obviously, you don't understand the way that you use that word. Maybe you need to get some more information
That's
on
all right.
language.
With the three of you, I have to do so.
Be respectful. That's the exact reason what we're talking about. You think it's right. You just keep saying that word over and over again.
Yes.
Maybe you need to get some.
That's all right.
Explain to you the way you use it. Obviously, you don't know what you don't know what respect is.
Then don't try to censor me for things that I don't do. When I speak out the truth, you have to respect that, right?
Then stop using the word and stop.
Well, if you stop
carry yourself
me,
with honesty and respect, and maybe you get
I will stop.
Let's keep order. Keep order.
Other question. The conversation is over.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let me make a quick response, very quick. No, it's hey, listen, Councilman, when this resolution is not mean to attack you personally. They just want to make sure that you have to understand this is a serious business. You know, you cannot use that word "craps" on a city council meeting. You know, I know this is your second language, and that word is not included on the hook on phonic. You know, so
that's all right.
It's you should not let your kid use that word either, and this is not totally inappropriate. And that's why the reason why we ask you not to do that again. And you could continue throwing that words out like it's going out of fashion.
I will not using those words if you stop censoring me.
Vice Mayor, let Councilmember
we just want you to treat everybody civilly. I mean, I when I first started, I faced a lot of challenges. I say a lot of stuff. Yeah, but I use logic. Reasoning. I don't throw words out like that to personally attack anybody. Yeah, I attack you on the council. Yes, but I use logic. I don't use personal attack. And you're talking about what Councilwoman Kimberly Ho did to you. Yeah, it's not acceptable. I never say it's acceptable. Okay, but what surprising me is being insulted by a woman in our culture is like it's a terrible thing. But for some reason you do not respond or complain. If you want to complain, bring it up, put it on the agenda. We talk about it. Okay, we have the council will be happy to talk about it. It's totally inappropriate. I never say it was appropriate, but right now we're talking about you. Okay. This resolution basically just asking you, please act civilly. Okay, you can disagree, yes. Okay, provide logic and prove your point. Okay, no more personal attack, no more interruption, no more going off the tangent and personally attack people. Okay, you should focus on what we have at hand. That is the exact reason why the meeting keep going on to like 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Please, I'm asking you, please.
Then take the censure motion away, because what you did is not correct. That's why I said what I said. If you think that, just like the mayor said, that if you have any problem with me, okay, why don't we sit together and talk about it, trying to resolve the problem, instead of trying to accuse me for this and that, for me to telling the truth, you know.
I did. We did. Right? First time when we got elected,
I don't think so.
It was a terrible experience.
Have we ever?
And so there's no communication civilly with you right at the beginning. But hey, listen, this is not a personal attack. This is just basically this. What all the stuff that listed on the resolution was actually will accurate. Okay, the evidence of it. Listen, just be patient. I'm a good investigator. Okay, all my stuff when it's written down, it's good in court. Okay, it's fly every single time. Okay, so don't give me that, because exactly what I put down on that resolution is 100% accurate. Okay, I just only be able to play a short clip of what you say with the mayor, and he's just sitting right next to you and nodding in approval that and he support your lies when you're telling people that he got no office. So if you can address any of those resolutions and saying that the information that we listed in there is not accurate, I'll be happy to respond or provide additional information to prove our point. But right now, it's up to the council. All right, and I mean this resolution, I drafted, but I need help with the professional, and that's why the city attorney have to help. Just like he have to help any of elected officials to do a resolution. It's all me. I never talked to anybody else on the city council. I never talked to Councilwoman Kimberly Ho. I never talked to Councilman Carlo Manzo. It's just me. I stand on my own feet. I'm responsible for what I wrote. So please stop this so that we can move on and taking care of city business. Thank you.
Do it.
I'll second Councilmember O's motion.
That the motion to call the question?
I think she motioned to approve this censure.
Okay. Okay, a motion and a second then.
All right, we have the motion and a second to approve this censuring resolution.
So the motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Manzo, to approve a resolution of the mayor and city council of Westminster censuring Vice Mayor G. Charlie Nguyen for unacceptable conduct. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Manzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
No.
Mayor Ta?
I strongly register a no vote, and they don't get the majority of the city council. In the second meeting in October, you vote to separate my office from the city hall. And we all know that when the majority of city council decide, that become a policy. And Councilman Doe, I mean, like, I'm not appreciate you propose this censuring resolution. The community, they going to upset more. The community, they want us to work together. They don't want to see us to divide, to create more issue, to create more tension among us. All right.
And Mayor, just for the record, the motion did carry 3-2.
Thank you. So next item, 6.1, continue from November 10, 2021 meeting, introduce and conduct first reading public official and employee interaction ordinance amending Westminster Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04.
A motion to, or,
Can I make a comment about this real quick? Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Or you want to go ahead and
Well, I just wanted to make a comment as far as what I'm still saddened that the mayor can't see the big picture with this. I mean, Mayor, you've been around City Hall a lot longer than I have, and you know the issues that our city has had in the past. And you know that, I mean, our city has been known as to be pretty much an ATM machine for everybody to come and sue us. I'm sure you know how our city gets sued very often, correct? I mean, if it's not for one thing, it's for another. And this policy, I'm hoping that it's the turning point, a point of change for our city, that, you know, better days are coming where things that happen in our city are done for the betterment of our community. And we build together as a city council together an environment for city staff to be able to do their job free of any, not that I'm not accusing anybody on this council of anything. This is just something that I feel that it needs to happen. In the past, we've had issues. Other cities have policies similar to this because this policy, parts and pieces of it was drawn from other cities. So this is not new to our city. I mean, it's new to our city, but it's not new to other surrounding cities. They have this. We don't. There's been an atmosphere in the city hall for probably even before your time. If you read news from the 80s, our city has had issues. And please take yourself away from this picture. This does not have anything to do with any one member of this current council. Why can't we take ourselves out of it? If we say that we're here to serve the community, why do we keep looking at it saying my office? No, this is the office of the mayor. Going in an all council in the same building where we're taking the politics away from City Hall. Why can't you guys say we lost a country because of the lack of democracy? The picture that Vice Mayor just showed.
What are we talking about? Are we
I'm talking about this 6.1 right now, and now you're interrupting me.
Yes, but I thought
let Council Member Menzo speak, please.
And I'm just asking us to everybody to take ourselves out of this picture. This is for city staff, for them to feel that we as a council have their back, that they're going to be able to go do their job professionally and not be afraid to that somebody's looking over their shoulder, that there are going to be ramifications politically or any of that. Our city is behind so many other cities, and I feel that this is the beginning of the change for the better. Just do yourself a favor and drive around other cities and see how much better they're doing than we are. And then look at the history of our city and everything that our city has been through since before your time, before any of our times. Can we together as a group say, yeah, we're gonna do something for our community. We're gonna have our staff's members back, and they're gonna be free to do your job professionally. What's in here, I feel that like some of the comments that Vice Mayor has made that you're not allowed to speak to department heads, it's in here. and it's in the policies of many other cities. Not just, it's in here that we have to run our direction as one. We act as one body, not as individuals. If we need information for department heads, we can ask them if it's just simple, where it doesn't require a lot of work and hours for them to pull out this information. It's okay for us to ask department heads. This is a city manager form of government. The city manager runs the city, not the mayor, not the one individual council member. Why can't we see that? Why are you taking this, that this is an attack on you and your office? It's not. Why can't you do that? If you came to this country for freedom and democracy, then why can't we see this, that this is good for the community? This is good for all our city staff to have this freedom. Read it, read what it says. It comes from many other cities.
Are you done?
Okay,
Can I speak?
I want to respond to his comment. I never said that. Now you accusing me again. Remember
What
when
am I
this
accusing
item,
you of? What did I accuse you for? What did I accuse you of?
when this, you tell me that why, why I take like kind of personal, not about me. It's not about me. You remember when you guys brought this up? Kimberly Ho was the one who attacked me. Okay, I didn't say anything. So I just want to let you know that, hey, I'm questioning. I asked the interim city manager that question, and I recall that, it was way before that. Kimberly Ho asked the city manager, Eddie, could we, interact with the department head? The answer is yes. And also when the interim city manager, Sherry, also stated again by you guys, not me. So when this item brought up, I didn't say anything, or I asked the interim city manager to confirm that was the case or not. So don't try to accuse me or blame on me that I'm trying to take it personal. No. So I want to let you know that I did not say anything. All right.
You did. Okay, may I speak? Okay. Okay. Yes, you did. As I said, I brought up this agenda. Okay, I wanted an ordinance. I wanted a policy to protect the staff, and I simply wanted that. I just wanted to protect our staff because, and as I said, if you remember, if you recall what I said when I first brought this up. Today we're bringing it up for the first reading of the ordinance. But when I first brought this up, I said, I don't want to name any names. And Chi Charlie kept saying that no one did anything. Why did this have to come on and be agendized? And I said, well, there is a reason. There are reasons, but I did not want to name names. And I think you guys remembered that. Okay, so then he forced me to name him because he was the reason. But anyway, you're right. I believe Councilmember Monzo, you're very right that we're not trying to put blames. There was mentioning of Eddie Manfro. Eddie Manfro is not here. Sherry Johnson is not here. And we have the interim city manager, Kristen Corden. And as like I said, if things were going well, we would not have changed. We would not have changed anything. But things were not going well. This is exactly what I heard. I don't want to repeat myself, but I told you why we need this ordinance. Okay, again, to protect our staff. And since we put this ordinance on, I don't know how long ago that was, staff feel I hear that staff feel very relieved knowing that there is this ordinance. And I know it's still, we have one reading. I don't know if we have a second reading, but and then after that, it will take effect, there'll be like 30 days period before it takes effect. But the whole purpose is to protect staff. And if you have a problem with protecting staff, then I don't know what exactly, you want to do in a case like that. But anyway, so if it's okay, I'd like to move to approve.
I second it.
Can I make a comment before we vote? Well, thank you very much, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Councilman Manzo, to bring this forward. This is exactly what I wanted since it got elected. I said before, and I can say it again, policies are our friends as a city, as a government entity. Policy protects us. Policy set the boundaries. Policy is just like, holy land. Okay, you do everything within policy. You stand on that magic carpet, that holy area where the laws protect us. When you do something out of policy, you are in a no man or no woman position. No one gonna go out and bat for you and rescue you. So that's why policy is always good. Thank you for doing this. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly what the city need. This is exactly what the city staff need. This is not a blame games, okay? Even though that we never have this such policy in the book, but we still have to operate on this wavelength and on this because these are state laws. Okay, this is not something new, but for whatever reason, we the city of Westminster is still back in the Stone Age. We don't have anything written down to protect anybody. So this is nothing new. And because of this, and the mayor, Trita, and Councilman Charlie Nguyen, picked this up and said, celebrate this as an achievement for our city. You should take one pixel, just one little clause, one sentence in the back. Just say, let me read that so that everybody can understand. Where is that? Just one little clause that 2C, mayor and city council office shall be kept separate from city hall. Okay? And this become an addiction, Councilman Nguyen and Mayor Trita drummed it up and go and jump on the Vietnamese media. I remember VNA, right? VNA broadcast your pay program, and you was like crying, almost to the point of crying, saying that my office is the first time ever happened in the history of this great country that I got kicked out of my office. Please help me. You call the people to overthrow the city council, do a resolution. It's really theatrical. I mean, it's just like, I guarantee you're not going to make you're not no A-list thespian, that's for sure. But it was very dramatic, and it's create such a turmoil in our community, in the Vietnamese American community. I like that word, incite. I really like that word. That's exactly what it means. You incite, like almost a riot, almost a coup. Calling people to overthrow this city council. And what bothered me is you have no shame of doing it. You and Councilman Nguyen, you have no shame of doing it. You're going out there and listen to all the elderly Vietnamese, very respectable people, and they were so angry. They were so angry. They were so passionate. They were yelling and screaming and calling names of the city council member. There was so much hatred because you know what? They trust you.
Accusation.
They trust you. You are their beloved elected official. But I don't blame them. This is devastating our community right now. I apologize to the resident of City of Westminster. We cannot do anything because this is what we have to deal with. Okay, it's good that you don't speak in Vietnamese. Okay, but it's become a responsibility when you understand the Vietnamese language and when you pay attention to all the turmoil. I mean, it's just like a dark web. If you understand what that expression, this is exactly what the dark web is. It's go there unnoticed. Nobody knows what's going on unless you are in it. It's terrible for our community. It's destroyed the bond, the cooperation, the respect of different ethnic groups in our community. This is very bad.
I'm sorry if I'd like to know, is the police chief here? I'd like to ask him a question.
So you know what? So that is a reason why we need to just I'm asking you, Mayor Trita, Councilman Chichari, please stop this madness. Okay? Yes, this is in policy. Why don't you use your ability, your leadership, and negotiate and talk to the city council? Okay? Because no one on this council ever proposed an agenda item to say, hey, let's enforce this policy. Have we ever had that city clerk or interim city manager? Have we ever proposed anything like that?
Like this?
I'm sorry?
Like this?
Yes.
Policy?
To move the mayor's office?
The language is there.
Is that a no?
So as far as a policy to move the office?
No. As far as the council, has anyone ever proposed an agenda item to get the mayor's office out of City Hall per policy?
Not what you discussed in the
Listen.
meeting.
Let's the interim city. Has we, the elected official, ever asked you propose any agenda item to move the mayor's office? Yes or no?
Not a specific, I don't know.
No, okay, good, thank you. Okay, so this is what we're talking about, leadership. Okay, whatever, in a policy, and it happened. Why don't you do that instead of going out in the public and drumming up all these incite such a riot? And it has to stop. So please stop doing this so that we can focus. This is not a game. You think it's a game? It's not. Thank you.
May I ask the police chief a question, please? Hello, our police chief. I want to really say hello to you because this is the first time we talked since you've been on board. And welcome to Westminster, by the way. My question to you is, when someone incite a riot or incite chaos, is that a misdemeanor? Is that a crime?
It is a misdemeanor.
A general question.
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought, because I know how they're, just to incite, right? And just by inciting, by using words to incite. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Whatever means, whatever way to incite a riot, possible riot.
So like 415.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It sounds like Penal Code Section 415.
Thank you. Okay, so that's I I feel that we do need to move forward and do good work for our city. But in order for us to move forward, we've got to stop telling lies, making up lies. And really, if you go on some of these YouTube videos that the mayor and Jay Charlie are doing, I can tell you that really these folks are so mad, so upset by the words that you use to describe. If we talk about the seat or the mayor's office, you choose to use or describe what we propose. We didn't say we're going to throw you out. We didn't say you're going to be homeless. But when you use things like that to describe what we're trying to do, we're really trying to do good things here. We're trying to prevent possible lawsuits. And as you know, we've had so many for I say in the last 10 years since you've been a mayor, we've had a lot of lawsuits. And so I think it should be a collaborative effort, everyone's effort, not just my own, not just, and it's not going to end here. This effort is going to have to continue on with the next people who come on the council. So we're going to continue to try to do that, but it needs to start with us individually. So we need a second for this item.
We have a second. Let me just point out that there were.
No, I like to respond first. I like to respond because they already talked and I didn't even speak about this item. Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Ho, you are acting too much. And it's really funny to me, Councilmember Doe, you try to give me a lecture, like a moral lecture from you with all the behavior you have for the last 3 years on the city council. You try to act up the policy you passed, and you couldn't even prove what did they do wrong for the last 9 years. When I was in my office at the city hall, you couldn't come up with any evidence. What did they do wrong? You said about a lot of lawsuits. What did they do wrong with all the lawsuits? You couldn't even prove anything. All you want to do, you try to kick me out of my office at the city hall, and you couldn't come up with any plan, with any solution. It's really funny. You are elected official, elected by the people of the city, and you said something really irresponsibility. Okay, I don't use my office, so the mayor more welcome to move in my office. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I could hear something like that in a meeting. You are aware that I'm more busy than all the council members, because it's not because of me, but because the nature of the job. I sign more paper. And then you try to move my office. You try to separate, you use the word separate office from the city hall. And you try to act up, oh, this is a good policy. I mean, like staff, they want to see me after every meeting. They need me to sign a lot of paper. And you try to separate my office. You already voted to separate my office from the city hall. That's not realistic. That's not a good policy. So don't try to act up. Don't try to give me any moral lecture. You're not a moral person. Don't try to act it up. All right?
Can I say something real quick, Mayor? Thank you.
I'd like to respond too. So
okay, can I say something first? Mayor, by the things that you just said, it's clear you still don't understand the whole point of this policy, and you still don't understand that many other cities have this. Nobody ever said that you did something. If you really want to understand, you need to read it and then look at other cities' policies and understand the whole reason behind it. To prevent influence, please do some reading on it. And as we explained before, other cities, the way that their buildings are set in a manner where there's different wings of the building where it's possible that this council and the mayor's office can be in a different part of the building. That would be a way to separate, to keep it apart. But the way our current situation is with the city hall building and the council chamber building, we don't have extra wings. Our building, the city hall building, is small. Nobody accused you of anything. And you still don't understand the whole point of this policy. That it's to prevent that, just that presence. The presence of an elected official, of staff, changes the way it's possible to change the way that staff goes about doing their work. You don't have to do. You don't even have to say anything. You can just your presence, just being there. Any of us. It can change that. If you don't believe me, next time if you're in there and there's a staff meeting or staff members talking, just walk up and you'll see that it's just any of us. Not that any of us are doing something purposely. It's just the nature of the way it is. And by doing a policy like this is going to help our staff to be able to really produce and do positive things for our community. It's a plus. It has nothing to do. Nobody accused you of anything. Can you try to understand that part of it?
I'd like to remind the council right now is over midnight. So do we need a motion to continue?
We need to finish.
Yeah, sure. Let me respond to Mayor Trita real quick.
No, but do we need? City Attorney, do we need to have a motion to continue, or we don't have to? Okay, so as a pleasure of the council.
Yeah, it's technically not into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, just real quick. You know, I appreciate Council Manzo's statement. But I don't think that Mayor Trita is not capable of understanding what's going on. You know, he's a very intelligent person. You know, he's been elected since 2006. So he's been as elected official for a long time, and you're not intelligent. You're not going to be able to stay in that seat for so long. So for asking him to understand something, it's just it's a overstatement. I understand it well. But my question to you is, Mayor Trita, do you have an office in City Hall right now?
You already vote. You already decide that my office is separate from the City Hall, and I don't have any other office. So my answer to you that my stuff is still there. But do I go to my office? No.
So how do you handle, sign all the check and stuff?
I go to the City Hall, and then the secretary, council secretary, they give me all the paperwork, so I have to sign.
And you don't go to your office at all?
Because the council already vote.
Is that a yes? Is that a no? You don't go to your office at all? You don't
but my stuff's still there.
You don't sit down at your desk?
But my office is the office that if any resident, I hope you understand, if any resident, they want to meet with me, they are allowed to meet with me in my office at the City Hall. Is that making sense?
And who gonna stop you from doing that? Meeting.
How come you guys vote in a policy? How? Okay. Why?
Let me ask you that. Who would stop you from meeting a constituent in your City Hall's office?
But why did you contradict yourself? Why did you put in a policy that the mayor and the council office shall be kept separately from the City Hall? That's in the policy. I have to respect the policy anyway.
Okay, so you respect the policy, so you volunteer not using the office. Is that a fair statement?
I really want to use my office, but I mean, like, how? Because you guys voted.
Okay, so if you use the office, is there somebody gonna go and arrest you? Somebody gonna stop you?
I mean, like,
I could ask like Christine Corden, the interim city manager, could you clarify, does the mayor need to leave his office now, ever since we passed that resolution, or for him?
His office still there?
His office? I mean, are you expecting him to leave now? So maybe we want to clarify for mayor to know whether he could still use his office, and roughly how long do you think he would be moved to the other building?
So after you were all done with discussion, yeah, that was going to be the next point of clarification. So it's clear in the policy that, and it's not reflected correctly in this, that the council chamber, or that the mayor's office was to be moved into the council chambers. That was actually adopted in the original resolution. So that being said, staff is requesting the council to determine what that would look like in the council chambers. I know a couple of you offered to give up your offices for the mayor, but at the same time, there wasn't a real clear direction which one it would be, et cetera. So at this time, the mayor's stuff is still in that particular office, but he has not come in to sit in the office, like he did before. He would come in.
But the thing is that by choice, or did you tell him not to come in, not to sit in his office?
Because of the vote.
That is by choice.
Because we
when you
passed.
Vote here, when you vote, it doesn't mean that it's going to take effect.
It's not by my choice, but I respect the policy.
Okay.
It's not by my choice, but I have to respect the policy anyway.
Even if you go through an ordinance, you approve the ordinance.
Councilman Hall, could you let the interim city manager respond to your question, please?
Go ahead, please.
I didn't direct the mayor either way, because we had no alternative for him in the chambers at the time.
Do you have the authority to order him not to go into his office?
No, it's a public building and he's still currently the mayor at the moment.
Okay.
So the point is that he basically, Mayor, you've been on as a council person and a mayor for 17 years. And you know that every time you pass an ordinance, that's going to take time, and especially when staff has to arrange and an office for you, and then the ordinance need time to take effect also. So I don't understand if you exaggerate and you choose to not to come in. That would be on you, not on us. So please don't twist our words and don't incite the
for
public.
dramatic effect.
That's all I'm asking. Is that you don't incite the public and you dramatize everything.
You guys voted.
Okay, can we call the question? Because we already have a.
No, I have.
Can we ask the city attorney, please tell everybody in clear sentences how this works? You have a first reading, a second reading. How does it work? Does he have to leave his office like a month ago, or does he have to? How long does it take for this ordinance to take effect?
Okay, there was a resolution. There was a resolution passed in October. Okay, and then subsequent to that resolution, there was a decision made to pass an ordinance, which has not been approved yet. This is the first reading of that ordinance tonight. But we do have a resolution. As to when that goes into effect and how it goes into effect, that's for the council to decide. Yeah. So far, there's been no discussion as to when and how. But there was a policy adopted saying that in general, mayor and city council office shall be kept separate from city hall and shall be located in the council chambers. So that was in the resolution.
So, but there's a first reading and a second reading.
And then 30 days to go into effect.
30 days after that.
Yes, but it was in the resolution.
30 days after the second reading.
Right. And
how many years have you been elected official, Mayor Trita? Okay, don't answer that question. Okay, I don't want to.
But I'm new to this.
But you to go out there and drum up incite the public to be angry at city council for the political strategy is not acceptable. Okay, so it's very clear right now.
You know, if
you volunteer, just a second, sir, let me finish. It's very clear in this meeting that you volunteer not going to your office. Okay, if you say that a form of protesting, okay, I get it, no problem. But saying that because of the city council decision that kicked you out of your own office is a lie. Nobody has authority to kick you out of that office. Okay, so you know, it's not too late. Just right now, you just come clean and say, you know what, I make it up to protest or whatever. Then yeah, we can understand. Otherwise, we're going to talk about this in a very near future because this is not acceptable. This is it's from you are an elected official. People trust you. Your words mean something, okay? And for you blatantly lies about the city policy, and the thing is really killed me is to the poor, law-abiding Vietnamese American, the elderly who do not speak English, and use the Vietnamese language to lie to them. And so many people so angry about this. I'm glad that we clarified this. I'm so sorry, city interim city manager, that we have to put you on the spot to clarify this, because otherwise, the public still think that the council evict Mayor Trita out of his own office. Right now, he has no office to work with. Thank you very much.
So
So I'd
before,
like to
but
speak-
before anyone, I'm sorry,
I
before,
want to speak. I want to make my point here. You guys don't get it. You're a council member. When you approve a proposed policy, that become a policy. You approve a resolution. My office must be separate from the city hall. And then you try to say that, okay, your office is still in the city hall. We don't have any action to remove your office from the city hall. You are lying. Come on. We need to understand we are elected. When you vote,
Wow.
that
You really
means that
say
you separate. No. That means you
really
separate my office from the city
Policies,
hall.
ordinances work.
no, so,
Please
okay,
say
let me just before we get into any discussion about this whole ordinance resolution, because I think we've spent a considerable amount of time about logistics here. So a resolution was adopted. The resolution does take effect immediately. That is correct. The direction to make it an ordinance now becomes a law, so that enforcement becomes a lot more strict. And of course, city attorney can interject if you're wrong. By adopting this policy altogether, it does move the mayor's office to the council chambers, regardless of who the mayor is, but it does move to the council chambers. Staff is really at this point just interested in knowing where you want to put them. We have Jake on the line right now. We could talk about construction costs. I could talk about a couple of ideas that we have to logistically do that, but we are just getting off track on the focus, which is if you're gonna, adopt this ordinance and it is going to be to move the office, let's just talk about logistically where that is.
Waiting for the council direction.
Before we move into that phase of where to move him and how to move him and all that, could we make it really clear that he could stay in his office until all this,
just a second. Give me the help.
we have it, his office
Just a
ready?
woman, please. Just a second. Okay. The city manager is going to be the one who implement all this stuff, and she cannot do it without the direction from the city council. Okay. No, none of individual elected official can order her to do anything.
Right.
They only take order from the body, the majority of the city council, and we haven't talked about that. We never brought that up, and it's not a priority.
That's the problem.
Okay, we don't have to enforce that. Okay, until the decision is made by this body, government body of the city council, the city manager will not do anything. Am I correct? Well, thank you very much.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
I suggest you make a motion to.
No. I want the vice mayor to speak because
I have not speak about this item, so it's my turn to speak now. I have request. Okay, that's, I appreciate that the interim city manager clarify that when the resolution voted passed, it take effective right away. That's clear. And then let me go back and trying to go back with the point that the council member Doe said. Do you remember that you said that my office is available? Same thing for council member Menzo, said that my office is available. If you don't think that he need to move out of that, then why you offer your office? And you think that he is going to take your office for that? The answer is no. The thing is when you voted and passed the resolution, what you need to do right away is to give the direction to the staff of where his office is going to be. You failed to do that until now. Until now, staff have to ask you for the direction. That's the problem right there. Don't you see that? So let me tell you this. You ask us, the mayor, wait, let me finish. You ask the mayor and me to respect and let me tell you, and do not lie about what happening. I am saying to you that I did not lie. And I am very proud to say that everything I say here, again, in this chamber or out in the community is the truth. And I stand by everything that I said. Okay? You shouldn't open your mouth and saying that you have the office and you are going to give up your office. At the same time, you did not give the direction to staff of what they have to do. And so, when the resolution, when you voted and the resolution passed and it take effective, do you think that he is going in there and sit in the office until you said that out? Or somebody said you are no longer allowed to be here? Do you think that the mayor
wait.
to take that?
Who can tell him to get out? Nobody.
Wow.
The city manager can implement the policy when she got the order from the majority of the city council. There's no individual elected official on this council can order the city manager to do anything.
Dude,
okay?
you still don't understand when the vote
Is that
voted
true?
already,
Is
the
that true?
resolution take effect. Did you hear
No,
that from
we
the
did not
interim city
discuss the
manager?
detail. We did not
Come on.
discuss the detail. Okay. You know what? Please, Councilman Nguyen, please.
Can we move forward?
Stop all this
I
drama.
wanna, move forward as far as the location. I think at the city chamber situation with the 4 offices there, I think the most northern office has the most privacy as far as people walking by it. There's a conference room, there's the door that exits to the south. I think the one to the most northern office that has the most privacy is the quietest. So I recommend that would be the office of the mayor, any mayor, not just this mayor, and that we have some sort of common area. One of the other rooms can be a common area for all council and the mayor to have mail room, any other copiers, any other kind of equipment, an opportunity for photos if a constituent wants a photo, or some sort of maybe a conference table there or something. And then the other 2 rooms can be shared on an appointment basis or something by the remainder of the council, where there's no construction needed. It doesn't need to have any sort of construction. That was my recommendation, where I think that would be the best, and really have all of council really have all the operations in the council chamber. So that's my recommendation.
So I think the 2 rooms, he could take 2 rooms, So he doesn't lose real estate, and he could connect the two rooms with like an opening. And that way he could use one room, as you said, turn that into a meeting room. And if he has guests or, so it could be one room would be for his office, his desk. So I think he would have plenty of room if he takes two rooms and connect the two and make it one big one. And the other two, I agree that we could all share. And I like, as we said, and I believe in the media, you really created a lot of we share the room. It doesn't mean that we're going to be sitting next to each other or on top of each other. So please stop saying things like that, to insinuate that there's that. I'm not going to go and repeat it, but sharing a room does not mean that we're going to be in there at the same time. So I think it would be, if any council person want to use the room, they could either, first come, first serve. So if they're there that day and that room's occupied, then we use the other, but less likely we will be there at the same time. Just from looking at
because
right now this point,
can I just say something quickly?
we have a need
because
to.
this isn't really agendized, this whole discussion about what to do about where to place the mayor. It is impacted by what's being adopted. So I think to some degree, what we should focus on is adopting or not adopting this policy, and then maybe make a short-term fix or something. Say until we can talk about this and study it, because Jake's going to have to come cost to for what Councilmember Ho just suggested. I would suggest that you choose to adopt the policy or not, and then say, starting, when on a temporary basis, this will be the office until we figure out what else to do. Something like that.
Yes, I don't know if I moved to approve 6.2.
Yeah, we did move.
We did.
Yeah, we already seconded
Question.
6.1.
Yeah, you did. But I wanted to know because in the original resolution, it is true, and Terry Raines did point out, and this should reflect that on the second whereas, instead of October 13th, it should be October 27th. And in the original resolution under this policy 2C, it says mayor and city council offices shall be kept separate from city hall, and you added the phrase "and shall be located in the council chambers." So if you want to incorporate that into this as well.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does the second agree to that?
Yes, I agree to that, but can I make a clarification? I thought our interim city manager needed that direction, that information as far as where that office would be.
Right. I guess on a temporary basis until you can figure out.
I suggest in the temporary basis until this is all worked out, that he just remain in the current office until we figure this out, until we can get. There's nothing saying that he couldn't be in there now. I don't understand why he's not choosing to go in there.
Councilmember Ho, do you agree to that?
I'm sorry. What was it?
That the wall.
Yeah, go ahead.
That wall. The wall logistics as far as how to get him over there and what to do with the rooms is situated, that he remain in the office, his current office.
I definitely, if we didn't have to say that, it's, but if we want to make it really clear that I think once we have everything settled, then that's when he would make his move over to the council chambers.
Correct.
Definitely, the mayor should be where he is and stay where he is, and until
further direction from the
further
council.
direction. I think we need to agendize it, like you said.
And as far as when this policy would take in effect, city attorney, what do we need to?
Yes, well, this is an ordinance, so it would require 2 readings. This is the first reading. So the second reading would occur in January, and so you're looking at around February 12th or so.
Okay.
That's when it would go into effect.
All right.
So if the
We
council,
can try to agendize something in January, first meeting of January.
yeah, we can bring back costs
Yes,
and,
yes,
yeah, we can bring back construction costs. We'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so those changes are incorporated into the motion. We have a motion, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and second for this item.
Councilmember Ho made the motion. Councilmember Monzo seconded to approve the ordinance as amended, as stated, to include the changes on the second whereas from October 13 to October 27, and to amend the section to add shall be located in the council chambers. And then the additional direction is that the mayor remain in his office until further direction. And direction was also provided to staff to bring back construction cost in the January meeting. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes,
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
No.
Mayor Ta.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
If you could read the title of the ordinance and introduce your first reading, read by title, waive further reading, that'd be great.
Thank you. I apologize for that. An ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, adding section 2.04.130, public official and employee interactions, to chapter 2.04, city council, to title 2, administration and personnel of the Westminster Municipal Code regarding public official and employee interactions.
All right. Next item, 6.2, continue from November 10, 2021 meeting, resolution approving code of ethics and conduct for elected and appointed officials.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second to approve this item.
Motion was made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to approve a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster adopting City of Westminster's Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
yes,
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
For the record, we already voted on this one before, and, we adopt the code of ethics. This is just another way of doing that. I don't see what's wrong with the one that we approved before. And actually, Councilmember Ho was approved along with that. So with that reason, I abstain my vote.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes, I abstain. I abstain also because, we already had that in place, but I respect the majority of city council.
Motion carries 3-0 and 2 abstentions.
All right. Next item. 6.3, resolution requesting California Citizen Redistricting Commission to keep all the cities, including Little Saigon.
I think we have the 6.3, right, Mayor?
Yes, it is 6.3 about the resolution.
Oh, okay. Are we doing that right now, or?
Yes, that's right now.
Yes.
City attorney's
right.
going to read it into the record.
Yes, please.
Okay, the resolution that's being proposed basically states a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster requesting the California Citizens Redistricting Commission keep all of the cities constituting Little Saigon, including Westminster, together with the city of Huntington Beach in Assembly, Senate, State Senate and congressional districts. That's the title. Whereas the California Citizens Redistricting Commission is in the process of redrawing the boundaries of electoral districts, including congressional, state senate, and assembly districts. And whereas the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley together constitute the Little Saigon community in Orange County, and whereas Little Saigon and Huntington Beach have many shared commerce streams and cultural overlap, and should therefore be drawn together in the same assembly, state senate, and congressional districts. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster hereby resolve as follows. Section 1, request that the commission to include the Little Saigon community, including the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley, together with the city of Huntington Beach, within the same assembly, state senate, and congressional districts. Section 2, the mayor shall sign as to the passage, approval, and adoption of this resolution. Section 3, the interim city clerk shall certify to the passage and adoption of this resolution and shall affix their signature and city seal, and that the same shall be entered into the book of resolutions, and then approved, passed and approved by the council of the mayor.
Vote approved.
Second.
All right, we have the motion and second to approve this resolution. Roll call vote.
Thank you. And that was a motion made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster requesting the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to keep all of the cities constituting Little Saigon, including Westminster, together with the city of Huntington Beach in assembly, state senate, and congressional districts. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item, commission and committee items. 7.1, consideration of removal of resident seat from Planning Commission and Oversight Board.
I brought up this item, so Mayor and Council, with the Council voted to pass the ordinance number 2576 regarding to nepotisms for the board, commission, and committee last month. I would consider allowing Mr. Weston Seat, who I have appointed to the council member, to the Commission of Planning, as well as to Oversight Committee, to continue to on both bodies would be in conflict with the recent approved anti-nepotism policy. So I'm hereby bring it up so for the council to be considered. The removal of a Western Seat from the Planning Commission and Oversight Board.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
I have a-
City Attorney, the nepotism, the ordinance being passed, when, what was the details of that as far as when, you didn't say something about new appointees from October's, whatever that day was?
Yes, that's correct. The ordinance technically isn't in effect also yet for another 2 days because it was originally introduced on October 27th. Second reading occurred in November, I believe on the 10th, and then 30 days from that would be 2 days from now to go into effect. But the ordinance itself says that it relates to any appointments made after October 27th.
Okay, thank you. So did he, a question for Vice Mayor, since he was your appointee. Has he done anything, like displayed any kind of action or something that would warrant from his removal, like lying, or I mean, any kind of, was he being vulgar or missing a lot of meetings or something? I mean, I don't know. Because we already have this ordinance in place. I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay, thanks for asking, and I would go ahead and respond to your questions. I wouldn't even suggest of anything if the ordinance that we passed last month. But because of the ordinance, we put out the policy, we put out the ordinance, we should stand by with that regardless. I understand that you guys trying to put a clause in there as a grandfather, but a policy is a policy. If you think that you could come out with policy, but you make exception, for this and that, well, I think that is double standard. Okay, if you tell that people that, hey, there is no smoking in the restaurant, but at the same time, for those people who've been smoking, you can continue smoke in the area. I think it's double standard. So here, I would say that we don't know that what is going to happen, but the policy has already been passed and the ordinance is already been assigned. We need to follow the rules and the regulation that we vote, we establish. Okay, and you have the 3 votes. You do whatever you want to do, but it's my responsibility because I was appointing him, and I have to bring it up. And so whatever happened, I don't know. I am being done. I'm doing the job as obeying the law that we've just passed. However you want to vote it, it's up to you.
Okay, may I speak?
Please.
I know that Weston Seed had sent in something before the meeting as requested, so I don't know what happened to that. I don't know, Christine, are you going to read whatever statement?
I don't have it in my inbox, and I don't know if it's in my junk or my spam, but I don't have an email.
He sent it to you. He's actually out of the country, and so he called in at around 5 and said that he didn't have any internet access. So he sent to you, and then he also CC'd me, and that was at 5:38. I'm gonna forward it to you, Christine.
Do you want to read it? Since you have the copy of it, you want to read it?
I would like Christine to read it because I haven't read it myself, really, because I got it right during the while we were in the closed session, and I haven't had time to read it at all. But if you could look for it in your inbox, I don't know why you wouldn't get it. It was sent to you.
Yeah, we've been having email issues actually. So.
Okay, do you have it now? Did you read it? Still?
You just went into my spam.
Huh?
You went into my spam, so let me.
Oh, okay. So that's one I forwarded you. It's one that to you originally. Okay.
Okay, so it just says, thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Weston Seed, Planning Commission Chair, and I live in the city of Westminster. Don't understand why I'm being singled out, not only in previous meetings, but explicitly in this meeting for item 7.1. My name's literally on the agenda. I'm sorry, but it's hard to feel not targeted and being discriminated. Something happened with my computer. Without having any grounds of my actual performance exposes the city to a defamation lawsuit. This is a clear example of politics being put before the well-being of the city. It's been an honor to serve the city for the past 3 years, 2 as vice mayor and this past year as chair. I'd like to continue on the commission. I've got 1 year left to serve out my sworn duties, and as things are reopening, the city development is on the rise. Planning staff, developers, and the commission cannot afford to lose another commissioner. Let's focus on recovering our economy out of this major pandemic instead of politics. I would like to serve the rest of my term that I've sworn an oath to fulfill. At the end of the day, I will respect and honor the decision of this council as I honor the council's decision to instate the new policy for future appointees. Thank you.
Yes, so for my comments, as a council member, you have the right to put this on for consideration. I understand that, I get that. So tonight I'm saying, you know, Mr. Righteous, Chief Charlie, but mind you that as a council, we indicate that in the ordinance, this new ordinance will be applied to any commission appointees on or after, I apologize, on or after October 27, 2021, even though legally for any new ordinance, it doesn't take effect for 30 days after our second reading, which is December 10th. And that's like another day. We as a council should not single out anyone or go against what the council already decided. It would be wrong to do so. We're singling him out. So I have a problem with that because we wouldn't do that to anybody, and especially our younger generation, when we encourage to participate, to give back. You know, now we're targeting them, and this is not right. Weston is an independent thinker. He has done exceptionally well on the Planning Commission. As evidence of how he's doing, his colleagues appointed him chair. Chief Charlie is defaming Weston's character, targeting him for public embarrassment, and doing it maliciously. It doesn't take me long to figure out why Chief Charlie wanted to remove Weston's seat from that seat, that he fought hard to appoint him 2-3 years ago. When Charlie appointed Weston, when Charlie appointed Weston, he qualified and justified the appointment by saying, you know, here's a bright young man and very similar to myself, and on and on. So you remember that, Chief Charlie. It is not about you deciding to be righteous today or any other day. Today is your second attempt at removing Weston because you know he is in your way. He's in your way. Here are the facts. Chief Charlie has been bringing his developer friends and donors to meet with staff, putting pressure on and direct staff to bend over backwards for them. As I said, when I put that ordinance regarding city council and staff interactions, that was the whole reason. The whole reason was developers were coming up to staff and yanking them from their daily work, with Chief Charlie facilitating and enabling. So when I agendized the council and staff interaction agenda, Chief Charlie was the only one who fought it. I did it to protect staff. I heard that after that policy was put in place, as I said earlier, some staff have expressed to me their feelings of relief. Relief because they no longer have to put up with the pressure. I know all the developers and donors that you've helped, Chief Charlie, have to eventually go through the Planning Commission to get their projects approved. And Weston Steve is now in your way. You want to replace him with someone you could direct, and you need to replace him ASAP. And not wait until the time comes when these projects make it on the Planning Commission agenda. Next, you're fighting so hard to replace me on the council with a council person that you could direct and be in cahoots with. Then you would have 3 votes. The majority, you have the majority to pass your friends' projects at the Planning Commission. So once my recall, say if you have enough signatures, I get put on the ballot, that'll take us to May. And so say I get recalled, you have a new planning commissioner because you'll have a new someone that you probably will work very hard to win my seat. And then you have a new planning commissioner that you would direct. So a lot of damage will be done between May, June, June to November, when your term ends. That's 5 months, 5 months long. And I cannot bear to see, I would never be in cahoots with you. And that's the problem. I would never be in cahoots to do wrong. So just a side note, I will pull some of the previously approved projects that got approved at the Planning Commission that looked suspicious, and I will pull them for the council to review. So with that, I
would like to respond, Mr. Mayor.
don't need to respond.
Please, please.
Okay. Kimberly Ho, you heard me from the beginning when I present the items. I said, I wouldn't do it if there wasn't the ordinance passed by the council members last month. It's very clear. I have not talked or been talking to Weston or seeing him for a year. Why are you accusing me that he is in the way? And what a lie when you say a project, specific project to approve. Name it, prove it. I want to see it. Because I have not done anything with the planning commissioner for a year. Prove it to me. Don't just say it. What a lie. You can't lie to the people like that. When you say something, identify it. What project that you're talking about? Speak it out loud. Don't wait. Why wait? Okay. If you said that I'm single him out, I said I'm not single him out. I do my duty as I have to see when we pass the ordinance. I have to bring it up. It's up to you guys. Still, it's up to council to vote it. However you want to vote it, it's up to you. Okay? And you tell me that I'm single him out, or he said that I'm single him out. No, because he's the only one right now in all the committees is the son of a council member. None of anybody in there, as I asked the city interim city manager last time, none of the members in the committees are related to the council member, except for Weston Seed. He is a son of yours. And that's the reason why we have to do it.
You know what? I have a hard time with you because I don't know.
And
how
now,
much
okay,
education-
wait, I haven't finished yet.
Mr.
I wait for you.
Charlie, how much education have you had?
Councilmember Ho,
You
I
have
think
such a
that we
hard time
all
understanding
patiently.
some of these
Councilmember
agendas.
Ho, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Charlie,
Councilmember
how
Ho,
much
we all
education have you
patiently
had?
listen to you, please.
I just want to
Let-
say that we don't want to embarrass anyone. We already
Let him
said
speak, please.
October
Please,
27th,
I said, please.
even
We
though
all-
it isn't effective
all
until tomorrow.
patiently listen to you.
We are,
Now, the
Mr.
time for
Charlie,
other
would
council
you
members to
just
speak.
reply? Just let
All right,
the
let's
general
have
public
order.
know how much
Can we have
education
order?
have you had?
Please, please, please.
What kind
I
of
said,
education
please,
have
let
you
him
had? Because
speak.
you have
You know,
so
CT,
much time
Question,
I'm
let me-
sorry.
city
No,
attorney.
We need
We
to
need
let the
order.
vice mayor speak because, we all patiently listen to Councilmember Ho,
Councilman
please.
Nguyen, would you
Okay,
allow me
so
to ask you a
let
question?
me finish mine,
want
and then
to
you can
support you or not?
let me finish mine, then you can speak. No problem.
No,
Can
I
you
want
let him to finish and then you're more than welcome
I
to
am
ask all the
almost
questions,
finished.
Councilmember Do, please.
Okay. So let me ask you, are you going to sue me? You mentioned it in the last meeting or the previous meeting that you're going to sue me. And then you go on radio, on Fobosa, And you said that you will sue Charlie Nguyen, not the city of Westminster, but I will sue Charlie Nguyen. Go ahead and make my day. And if you want to do it, please do it quick so that I can be here to serve the court, because I am planning on vacation. What route are you going to take in order for you to sue me? Don't try to scare people. I am not afraid. Just like you want to sue Council Member Doe, you know, at the beginning. I wonder where that case is about. Don't try to threaten me. Okay, no more.
Okay, yeah, maybe I have a couple of questions. Christian, would you be so kind and explain to the council the policy on appointing commissioners?
Well, it all depends on, I mean, depending on what commission you're talking about, but basically the council makes.
Planning commission.
So the planning commission, I could look up the policy just so I can have it. Give me a moment.
Well, you know, when the city attorney is looking up the ordinance, I got a couple of questions for you, Councilman Nguyen. Okay, so
Vice Mayor, still until we voted.
Councilman Nguyen, when you appoint Weston C, did you talk to have an agreement with Councilwoman Kimberly Hall when you appointed him a couple of years ago?
Repeat the question again, please.
Okay, when you appoint Weston C, I still remember your speech when you
Oh,
spoke.
yes.
Okay, did you have a conversation with Councilwoman Kimberly Hall and then have an agreement with her to appoint?
No,
her?
I did not. I know that what I said before when public asked me the question, I remember vividly that I reviewed his resume. He sent me the resume I reviewed, and I know that he involved with the nonprofit organization, and I encourage, you know, for the young people to join and to you know, to do the public works.
Yeah, I remember
okay,
you.
So I'm very impressed of what he, you know, from seeing his resume. So I defend for why I was appointing him. Until this point, I have no problem. Did I mention any problem? You know, I have problem with him. As a matter of fact, I just mentioned that I haven't seen him for years. I haven't talked to him for years. So I have no problem. The thing is this, the council, you know, passed the rules and regulation, and no one above the law. And that was the reason why I brought it up. And this is the anti-nepotism, you know, regulation that we just passed. What's wrong with that?
Question, I'm ready.
Okay. Basically, the planning commission consists of 5 regular members, each of whom shall be nominated by a council member and appointed by the city council in accordance with procedures established by the city council resolution. Every member of the planning commission shall be a resident of the city of Westminster. Any member of the planning commission may be removed from office by a majority vote of the city council.
Okay, so if the majority of the city council agree, then but you know, have we planning commissioner being removed by the elected official who appointed individuals into the commission in the past?
No, it would require a vote of a majority vote.
I understand, but has we have anything like that? Because I remember a commissioner come and goes all the time. I'm not sure if they've been removed by the council or not.
Well, if they voluntarily step down, then there would be no need.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, there's a court case. It's a precedent set it in Huntington Beach, like a couple months ago. I think, you know, one of the mayor Carr, I think, she removed one of her commissioner for some activity, and then that commissioner sued, and the court ruled in the elected official favor that serving the commissioner is not the right. You remember that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with that case, but they are a charter city, and so they have different rules. So there may be specific rules and reasons involved in that case. I wouldn't want to compare them, but certainly serving as a commissioner is not a right that someone would have. People they request to be part of commissions, and we add them, and you could potentially remove them in the council's discretion.
Okay, so it's not a right, it's a privilege, right?
Yeah, but we need to be careful not to embarrass people either. So I think that is an important element.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's this issue was brought up by Councilman Nguyen a couple weeks ago. He merely asked a question to the city attorney, and it triggered Councilwoman Kimberly Ho to have such a emotional response. Calling Councilman Nguyen out his name, and it's really bothered me. It's really bothered me for to see Councilwoman Kimberly Ho respond in such a violent outburst, especially use of such words, and it got everybody attention, especially the Vietnamese media. I was saying Vietnamese, and most people, English-speaking people, have no idea what was happening in that particular meeting, and Councilman Nguyen never addressed the issue. So, and at the same time, I understand why Councilwoman Kimberly Ho respond in such a violent outbursts verbally. It's a mother instinct. It's something that she tried to protect her offspring, who was appointed into the commission position by Councilman Chi Charlie Nguyen. I totally understand that, but that very extreme response is also the foundation for the nepotism policy being adopted by businesses and governmental agencies across this country. Rules are written in in my life business are written in blood. We have rules because things happen in the past. Unfortunate thing happened in the past, and same thing with nepotism. So when talking about blood relative, especially talking about taking care of your offspring, there's no logical. It's hard to be professional toward your offspring. That's the key issue in here that I'm seeing. I heard the interim city clerk read the letter from Western Sea. Let me ask Councilman Nguyen one question, sir. Have you, since the last council meeting, have you reached out to Western Sea and asked him to resign?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because I just apply what we, I told you already, it is no one above the law. And I am, and also the city attorney stated that the council will need to approve, the majority council need to approve. So what I have to do is I have to go and present it to the council, and the council vote however you want to vote, okay? If you think that you want to keep them, the majority vote to keep them, to keep him. But, I do according to the policy that we need help to.
Is that a no? Thank you. So you didn't ask him to resign?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I mean, yeah, the rules are rules, but we have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. The law say, hey, you do not walk on grass, but then, somebody walk on grass and they got arrested or cited. And then you figure out, they tried to run across the grass to save the kid. Then, now you have the spirit of the law and the letter of the law.
Okay, Councilmember Doe, can I
just a second,
respond?
sir. I'm not. Okay. So, so that's what I'm talking about. I mean, if you appointed him, you can reach out to him privately and say, you know what, I think you should resign. Okay, and see what happened. Okay, he might say, you know what, I'm a man. Okay, I don't need to depends on my parents to get to where I am right now. I can go and make my be my own man, find my own position, and how people appointed me in the positions where they respect me for me, not to my parents. Okay, you understand what I mean, right?
Yes.
And but so I listened to the Western say in the email, he talking about defamation lawsuit and discrimination, and knowing that the individual person who appointed him into the commission used to be his mother's political ally, but no longer in such a case. If it was me, I would resign, because knowing that's what's come next. So, but and again, I mean, it's my concern is, if I appoint someone to a position of commissioner, do we have the right to remove the person? I would like to think there is, because if for whatever reason, if I think that an individual is not fit to serve on a commission, I like to think that I have the right to remove it, because I do it for good reason. I don't do it with bad intention. And, there's no reason that we should not allow that to happen. But I mentioned it's when we pass that resolution that it should be grandfathered in. We would not immediately remove the commissioner because the resolution passed up with the fact. But my concern here is, the person, you cannot, you shouldn't remove other commissioner that you didn't appoint, but the one that you appointed, I believe that we, as a council, we have the right to ask the council to remove that individual. If is that a retaliation? Yeah, I think so. I think there's some, the relationship goes sour. I mean, I think that's the intention of Councilman Nguyen want to remove Preston seat from the planning commission, which is okay, which is normal. I mean that and it's normal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't like the parents, so why do you like the kid, right? So I get all that, and I don't really believe that you're saying that because of the rules. Yeah, please. You're probably the last person who respect the rules. My concern here is, do I have the right to remove the commissioner that I appointed?
Yes, let me respond to you. Okay, first of all, it's an allegation that you said that I try to I do this as retaliation. You heard me from the beginning until now. Have I ever said anything against him? I only said that it's because we passed this ordinance, and I, as a council member who appointed him, I need to bring it to your attention, to the council attention. Clear? That's number one. And then let me enlighten you that any appointee for different, for any, even traffic commissioner, traffic committees, you can remove them if you appointed them without requiring the majority council vote. You heard this from the city attorney, and you heard it from the interim city attorney, interim city manager said that I, as a person who appointed a member to be in the committee, I have, or you have the right to bring it up. And this is exactly what I did. Now, going back to, hold on, let me finish.
Replace what's in seat with.
Let me finish this.
I want to know who you're going to replace.
You asked, I want to thank for your, I want to thank.
Listen to what I asked you.
No, let me finish.
Who you going to replace?
Let me finish this. I thank for your recommendation to talk to him. But did you remember when I brought it up last time?
You already answered that.
She threatened to sue me, and she gone on the full side. She said she will sue me, particularly not the city of Westminster.
Who you gonna replace?
You think that I will go and talk to him? I'd rather bring it to your attention, to the council attention. Let the council do whatever that needs to be done.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again.
I'm
who
done.
you replace Western seat with? Do you have another commissioner? Who are you going to replace Western seat with?
I don't have anybody. I don't even know that if the council, vote this way or that way. I don't have anybody in mind right now.
Okay, so if the council support your recommendation, so you will let the majority of the city council appoint a replacement, would that be satisfactory to you?
No, we need to follow the policy.
Really? No?
Let me tell you that the policy is that each one of us can appoint a committee, a person in the committee.
No guarantee that
this one, I will have the right. Hold on. Just recently, just last meeting, Kimberly Ho appointed a person into the planning commission, right? That's her appointee, and the council is to approve it. So I have the same right as her. You have the same right. Everybody have the same right. Why do I have to give up my right for something that you guys are going to vote together? I have the same right. You remember last meeting, she appointed Terry Hearn into the planning commissioner.
You don't like Terry?
She brought to the council approved it. So same thing.
Can we move on? Can we move forward?
If you agree to move, to remove Seaton, I will have to find somebody who qualify for that, and I will present the council for approval.
Let's move forward. I just want to say a comment. We could have avoided all this if the council back in, I think it was in 2019, when the original Code of Ethics, Code of Conduct was brought forward, and it had a anti-nepotism policy in there. If that council would have voted it in place, we wouldn't be in the situation back when the vice mayor's daughter was on there. Let's just move forward. Is there a motion? What's going on?
I'd like to motion to so basically considering, it says subject consideration and removal Western Sea. I move to not remove Western Sea because we don't want to single out as a, I believe we voted and we said starting October 27th and on. That was the vote by the planning, by our council. So I believe we need to, should stick to that and not embarrass the individual, not to single out any one person. I think everybody would appreciate that.
Is that being seconded already? I like to a comment real quick. like to support Councilman Nguyen. On the basic, I have to the right to remove my appointed commissioner for whatever reason, and this decision is going to set precedent, so that any of the council member later, if they want to remove their own commissioner for whatever reason, now they have to deal with the mercy of the majority of city council, and it can be problematic. But on the other hand, we're gonna replace one person for another person who may or may not qualify to serve as a commissioner, especially the planning commissioner, very important. So I'm not sure that I really want to go with Councilman Nguyen, because I don't know. Who's going to appoint? If the council, whoever you're going to appoint, the council have the right to approve it, and then at the same time, the council have the right to modify your appointee and replace and appoint that approve that person to be on the service. So there's nothing in the policy say that the majority of the city council shall approve the appointee. Am I correct, Christians?
No, it does require the council to approve it. Each commission's different for different reasons. The Community Services Commission, I was just looking through, does seem to indicate that you could remove your appointee in that particular instance. Planning Commission is kind of a more serious commission because they do have final decision-making authority on CUPs and certain other things that they're given, unless it's appealed to the council. So it is a very important, significant body. It's important that decisions are evaluated by people that are going to take the time to consider it. And so there's different rules. And in that situation, a council member puts forward a name, but it has to be approved by the majority. And then it says that they have to be removed by a majority.
So there's nothing in the policy saying that the council, the majority council, have to approve.
Yes, it's in the code. It's in the city's code.
Okay, I just want to understand clearly. So there's nothing in the code saying that the majority of the city council have to approve the appointee.
No.
Who was appointed by.
I think
can I say something, please? Can I try to explain?
The nominee.
Yes, not a nominee. Yes,
the nominee. Okay, the nominee. Okay,
so
so
the council member nominates someone, and then the majority approves that nominee or disapproves it.
Or disapproves it.
Okay, so there's nothing in the code that's saying that the council, other member of the city council cannot have a substitute motion to nominate a different individual to be appointed to the planning commission. Is that correct?
I wouldn't think so.
It does indicate that the council member should be putting forward the nominee.
What was that?
It says that the council member should be putting forth the nominee.
Okay.
It says each of them to be nominated by a council member. Well,
okay.
Just
a council. Nothing in there to say that other council members shall not have a substitute motion to replace that nominee. Am I correct?
Yeah, that language is not in there. I think the gist of it is that each council member nominates someone, but it's subject to the rest of the council agreeing.
Okay, so other council member, including the mayor, can provide a substitute motion and replace that nominee with a different nominee, and it's up to the majority of city council to approve it, right?
Yeah, ultimately that's for the city council to interpret it code. That is not said in the code that you currently have. You
it-
you would either need to interpret it to allow that, or change the code to allow that.
Oh, so it's not enumerated and it's not illegal, right? I mean,
Council, if the council agrees that that's allowed in accordance with what's in the code right now, you could do it.
okay.
If the
Thank you.
council interprets it that way.
Thank you.
I just have a little bit of a issue with, I think that for any council, any member of the council, if they would want to, if that person would want to remove their nominee, their nominee appointed commissioner, I think there has to be a valid reason for it. It just can't just because you don't like the person. I think that once they're appointed by the majority of the council, in order to remove that commissioner, I think there has to be a legitimate reason why you would want to remove that person.
But is not in the right now, right?
Council member Menzo, I didn't say that I don't like that person.
No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't say that. I'm not speaking about you. I'm just kind of, the conversation is kind of taking a different direction right now. So that's why that's what that comment comes from. You know, yeah, I don't think it's. I think that person would have to have done something to warrant his removal, his or her removal. So that's just my thought on that. So I think we have a motion, and I don't know if Councilmember Doe seconded.
I don't have a second.
I'll second it.
This is pretty much the table.
All right, so
No.
Item.
we have a
We have a
and second,
motion.
right?
We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Ho to not remove him. So we needed a second. And that
And
was,
we do.
we do
Councilmember-
now. Yeah.
All right, so second by Councilmember Menzo, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I would have liked this to never even been an issue. Should have had done this. I set an anti-nepotism policy back when I think Councilmember Doe proposed it back 2019, maybe. My memory is kind of off a little bit.
And just to be clear, before you vote on this, a yes vote on this is a yes to not remove Weston from the committee.
Okay. City Clerk.
So we have a motion made by Councilmember Ho with a second made by Councilmember Monzo to not remove Weston from the Planning Commission and Oversight Board. Councilmember Doe?
You know, it's a very difficult decision, but I would like to reserve the right to remove the nominee. It has nothing to do with nepotism. So, no.
Councilmember Ho?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was the, yes was what?
Yes, is to keep him on.
I think Councilmember Doe, I think if that is something that we probably would want, if that's the way you feel, if we want to change that current policy the way it's stated now. If that's,
You know, I mentioned that before when we passed this policy that I would like it to be grandfathered in for those current commissioners who on the Planning Commission. I never want to apply it to those who currently serve. But this issue brought up an important decision for which sets precedent in the City Council, that do we have the right to remove our commissioner? I would like to think there is, because if that particular commissioner, some reason that we don't think that is performing the job to the satisfaction of the appointee, then they should have the right to remove that person without any. It is a privilege. It's not a right. We always say.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, my time on the commission, I think I've seen something that probably would have warranted that. And if that was my commissioner, I would want to have the ability to remove that person. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, but that's a policy change, correct? Or policy.
We're not talking about a policy change.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're actually not, we can't even change it because the law, because Huntington Beach is a what you call it, city?
Charter city.
Charter city.
Mhm.
So they have the right as a charter city to do that. And for our city, we have to have a majority vote, and that is according to the law. And so
Yeah, we could change the code. That
but
could
we're not
but we would
talking about
do it
changing the code tonight for this particular item.
Right.
7.1. We're talking
Correct.
about removing Weston Seed, and we have that code in place as the majority, you know, to remove him. And we said that if the planning commissioner did something wrong, but like I said, you know, he served 3 years and 2 years as a vice chair and 1 year as a chair. He's a model commissioner, you know? And I'm just thinking, like I said, you know, I know with our, you know, I feel like with so many things that are going on right now, I can't even, you know, I'm only one person. I'm looking out for our city. And I know that my son would never sell out our city. Okay, would not.
All right, so can we continue the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ho,
What?
She already voted.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe I already voted.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes. Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
No.
Mayor Ta.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
Okay.
All right.
So before we continue, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we only have about 3 minutes left on the PCTA tape. So this would be the opportunity to take a break. We still have a couple of items on the agenda.
Hey, let's do it.
3 minutes.
10 minutes? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
5
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
All right, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do we have all the members of the council back?
Yes, I'm here.
I am back.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
All right. Good morning. So I will let PCTA know. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I'd like to reconvene City Council meeting for the
Mayor,
next slide.
okay, before we go on to the next item, I want to be clear on what just happened. On that last item, there was a motion to not remove Weston. That motion failed. So status quo is still the current situation. If the intent is to remove, you need a motion to remove and to have that pass. So I just want to make sure that that's the current situation.
So that means that someone needs to make like another motion? Is that what you tried to say?
If there's an intent to remove him, someone needs to make a motion to remove him.
Oh. So I leave that to the vice mayor.
Then I make the motion to remove Western seat from both committee, the planning commission committee, as well as the oversight committee.
Second. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Nguyen made the motion, seconded by Mayor Ta to remove Weston from the Planning Commission and the Oversight Committee. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right. Next item, 10.2, proposal to reconsider the formation, duties, and responsibilities of the Monuments and Memorials Committee.
Yes, so
Okay.
yes, absolutely. So I'll try to keep this very brief. So earlier this year, the City Council approved the creation of a Monuments and Memorials Committee, in which that committee was responsible for, evaluating applications for new committees. New memorials and monuments coming in. That was also tied in with the proposed Quang Tri Monument, in which a Quang Tri Monument Committee was created to establish, design and other factors of that monument, except the location. And so the responsibility of deciding on a location for the Quang Tri Monument was then designated to this Monuments and Memorials Committee. So we opened a recruitment and advertised, solicited for applications, and we have only received 2 up to date. That being said, given that the Quang Tri Monument is, they're wrapping up, and we haven't received any applications for other, monuments and memorials, and we haven't received any applications for, new proposed monuments and memorials. Staff is just asking council to kind of take a look at this Monuments and Memorials Committee and see if you may be interested in maybe authorizing one of the other commissions to do what essentially the Memorials and Monuments Committee would be doing. Maybe or authorizing one of the other committees that you have, or some kind of alternative to consider the location of the Quang Tri Monument instead of establishing this new committee just for that particular portion. As you know, Monuments and Memorials Committee would be under the Brown Act, so it would take staff time, trying to get a quorum. We're, again, struggling to get interested applicants. This is a 9-member committee. And so, given that we have low interest, good opportunity for the council to maybe reconsider this committee if you wish.
Thank you, Chris, interim city manager. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have more applicants interested in it. The whole point of this was to allow for a public input and have the community being the committee members, review and make the decisions for the community about these monuments and memorials. That being said, since we can't disband something that was never in place, I think that alternative is to have another, in this case, commission, which they represent the community, take that role as far as if there's proposed monuments and memorials proposed, that they must go through the planning commission for review. I think, and then including the current Country Monument Committee recommendations. I think I want a motion to have the planning commission review the committee's recommendation, and also for them to decide the location of this current Country Monument and any future monuments or memorials proposed in the city.
I would just say that there was a resolution passed, so we would need to adopt a resolution to change it. So what I would say, maybe seek direction to have us come back with a resolution accomplishing what you're proposing. That would probably be the best way to approach this.
How long would that take? I mean, I don't know. Why does that take a resolution? Was there a resolution for this one? For this?
I believe there was, to establish the Monuments Committee.
50.
So there was a resolution to establish the committee. So essentially, if council gives the direction, there would be one to rescind the committee.
Well, but we don't need a resolution to have the planning commission, the current planning commission, oversee these proposed monuments or memorials.
Well, I suppose we could take action to completely rescind that resolution, and then you could. So, I mean, that would be the action to rescind the original resolution, creating it.
Can we rescind that tonight?
Yeah.
Can we take action to do that tonight?
Yeah, I think so. It's agendized as a situation where we haven't really been able to form it.
But do we need a resolution to have the planning commission? Well,
no, no. The resolution, you could do things by minute order. I'm just trying to see where the resolution number is. Do you have that, Christine?
It looks like it's 50. Is it 5064?
Oh, there it is. 5064. Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, I want to add to my motion to have that resolution number 5064 disbanded or rescinded.
Yeah, rescinded, and then to also reassign the responsibilities.
Could you, Councilmember Manzo, could you hear me out before you make your motion?
Yes, go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to maybe give us another suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I recommend that we give this privilege to the Recreation Commission, simply because we don't want to reinvent. We do have that Recreation Commission already in place. They already have the knowledge of our parks, and the commission is already in place and ready to serve. We have very good people on that commission, and I like to give them a chance to do something grand. And I just know we have some really good people there. While they will not be making the final decision on the location, but they will only be making a recommendation on the location of the monument to the council. So we can still make changes, whatever we decide, even if it goes to the council and we disagree. So I believe we are well positioned and best positioned to take, they are best positioned to take on this task. And as said, regardless, the recommendations are not final without city council approval.
Correct. No, I thought of that originally, but I think the planning commission,
City Attorney, even so,
commission, they oversee more, I would say, pretty more I wouldn't want to say important, but bigger decisions, I mean, final decisions on land use, CPUs, excuse me, CUPs, stuff like that, that I think they would be more in tune to, in line to take on this sort of issue here. That's just the way I was.
Well, first of all, I have a question for city attorney. Even though that we want either planning commissioner to take a look at that or recreation, we still have to rescind this resolution before we can do anything else, right?
Yes, I think the plan was to try and incorporate it into the motion, but you could do it as two separate actions.
Well, okay, so we have to rescind the motion to establish a park commission to make decision on monument. Is that
No,
what?
there was a resolution passed on August 25th, 5064, to establish a monuments and memorials committee. And that committee had certain duties and responsibilities. So what I was saying was, if you rescind that resolution to create that committee, you would no longer have to form that committee. And then that would leave you open with the opportunity to reassign those duties to some other body.
So we could rescind and reassign at the same time.
You could, or do it as two motions.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
Council Manzo, you want to?
Let's do it.
City attorney, I think that is clear that we can do it in two motions. It's better that way.
So my motion is to rescind resolution number 5064.
Okay, I second.
All
And
right,
then
we have a motion and
this first before
second
we
rescind the committee.
We're making a motion just to rescind that resolution.
Oh,
yes.
Right. Okay. So there was a motion on the floor to rescind the resolution, right?
And I second.
Okay. So Councilmember Menzo, motion, and Councilmember Ho, second. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the motion was made by Councilmember Monzo and seconded by Councilmember Ho to rescind resolution number 5064. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I was abstain at the creation of this committee, and now I'm still abstain for doing this.
thank you, and Mayor Ta.
Abstain.
Motion carries 3-0 with 2 abstentions.
So now, like I said before, I think I would prefer the planning commission, but I'd like to hear from other council members.
Well, the planning commission, I believe, is so political right now. And then the other thing is, they're gonna have to appoint another person and all that. So, and I think that we're not looking for any land use or any things like that I think that planning commission might be overqualified because it's all park, So we just need to look for a reasonable place to put the monument. And so I recommend the Community and Recreation Commission.
Ask Public Works Director Jake to weigh in on. I have a question for Jake. Jake, for something like this, what are the example? I mean, the issues that this commission would have to take in consideration, engineering as far as space, structure. I mean, do you kind of have an idea of what they would have to be looking at?
The commission have to take a look at the location, considering the surrounding area, you know, as access on the sidewalk, ADA access, and kind of like, you know, how for maintenance purpose also how it be visible from the street is, you know, how, you know, can it be vandalized, you know, is easier for our police department can be, you know, visual from driving by, so make sure that the monuments has been, you know, protected. So those are the issue that should be considered. And Councilwoman Ho recommended the commission, the Parks Commissions. I think that more appropriate because they are familiar with the land use, not the land use, but the parks and what location would be the best location for it. So
you're confident that the Parks Commission will be able to handle something like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
But you know,
I'm sorry, could I just add to that before you speak?
Sure.
I was actually muted myself while I was speaking. So I was going to say that the other concern I have would be, I would call on the traffic engineer to, you know, to kind of give an idea of, because I was thinking like, if, you know, if you have a monument that's, you want it to be in an area or a place that's well exposed, because you want everybody, as many people, to see this monument as possible. You don't want to be tucking it in somewhere deep inside the park, or that's, I'm just giving you an example. I have no idea where these commissions or commissioners would propose it, but I guess another concern would be, you know, traffic. Like, is that going to obstruct traffic? Is it going to cause accidents, or is that people going to ram into one another when they see this beautiful thing? Things like that. So for me, someone who's familiar with the park, and then the other would be, you know, getting a, I guess I would ask the traffic engineer to weigh in on it, and then definitely our staff is going to be the guide. So no commission is going to be able to make a good decision without them. So with their help, I think, with the, you know, Public Works Director's help and Adolfo and his engineering traffic expertise, I believe, and the very familiar, you know, Park Familiarized Commission, that'll be our Community and Recreation Commission. I think that between the three groups, I think we'd be able to make a very good decision. And that's why I recommend the Park and Recreation. Yes, I'm done.
So is there a motion?
No, I thought you were going to say
Yeah.
comments.
Well, you know, I just want to make a quick comment on this. You know, this regarding the park. So I think it's appropriately it should be the Park and Rec Commission to make a decision. But at the same time, I can understand where Council Member Manzo coming from, talking about, you know, zoning and all that stuff. So do we need to involve two commission in this issue? Yes or no? Or just
no, if it's something that ultimately needs to go to Planning Commission, then it'll go to Planning Commission.
So we just I think it was appropriate for us to use the Park and Rec Commission to look into it and make a decision, and then go to the City Council.
Yeah. Well, you know, just so you know, I mean, I believe the Park Commission, I don't know all the commissioners, but I'm very impressed with Con Wynn, who's my, and gosh, it's been so long, I barely remember that I appointed him, but I know he served or still serves on a traffic commission. And he was also our planning commissioner for a long time in the chair. So I believe we're getting the best of both worlds. I do believe so. And then the other person, I believe, Jameson Powers, who's, you know, highly educated. And so I believe I trust him. And then there's Terry Boo, who's been on there for a while. So I don't know who the other two are, though.
It's okay. I mean, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That is, like I said, that was my initial thought was the
Yeah.
parts,
Yeah.
but that's fine. But I
Yeah.
just, okay.
Actually, you know what? Thank you, Councilmember Monzo, because I spoke to only Councilmember Monzo on this issue. And it was thanks to you, you brought the Parking Commission up. I was not even thinking about that. I mean, I completely forgot about them. And then after looking into it, you know, I thought it makes sense, really makes sense. And so I would make a motion to have the to reassign to the Park and Recreation Commission for the task.
But can we also add that this includes any future monuments and memorials must go through the Parks and Rec Commission?
Yes, I'd like to include that.
And I'll second that.
So there is a motion and a second on the floor that the council want to direct the future monument to the planning or something?
Parks and Rec.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So the motion was made by Councilmember Ho and seconded by Councilmember Monzo to reassign the duties to the Park and Recreation Commission and to include any future monuments and memorials. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Abstain.
and Mayor Ta.
Abstain. And I just want to comment that at the beginning, like several months ago, I already explained to the whole city council, I believe that all the monument should be reviewed by the Park Commission at a time. But that's okay. I respect all the city council.
Oh yeah, I remember that, Mayor, and
okay.
Unfortunately, we didn't have enough applicants for this new committee, so that's the fallback. I mean, for me, it's very important that these monuments must go through a review, another board, and I know there previous proposed monuments did not go through this process, and that's become a problem. So, thank you.
All right, so and the next item is appointment of the vice mayor. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can make a motion to appoint Councilman Manzo. You know, it's been we have been having a vice mayor Vietnamese for the past 3 years. So even though this is a ceremonial position, I think the city need to change. And we need a different face as a representative of the city. So I'd like to nominate Councilman Manzo, who a very respectable person, who fair and impartial to everyone, all the residents in the city. And I think it's time for him to deserve the position as vice mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Doe, for that nomination, but I'd like to respectfully recommend that we get back to professional courtesy here at our council. It's like you said, it's a ceremonial position. I mean, I think the mayor pretty much has done a good job of attending pretty much. I mean, I don't remember the last time the mayor missed a meeting. But I mean, you know, council typically all takes a turn at holding the vice mayor position. I think that's the professional courtesy thing to do. And I know Councilmember Ho had a couple opportunities, and Vice Mayor Nguyen had some opportunity. I think that's your turn. You know, you've been here longer than I have, and that's just a professional thing to do, is to have it be your turn. So I mean, this is my thought, you know. So I would want to nominate Councilmember Doe for the vice mayor position. It's just a professional courtesy thing to do. That's so we had to nominate we had to appoint somebody.
Well, we have a nomination for Councilmember Monzo, and we have also a nomination for Councilmember Doe. Are there any?
Can I make another nomination?
Yes, nominations are open.
Yes, I myself, for last year until this moment, I was so honored that Vice Mayor Nguyen, he been really helpful. I think he attending, you know, a lot of events out there. So I'd like to nominate him.
Yeah, I'd like to second. Well, I can second. I nominate in a second Councilman Manzo.
There's really no motion on the floor right now.
Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, nominations. The way it works with nominations is that you open it for nominations. We take the nominations, and then once that's closed, we'll vote on the very first one. And in this case, it would be Monzo. If it receives majority vote, then that person is appointed. If you don't, then you move to the next one in that order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's vote.
I personally accept I want to thank the mayor.
We have
accept the nomination.
We need to move on the first nomination.
But
Okay.
the first,
yeah, so the first nomination for Councilmember Manzo, yes.
Okay, are there any other nominations first? Okay, so hearing close the nomination.
There was a nomination from the mayor, and I second it, right? No, you
Yes.
got that.
It was just a nomination, but it wasn't a motion.
Yes, there are 3 nominations: Monzo, then Doe, then Nguyen.
All right.
In that order.
So we
vote on the
need
first
a motion. Yeah.
Don't we need a second don't we need a second for one of them?
No,
did I second it for?
No, I think that
not a nomination. Not a nomination. Okay. So now we have a motion then to approve Monzo.
You know, I really want to see the council support Councilman Manzo. You know, he's new, but he has shown his leadership is trying to bridge the gaps, and he's been working closely to everybody and very respectful of the city council. And I think he's a great representative to be a vice mayor. So I strongly urge the city council to approve Councilman Manzo as a vice mayor. I mean, yes.
So we have a motion then.
I need a second.
And a second, Kimberly or anyone else want to second that motion?
Did I second?
Seconded.
All right, we have the motion and a second to approve Councilmember Carlos Manzo to be the vice mayor. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Doe made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Ho, to nominate and appoint Councilmember Monzo as the vice mayor. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
He said from, I heard a lot of noise from where? Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen
No,
and Mayor Ta.
No.
I like to say it for the record. When I vote no, the reason is that Councilmember Menzo is just been being in the council for only 1 year, and normally the cycle is usually that if we have the trust, then you can do 2 years, and so I am qualified. I know that in the year that I do, I know that I do a lot for for the council. So with that, I would think that he's too new, and I'm qualified for it. So anyway, it's a majority vote, and my vote is no.
All right.
You were lucky, Councilman. So
I still hear,
So the motion passes.
Okay. All right. So next we,
Vice Mayor.
so next we have a comment from City Council agency member, including AB 1234 report when required.
I can go first.
Yeah.
The last meeting of the year is quite interesting. I appreciate the city staff and the city council to patiently go through all the agenda and no carryover. So let's look forward to 2022. Hopefully we can have much better, more happiness. I mean, hopefully the COVID will be gone, and looking forward to work and really make some impact on the city. I would sincerely hope that there'll be no more personal attack, and especially on the BSME media. It's old. It's getting old. Everybody's just so tired. Leave our people, the resident of Westminster, alone. Let them live in peace. People are so tired. I mean, I say very early when I got elected, those who won war never been through war and see the suffering. Okay. I only want peace. But you know what they say, right? But anyway, wishing everyone a happy holiday season. Stay healthy, stay strong. Taking care of one another. When I work as a police officer, the holiday season, I see a lot of elderly people pass away quietly alone by themselves. So you live close to anybody that, you see that they just go knock on the door, check on them, say hello, take care of one another's. And my heart go out to that young man who passed away, a homeless person who passed away in Westminster. It's just very unfortunate. But at the same time, blaming the city and the police department for his death is a little bit overboard. So my heart going out to him, that individual and his family. Again, happy holiday. Thank you very much.
All right, next, please.
And I'd like to follow suit, and I just want to say, yes, my first thought was of Justin, the young man who passed away. I don't know how young, but when I heard he was a young man, my heart sank. I think ditto. I really think the same thing as next year. I hope we work hard on solving our homeless situation and have a greater impact on the homeless community. And I think we made some headways last month, and I think we need to continue work on that, less infighting. And want to say happy holidays to everybody. I hope next year will be a better year for us on the council. Let's try to work well together and show our community what we can do together as a council and be less or not so dysfunctional. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Ho and Do. First, I want to thank council for your nomination, your vote for vice mayor. I'll take it, but I was kind of wanted us to get back to professional courtesy. So I would like to sing Councilmember Do, but it's fine. Yes, thank you. Yes, I did. I agree with how you said. Hopefully, this new year, we can turn the page and start fresh and get back to focusing on the community and look for ways that we can help alleviate the homeless situation and try to prevent unnecessary suffering for individuals like the young person, Justin Smith. I feel bad that for his family, my heart goes out to them. But this should be a sign for us to put things in perspective and focus on the real issues that are important to our community. I want to thank all staff for all your hard work and your dedication to your job. I know right now it's some difficult times for staff and our police department. We're shorthanded at all levels in City Hall and the police department. Just hope for a better 2022. So happy holidays to council and all staff, and stay safe out there. And let's enjoy our time with our families.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just need to say one other thing. May I?
Yes, I'm done.
Yes. Mayor, may I say one other thing?
Please.
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to ask for a special meeting for next week, next Wednesday, if possible, because we're really trying hard to, the committee, the Quang Chi Monument Committee is trying to finish up, and they really need your blessing on the depiction, the design, and being that this committee, the Park and Rec Committee, is just now got approved or to decide on the location. They'd like to get going with the depiction. If we could bring that up at our special meeting, that would be great. That would be great help because they need to get going. Otherwise, they won't be able to make it by September, because they do need about 8 months to do what they need to do to have it ready to go by September for their grand opening, for their ribbon cutting. So I'd like to ask for a special meeting next Wednesday, the 15th.
So the whole city council, do we want staff to do like a follow-up to everyone, and then
To me, I don't think there's an urgency for this. So, I'm not, I don't think that is necessary. Special meetings usually something is urgent, and it's, we have the time frame here. So
it is very urgent because, they're set out to get this ready by September. And, there was a situation where they were supposed to have that agendized, the monument to be agendized today. But our staff, particularly as Christine knows, and also Diana Dauber, who's no longer here, could attest to the fact that because of the park situation and the location and all that, and all tied in together, they weren't able to agendize it. So that's why we need this we only need a quorum of 3.
Well, the thing is, do you think that they have things in place yet? Did they have the financial secure and everything yet? I haven't heard back whether they report that they have the money and financial readily available to go. I know that, from what we've been seeing is that we use taxpayer money, every meeting that they have, our staff are being there. At first you mentioned several times that we are not going to use taxpayer money and see the city is not going to pay out any a dime for it. But now, from the beginning where you have the swearing in until, each and every meeting right now, we have to abide with the, with the Brown Acts and everything. I see that there's a lot, but have we had any time that they came back and saying that we have the financial readily available to build?
That was
And,
not.
and
if not,
if not,
it was
then
not
why we have to?
contingent upon that.
If
Because
not,
the
if
depiction.
not,
needs to
I'm
go-
not finished. I'm not finished.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Let me finish. If not, then why rush to have the urgent meeting? I'd rather have, make sure that they have the money available. Okay.
Councilman Nguyen, you're not supporting this project, and you abstain every single thing. So,
but I have the right to
get it.
I have the right
I
to.
understand you have the right, but you can be a little bit more civil. I mean, soften your delivery a little bit. That will help.
No, I'm shopping. What do I said? I said that we asked to have the financial review, right?
You already have your.
I'm asking, do they have the financial ready available? And I state the fact. So, sir, I have my own opinions. I have my question, and I'm throwing out there for everybody. You don't think that I have the right to ask questions?
Oh, you have the right.
Or comments?
Okay, so may I have a saying, or Councilman? I respect you all, so I think that is completely appropriate for Councilmember Hall asking for urgent meeting. But I think I recommend that as our city staff, they will follow up probably tomorrow with our council member, whether or not they are available, because I think every one of us need to look at our schedule.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's a holiday season, so I will not be available next Wednesday. So we need to reschedule to have staff talk to all the to make sure that it's an unfortunate holiday season, so everybody have plans. So I will not be available on the 15th.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to let you know that, first of all, in order for them, because, it's kind of like, you can't put the cart before the horse situation. So they want to get going. They want to, have something finalized. I mean, they have their final depiction and design that they want to have our blessing on. And once they do that, then they move forward with whatever they have to do, spend money on the mock-up, spend money on and actually get going with building it, the construction of it. So in terms of how long is it taking? How long is it going to take? It's going to take about 8 months, 9 months. So every week week delay is going to probably not going to allow them to make it in September. So if their targeted goal, and I'm just telling you that they're a little bit behind because of the situation with the park, the commission. So that commission was never formed and it didn't have enough interest, and so all this the depiction is tied into the location, and Christine knows that. And so could you explain a little more, Christine, why it was agendized tonight? Couldn't it be?
I think it's not on agenda, so we have to be really careful about it. I'm really sorry.
Well, I just want to explain so that you can decide how to vote on when she calls you for that request for the meeting. I just want to make sure you understand why it's not on the agenda today and why we need to have a special meeting.
Well, it's not on the agenda today because it was already past the time to put it on the agenda.
No, that wasn't it. You reserved a time for it, but you said because they didn't have a location. Remember that? Didn't have a location because you didn't have enough interest for the other committee.
Well, I didn't have enough interest for the other committee for a location, and that is true.
This is the work of the commission, right? None of the council member are personally involved. Am I correct? Or
Right.
I
Yes,
know
it is. I'm just trying to help the timeline. That's all.
Okay.
And then what I'm saying is that because it affects, I think we are supposed to give them the final approval.
Well,
and so that's why.
I understand, but I think this is the commission basically is responsible, the city staff. I think that the city manager, interim city manager is the one that's supposed to communicate, right? Am I correct? I mean, the commission who reported to the commission report to the city staff.
Diana Dauber, but because she's gone now.
So we have in the room.
So Jake is actually part of that committee as well. So Jake can report back.
So whatever going on, Jay will be responsible for that and then notify the city manager. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the elected official are not supposed to be involved. Is that true?
That's true. It's like any of the advisory. Well, it's like any of the advisory committees that we have. No, you're not involved with the actual committee itself, and then it gets presented as a staff report, a comprehensive staff report to the city council when it comes time for you to make your decision. When the committee's ready.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So, I mean, the Parks Commission needs to review this and come up with the recommendations for location. So
No, they just want a blessing.
What would we need for it to consider what? I mean, consider
the depiction and the design, which is ready for them to bring before the council, is what they're asking.
They still don't have the location though.
Is that the process? Is that the right process or?
This is a really wonky process because you have two committees that are essentially reviewing the same thing. I can't say which way, if it's the cart, the horse, the cart. I don't know which one's which. Unfortunately, they are independent of each other, but they're not. You make an independent vote on it, or you can decide that you want to vote on both together, but they are two separate decisions. Parks Recreation will need to find a location. Quang Tri Monument was responsible for presenting to you what the monument looks like.
Okay, so I get it. So could you do me a favor? Could you contact all the council members and let us know what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
It's 2:30 in the morning. I have a flight out of town tomorrow morning. So
you mean today?
Yes, today. So I appreciate it if we adjourn if possible. So
well,
yeah, whatever you need, Christian will reach out to everybody and make that arrangement.
Think about your schedules. I'll reach out to you guys on Friday.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't given
Yes,
yet. Oh, well, same as the other council members, we're sad to see, one of our homeless people, pass away, and our heart going out to, to them. Hopefully that we can do something about it. And we've been discussing about, silver plan, and, of course we are working on that, and hopefully that, it will come soon. For the council to review and approve. And we are in the seasons of holiday, and I just wish wish you happy holiday seasons, and especially the Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. That's it. Thank you.
Really want to thank all the members of City Council for being really patient to stay until 2:25 a.m. next day. That's amazing. And I want to thank all our city staff, all our police officer, our firefighter for their dedication, especially during the whole year. That's, I really appreciate their support for our community. And really sorry to hear that Justin Smith, I'm going to keep him in my prayer. Sorry to hear that. And
before you adjourn, I just want to make one more comment. I want to thank Adolfo and Christine, as well as IT, lending me the hotspot today. It's very clear, right? I heard that I don't have any problem with the communication here. So I appreciate for that. Thank you very much.
All right, and our next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022 at 7 p.m.
In person.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you so much, everyone.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.